extensive. There were one odd strike or two odd strikes in every airbase. If India was to saturate these areas, then it would have been deeply problematic for Pakistan because their air force would effectively have been grounded.
Right. Thank you, Vishnu, for joining us with those details. Vishnu Shom, my colleague, with those satellite images showing the kind of damage that Indian precision strikes caused the air bases of Pakistan. Moving on, in his first address since Pahalgam terror attack and of course the subsequent action, India's military response, Prime Minister Modi has declared Operation Sindoor a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal. He has in fact justified India's assertive retaliation, framing it as morally necessary and strategically calibrated. The Prime Minister has said that it is true that present times are not an age of war, but he has also said that this is not an age of terrorism. Prime Minister Modi has said that India has drawn new red lines on terror that emanates from Pakistan. He also underlined that India has just suspended Operation Sindoor because Pakistan rushed to the world after suffering damage and that it would be closely watching the activities of Pakistan.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है।
My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister making several important points there and also saying that India inflicted so much damage on Pakistan's air bases and military establishments that its DGMO on the afternoon of May 10th had called up its Indian counterpart to ensure that military action would not take place. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that the ceasefire was because Pakistan wanted de-escalation and India also felt that it is time to do that because it had already hit Pakistan where it hurt the most. Tell us a little bit about how the Prime Minister has also made it clear that there will be no nuclear blackmail that India will tolerate anymore. How is this playing out with people, and also how is it being seen politically?
Well, that's the very strong statement given by Prime Minister in his address to nation yesterday evening. It was, of course, Prime Minister making it very clear that those terrorists who are harboring behind the nuclear installations in Pakistan, India will not think even once to attack them in the near future if there is a terrorist activity in the country, and India will give a befitting reply to Pakistan, and that will be on the terms and conditions of India. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who categorically stated that Operation Sindoor was was dedicated to India's Nari Shakti, and those people sitting in Pakistan who tried to remove the Sindoor is, India want to say that a response had been given, and in the future as well, we will not shy away from hitting the terror camps, the terror infrastructures in Pakistan, and India will not distinguish between the Pakistan-sponsored terror or the terror organization. The response will be, on the terms and conditions of India. It is also Prime Minister Narendra Modi who stated that terror and talks can't go hand in hand. Terror and trade can't go hand in hand. Water and the blood can't flow together. It is a direct, message towards the decisions that Indian government has taken in the past regarding the Indus Water Treaty and the other decisions that will continue, and we will continue to isolate Pakistan in the near future as well. But a straight line has been drawn by Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday when he stated that any such terror activity would be considered as an act of war, and India will retaliate accordingly. Of course, there is certain politics which is going on. The Congress party had been demanding certain answers from the government. It is, of course, one of the demands that Prime Minister should address an all-party meeting and give a response to what has happened in the last 20 days. The Congress party is also demanding answers from the government that why it was only after US President Donald Trump tweeted or gave a statement that Prime Minister gave an address to the nation, whether there is some sort of mediation that the Indian government has accepted for the United States to do. What would be the venue for the mediation between India and Pakistan? If that is true, then government should come out and tell all the political parties about it. But lauding the Indian Armed Forces, lauding the Operation Sindoor, the successful one which hit the terror camps in Pakistan, every political party stated that they are together with the government. But of course, it's time that Prime Minister should come and answer on these many following points. Tomorrow is a big day.
Absolutely. The Prime Minister making
cabinet
it clear
meeting
that
as well.
talks and terror cannot go hand in
decisions.
hand, and also blood and water cannot flow together. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. You'll keep tracking everything that happens today in the face of the ceasefire that's going on. Remember that India has promised that it will be tracking Pakistan's activities very closely. The Prime Minister has also said that no nuclear blackmail will be tolerated by India anymore. My colleague Shiv Arur also has also explains the larger takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech yesterday. Let's go to him.
things are still a while away from being normal because local administrations are trying to sanitize these villages from unexploded shells or ordnance that may have landed there and pose a grave risk. All of this obviously taking place in the backdrop of Prime Minister Modi's very powerful 23-minute speech delivered to the nation yesterday, where he drew several red lines around Pakistan, one defining that India will no longer tolerate nuclear blackmail and allowing terrorism to flourish in its shadow, and that any talks with Pakistan will only be about terror and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So on the one hand, you've got very decisive, firm, sort of unconditional messaging to Pakistan at the political level, saying that, look, we aren't just about talk. We have shown you by, bombing 12 of your forward air bases, the very heart of the Pakistan military. There's all this talk about, the next possible wave of escalations by India targeting their nuclear command and control elements. There's a lot of misinformation going around about, what the next step from Pakistan itself might be. So I think it is important to acknowledge that while normalcy maybe sort of looms on the horizon, these are two countries still very much in war mode. India certainly is, and you can pretty much bet that Pakistan is, given what they've been subjected to in the last 72 to 96 hours. And therefore, it's very important to acknowledge that things are on a hair trigger. It's going to take a while for the entire war machine to actually wind down, and therefore these points of contact and the big messaging from the political leadership will be crucial going forward.
Well, 1 week since Operation Sindoor was launched, areas near LOC are still tense but calm since the ceasefire is on. Watch NDTV's exclusive ground report from Uri sector.
Hello and welcome to this very special ground report from the line of control in Uri. That is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, less than a kilometer behind me near the Indian Army's last post. We have permission to report from here, and we are reporting after the first day and night that has gone without any hostilities since tensions began between India and Pakistan 18 days ago. Over the next half hour, we're going to bring you the highlights of the Second Armed Forces briefing, talks between the two countries, and how much bigger India's military operation against Pakistani targets really is than we ever imagined. There has been a huge amount of offensive misinformation weaponized by Pakistan and also China about damage inflicted by Pakistani drones or missiles on Indian military and air bases in different parts of Punjab and Kashmir. The armed forces today, very importantly, clarified that not only is there no damage to any military base or air base in Punjab or in Jammu and Kashmir, but that each and every one of those bases is intact and is fully operational and ready to leap back into operations as part of Op Sindoor, should they be deemed necessary to actually continue. This is a huge deal because one would imagine that in such a high energy exchange, including air warfare, there might be some damage somewhere. But whether it is Adampur, Pathankot, Amritsar, Avantipora and Srinagar, no damage has been reported, and that's been confirmed on the record by the armed forces. This also means that operational readiness is not a joke. I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malir cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindoor. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy in its briefing yesterday had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malirkant in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger. It is not without reason that the Indian Navy is called the Silent Service. For 18 days now since hostilities began, very little information has emerged of what the Indian Navy has been up to. At yesterday's briefing, we got the first official word of how the Indian Navy had caged in the entire Pakistan Navy to harbour or close to port, and that Karachi had been on target. Now we know even more from today's briefing. The INS Vikrant Carrier Battle Group, an indigenously built aircraft carrier and its constituent elements, including submarines, aircraft and warships, had confined the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military aircraft to the Makran coast of Balochistan, basically meaning that the Pakistan military was unable to perform or conduct any overseas operations because of the presence of the Indian Navy's INS Vikrant, its aircraft, its MiG-29Ks, and all the other elements that were part of it. Another example of how the Silent Service was keeping Pakistan pinned down. A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace. The laughs of children, the sounds of livestock, birds twittering away. These are the sounds of normalcy one would imagine, even in this forward village, the last village before the line of control in this Uri sector of Kashmir. But it's going to be a while before the people of this final frontier settlement actually return. Some have because they have no choice, but most are still in the depth areas, in safety, still fearing Pakistani shelling. And there is another danger. The fact that there could be unexploded shells and ordnance in different parts of this village. State authorities and administration have warned all villagers to make sure that they do not return until everything is fully sanitized. Normal, that's not a word you see very often or hear very often in places like this. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a few months, maybe in more than a year. At the line of control in Uri sector with Ashwini Mehra, Shivarur, NDTV.
Well, exactly a week ago on the intervening night of 7th of May and 8th of May, India chose to give Pakistan a befitting reply for the role it played in orchestrating the murder of 26 men, mostly tourists in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. It's been a week of Operation Sindoor that demonstrated a whole-of-nation approach. In fact, the Prime Minister spoke about it yesterday, saying that it reflected the sentiment of a country that was pained and hurt. It had civil defense efforts, it had an economic offensive, and also a diplomatic outreach by India, all encapsulated within the broader strategic policy of India that now has become the new normal. It also neutralized Pakistan's aerial strikes, mounted attacks on Pakistani air bases before Pakistan pleaded for de-escalation. Now, a week later, DGMOs of both countries have held talks. India-Pakistan maintained truce. There is a sense of normalcy that has trickled in some parts of the border districts as well. In fact, the non-border districts of Jammu Kashmir have reopened their schools today, and there's no more assuring scene of normalcy than children going back to school. Those are the visuals there that we got you from Srinagar and several other places in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, let's go across to my colleague Nazir, who in fact spoke to students today and on the sense of relief that they experience on going back to school.
Well, thank goodness it is back to normal and schools in Jammu and Kashmir are open. Though in border districts they still remain closed, but in Srinagar and other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, schools have been opened except border areas. You know, schools were closed because of the as part of contingency measures, because of the fear when the bombs started falling. And the young kids who had never seen this type of harrowing experience, they had to be sent back. Schools had to be closed. I'm here at DPS Srinagar. And let me talk to the kids who have seen this. And the schools are open. You are smiling.
Yes, we are very happy that all is over and we are back to normal. We are back to our school after not a long time, after a short
I
period.
understand that it was a short but a very harrowing.
Yes, we were not certain that will it be over this soon, but Alhamdulillah, it's now all is over and we are back.
Oh, you are happy. And you?
And yeah, I'm happy too. It was just that lot of uncertainty in my mind, and it was full of some suspense that if we could go back to school, appear at exams, and
So
everything
there
would
was
go back
that
to normal.
uncertainty whether you would be able to go back. So
Yeah, there was extreme uncertainty, and we were extremely scared about what was going to happen next and what were to be Kashmir's future.
And this must be first time in your life happening like this.
Yes, this is the first time we have went through this. So we were not sure about this.
Right. And you?
I'm also happy meeting my friends again, and the schools have opened after some days. So I was also a lot scared about what would happen next and what would be the conditions and after how much time would we be able to attend our schools.
Right. So now you are back in school and today is your exam?
Yes.
Yeah. And you?
I'm actually very happy to be back here. After all, this school is our second home, and it is amazing to be here. We were so scared the whole time being at home, whether our school will be all good, our teachers, our friends, if everything is going to be good. But after all, we put our trust in God, and Alhamdulillah, everything is well.
Alhamdulillah, everything is well.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I also felt really happy, joyful, because the school reopened now because of after this all terrific experience, and we had to experience this because we are Gen Z and Gen Alpha. We have not experienced it before, these blackouts, these sirens, and I'm really happy that the school reopened.
Right. And you?
I also feel really happy, and I feel really relieved because after such a terrifying moment, schools are open. Now we can finally meet our friends, our teachers, and that was a really terrifying and horror moment for us as we have experienced for the first time. But I feel really relieved that our school is now open.
Okay, you wouldn't talk?
I'm very excited to come to school after a long period of time. I was missing my teachers, my staff, my friends very much. This was a very horrible and terrifying
And what
time.
was when you heard those loud bangs, explosions?
I was very terrified, right? I thought that what is happening right here? I was not able to understand, as I have not never witnessed these types of explosions, these types of drones.
Thankfully, here the schools are open. Even yesterday when DGMO spoke to each other, they not only decided that there should not be a single round of fire, should not be fired, they also decided that there should be a troop reduction from the borders and the forward areas. It has happened after a long time. It means that while there was a war-like situation, both countries fought each other, but at the same time, they are restoring situation, semblance of calm and peace along the borders with lightning speed, and reduction of troops from the borders and the forward areas is a huge move forward.
Heartening scenes of normalcy coming back to several parts of Jammu and Kashmir. With that, it's time for a short break for news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Welcome back. As India stresses on the promise of a strong retaliation anytime it faces an act of terror, just like it did with Operation Sindoor, striking at Pakistan's terror hubs and also at its air bases. It's now clear that this is an inflection point of India rightly lowering its tolerance to terror, speaking from a position of strength, both militarily and also diplomatically. To understand the key takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech yesterday and also the future of India-Pakistan ties, we have with us former ambassador, former diplomat, Javed Ashraf. Thank you, Ambassador Ashraf, for joining us on this broadcast. The Prime Minister yesterday said that while it is true that present times are not an age of war, this is also not the age of terrorism. How do you see this in the context of the ceasefire that both countries, India and Pakistan, have agreed to, and the Prime Minister making it clear that it's all subject to how Pakistan behaves?
Well, I think, first of all, if you remember, Prime Minister has always been speaking about zero tolerance for terrorism. Now, it had to be, in a sense, defined as to how we would achieve it. In the past, we have also tried diplomatic measures, financial measures, mobilize the international community to exert pressure on Pakistan. We've tried every particular instrument that was available to us. We've also seen an escalation in our military response in Uri and then in Balakot before that. I'm saying this is because contextualizing it, because what we are seeing today are some very important takeaways from Prime Minister's speech last night. One, of course, he rightly chose to wait to get the full briefing from the military leaders about what exactly happened, what was the nature of the damage. It was important to do that because it's an act of responsibility not to rush into making speeches as soon as something happens. And what he has said is, one, that there are three very important elements in this. One is that there will be a military response to an act of terror. And so that's a very clear thing. If you hit us, we'll hit you back harder. The second is, and I think that's a very important point, and we can discuss this further, is that we were not going to be back off because of nuclear blackmail or the use of nuclear threats, which we have seen in the past, and we saw also in the run-up to Operation Sindoor. And the third is also very important, which perhaps didn't get as much attention, is that we are saying that we do not no longer wish to distinguish between terrorists and those who sponsor terrorism, which is that the Pakistan state, its military. And that's a very important point because you've, as Prime Minister pointed out, you saw senior military leaders attending the funeral of slain, well-known, internationally proscribed terrorists. So this was an important point. Another very important message that Prime Minister conveyed, and this was important to repudiate any kind of hopes people had outside about mediating that terror and talks, terror and trade, and water and blood issue. And we've all seen that's the way he ended. So clearly now the issue is also very important to remember that there will be an element of both strategic ambiguity as well as a surprise element. We did something this time which we hadn't done before. So there wasn't, they were perhaps expecting something else, and the response was entirely out to you. So the strategic ambiguity is really about, okay, what will be the threshold when we will launch a kinetic attack? What will be the threshold or the scale of violence and nature at which we will take this option? And then finally, remember that this is an ongoing operation. We've had a pause, suspension, but it's really that we're not saying that this process has ended. We will remain alert. We will remain, in a sense, some stage of mobilization. And the new age warfare that Prime Minister spoke about enables us also to have rapid mobilization and be able to respond very decisively in a very short period of time. So in a sense, for the first time, we're clearly defining a counterterrorism strategy that is, in line with the objective of zero tolerance for terrorism.
Very nicely enlisted all the big takeaways, and I'm going to come to all of that in just a bit. But help me understand this basic thing that all of us have been thinking about. How does India balance its own aspirations of Viksit Bharat and also countering terror with combative operations? Because there's a cost to both. There's an India growth story that shouldn't stop, because India needs growth, India needs jobs, opportunities, but India also has to go after Pakistan-sponsored terror because safety is so important. Is there a calibrated balance possible here?
No, I think that, deterrence has been clearly marked. Resolve has been clearly laid out. The red lines have been clearly drawn. You need a secure Bharat for a Viksit Bharat. I mean, the two are very clearly, very, very closely interlinked. If a country does not feel a sense of security or a sense of stability, then perhaps it is going to be very hard to pursue the vision that we have of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And, as you've seen, every 3 to 4 years, we see a major attack, which leads to an extraordinary mobilization of forces, consumption of our diplomatic energy, an element of economic cost, great stress on our social fabric, government distracted from pursuing this. So if you have the cycle every 3 to 4 years, and if these attacks take place precisely at a time when we are riding high on our growth, then it does have a negative impact. So therefore, we have seen over the past 25 years or 26 years that we face this cycle of attacks, and it leads to a familiar patterns of responses, which actually is worse for our long-term growth. And therefore, we need to be able to work on a deterrent strategy which assures our people, assures our investors that we are responsible and restrained, but we are capable of making India secure and stable in a peaceful and a secure neighborhood in which people can pursue their dreams.
That's very important. Ambassador Ashraf, also, US President Donald Trump has been talking about his role in bringing about the ceasefire. He's also repeated his offer to mediate on Kashmir, while India has made it clear that only return of POK and terror are on the table. And we also know that it's the Pakistani DGMO who wanted de-escalation. In fact, Pakistan was the one that wanted it, considering that India had already, hit out at Pakistani air bases. How can India navigate this diplomatically, specifically, because India-US ties are also very important?
Well, I can't speak for what President Donald Trump has put out on social media. That's for him and his advisors to explain. But I think we've heard it very clearly from the government, the sequence of steps and I can tell you that I cannot imagine, and I've been through this in different capacities over the past 25 years, and more recently also in the government, that we would take the cue from the United States and say, okay, if you want us to stop, we will stop. Remember, we set out with every military action has a set of objectives. There's no open-ended military campaign in the world. And if you have a set of objectives, and if you achieve those objectives, then you want to minimize further costs and further risks, right? And if the adversary comes to you and says that we will not take any further, we are going to refrain from attacking you, we are going to refrain from pursuing missile and drone attacks, and that we will do some things to stop terrorism coming out of emanating from Pakistan, then we take that step, and we have simply suspended. We haven't said, okay, we believe you, and we are completely de-escalating. So we are in that state, and I don't think that there is any question of a third-party mediation. It has never been the case in the past. It will never be the case in the future. And logically speaking also, if you see around the world, unless two parties are willing to do something, no third party can come in and mediate and put pressure, and certainly not on a country like India. That is not going to happen. So any decision that we eventually take between our two countries will solely be the decision of our two countries. And whatever President Trump or US interlocutors might say publicly, or they may say it on social media, has no bearing on the sequence of events, our position, and our posture going forward. And as you have seen, what Prime Minister has clearly enunciated in his speech with regard to the prospects of India-Pakistan relations going forward, which is obviously the marker is nothing will happen unless terrorism stops. And that remains the case, including for the Indus Waters Treaty.
Right. Ambassador Ashraf, my last question to you, sir. A lot of experts have also been talking about how this is going to be seen globally, the ramifications of Operation Sindoor, because we are all convinced that, yes, of course, diplomatically, militarily, India has come out in a superior way. But people have also been talking about the dehyphenation of India and Pakistan that the government has been working on. What happens to that? And also, why is there no more international reprimand of Pakistan, specifically when it comes to its bluster around nuclear capabilities?
Well, I mean, I've said that before and wrote about it even before this started, that you cannot expect, or we cannot expect the international community to do our job for us. This is the responsibility of a major power like India to take the responsibility for securing her people and for safeguarding the country. So I don't think that we would be overly concerned about this prospect or this rehyphenation that actually Pakistan is very keen on, and that sometimes Western media and some of the Western powers would like to propagate as well. I think the hyphenation exists in the mind. The differences in the economies, the trajectory of growth, the differences in every attribute of power is for everyone to see. Technologically, militarily, economically, politically, diplomatically, and internationally. And this is something where anyway there is a war, there will always be some level of international attention to it. But that doesn't mean that we see ourselves boxed into South Asia or rehyphenated with Pakistan, because as I said, and I repeat it again, that there is a completely different level of, between the two countries on every attribute of power, and completely different trajectories. And that is there for everyone to see. And we will continue on that path. Yeah. And we will continue to grow at the pace that we are. And we don't need to go every year to the IMF and to the World Bank and to other bilateral donors, because that is a leverage for them. Why the international community does not reprimand them? I think partly they recognize that this is a aimless bluster. Right. Which has no substance. And the second is that Pakistan probably, because it has a lot of nuisance value, also have some strategic merit for them in terms of their own, perhaps, counter-terrorism operations.
Thank you, Ambassador Ashraf, for those excellent insights. It's important and possible to be calibrated, responsible, restrained, and also for the India growth story to grow. Thank you so much for your insights. Moving on to some breaking news now. There's been an encounter in the forests of Shopian in Jammu and Kashmir. There's been a gunfight with terrorists. That's what we understand. That's the news that's breaking right now. My colleague Shiv Arur joins us from Gandarbal, and he is going to tell us what has happened here. Shiv, yes, we are trying to connect with Shiv in just a bit. The encounter has happened in the forests of Shopian is what we understand. And remember, this is happening even as there is a ceasefire that's been put in place, an understanding of peace between India and Pakistan. It's been a week since Operation Sindoor was launched, and also 3 weeks since the Pahalgam terror attack took place. Posters initially came up in Shopian also announcing rewards. What we understand is that there is an encounter with terrorists that has taken place in the forests of Shopian in Jammu and Kashmir, even as several districts in Jammu and Kashmir are coming back to being normal. There's a sense of normalcy in non-border districts, but this has happened in Shopian is what we understand. 1 week since Operation Sindoor was launched, and encounter in the forest of Shopian. Remember, the Prime Minister spoke about Operation Sindoor just yesterday, saying that India will always hit back with decisive and resolute retaliation every time it is met with an act of terror. Any act of terror is an act of war against India. That's what he has asserted, justifying Operation Sindoor, which was launched just a week ago. And Operation Sindoor saw not just a diplomatic offensive, economic offensive, but also a military offensive against Pakistan, hitting out at terror bases. My colleague Shiv Arur joins us with more details on this. Shiv, tell us about this encounter that's broken out with terrorists in Shopian. What do we know so far?
This is deferred information because this is obviously a very sensitive issue that we're talking about. But yes, an encounter has broken out, we're told, with 4 terrorists in the forest of Shopian, an undisclosed location which we won't be getting into any more details in. We are told by our local contacts that a firing exchange actually began. The encounter actually began in Pahalgam, which is further south from Shopian, after which the terrorists actually escaped from that site. And then contact was established once again in the forests of Shopian, where that encounter is apparently on at this point of time. We won't be going into details of either location or the numbers, but the security forces, the army and the CRPF are both involved. The Rashtriya Rifles are involved in this encounter. Remember, today is 3 weeks since the Pahalgam encounter. We've spoken to a number of people. There is no confirmation yet of any link with the Pahalgam terrorists. Whether they are or not is not established at this point of time. So we cannot confirm or categorically say one way or the other whether this is the case. We are also told that the last encounter that took place against terrorists was 11 days ago, a full 11 days ago. So we are still awaiting information on this developing story.
Right. Shiv, also help us understand the context to this. This is happening even as there's an understanding of peace. There's an understanding of ceasefire between India and Pakistan. There have been conversations that have happened between DGMOs. What does this mean for that existing ceasefire?
Two separate things, at least tactically speaking, because the ceasefire agreement between the two countries right now is on the line of control, and as far as airspace violations is concerned, it pertains basically to the militaries of the two countries. But remember that India has sent out a very strong message as far as any terrorist action being waged against India being interpreted as an act of war and being responded to militarily against Pakistan's military. Now the genesis of this particular encounter is unclear at this point of time. We're not very clear whether there was an attempt at a terror attack or they were intercepted, or whether these are people who are being pursued already as part of anti-terror operations ongoing in J&K at this point of time. All of those details are still in the air right now because this is the initial news break that we've gotten from the location, and I will also confirm to you that it happened began about a good 2 hours ago is when this operation started in Shopian, but no connection with the ceasefire understanding. But it's still extremely sensitive, and your question is pertinent because any conflagration in South Kashmir or elsewhere, any attempts to disturb the peace, any links with Pakistan-based terror groups at this point of time will be seen in a very, very serious manner, and in a probably an even more amplified manner than usual. So given the new rules of engagement, this is a tense and volatile and precarious time, so we'll be tracking it very, very closely.
Thank you, Shiv Arur, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on this. This is about the encounter that broke out in Shopian. Moving on to other stories now, India informs WTO about tariffs plan. In fact, India has proposed retaliatory duties, is what we understand, tariffs to be raised on US products. US steel, aluminium will be impacted, and tariff implementation is after 30 days. My colleague Rishabh joins us with more details. Rishabh is from NDTV Profit. Tell us what is the importance of India informing WTO about its tariff plan, Rishabh, because it's clear that both US and China have also talked about their own plans, but also there are also other trade pacts that are being signed. India proposing retaliatory duties now. What does that mean for India's exports, and also what does it mean for India's trade?
What it is some sort of a toughening of India's stance on the global sort of trade platform is what we're seeing here. we're seeing that despite an active bilateral trade agreement negotiation, we've chosen to sort of oppose US's retaliatory duties at a platform like the WTO, like the World Trade Organization. Again, this is not the first time that India has done something like this. In 2018, during Trump's first term, when his administration hit at India with tariffs, by 2019, India had responded with retaliatory tariffs, and those were very, very broad-ranging as well. So we've chosen that same playbook this time around as well. We've gone and said that we don't appreciate the tariffs that we've put on our steel and aluminium exports, and we've gone ahead and chosen to retaliate. Again, this proposal, it's currently only at the proposal stage. These might take effect after 30 days. There's still no clarity on that. If the US reaches out for negotiations, or if there is some sort of a mediation of this, then these tariffs will not be implemented. But so far, as of by 8th June is when we can expect these tariffs to roll out if there is no sort of mediation coming in from both sides.
Thank you, Rishabh, for joining us with those details. Moving on to some global stories now. Donald Trump, President of US, will begin his Middle East tour today. His visit to Gulf nations. He will touch down in Riyadh today and then head to Doha and Abu Dhabi. What's expected behind closed doors? My colleague Vishal joins us with more details on this. Vishal, there's so much that I want to ask you. Qatar is also one country that has the military base of United States of America. These are countries that play an important role in peace in Gaza, and of course, when it comes to investments, when it comes to nukes and also oil. What is on agenda as far as Donald Trump is concerned?
Well, the official agenda has not been released, but there are several reports, several experts have said that the administration of US, they are looking for big time investments in the Gulf states. All the three states are some of the richest countries on earth. So they are, US president already has some businesses in the region through his family. His sons have a lot of businesses in these countries. So he's, trying to expand on that. There's reports suggesting that there could be investments as much as $1 trillion to be precise. And there are several other things also on the agenda as per reports, such as there is a prospect that the US-Saudi nuclear pact could be, signed. There could be big-time discussions on that, because Saudi had been trying for this deal to be signed. So far, that has not happened, but so that is a likelihood. And there's also another angle to the whole story, which is that he won't be visiting Israel while he's in the Middle East. Though there's no reason given by the administration as to why he is not visiting Israel, but so far that is the schedule. And also the fact that there could be some discussions on the Israel-Hamas war and the Gaza ceasefire as to what's the way forward, because as we know, in the last 2 months, the ceasefire, the fragile ceasefire which had been reached, has not been successful. So these topics, these will be the main topics, and of course investment will be the bigger picture as to what kind of new projects both the countries start, and also the civil nuclear pact that is expected to be talked about.
Oil, nukes, Gaza, perhaps a luxury jet, and $1 trillion in investment promises. From Riyadh to Doha and Dubai, Trump is chasing what he loves most: big business, bigger headlines, and billionaire friendships. As Donald Trump kickstarts his first foreign tour of his second term, the world is watching, but not just for handshakes and speeches.
President Trump will return to re-emphasize his continued vision for a proud, prosperous, and successful Middle East, where the United States and Middle Eastern nations are in cooperative relationships, and where extremism is defeated in place of commerce and cultural exchanges.
As experts assert, Trump wants to return to Washington with a trophy. So behind the red carpets and closed-door boardrooms lies a high-stakes geopolitical chessboard, and India would do well to take note. In just 72 hours, Trump will crisscross Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, and his mission? Secure massive trade, tech, and oil deals, and perhaps even push for controversial nuclear cooperation with Riyadh. And the three energy-rich Gulf Arab nations? Well, they are racing to turn their influence over Donald Trump into tangible gains.
This trip ultimately highlights how we stand on the brink of the golden age for both America and the Middle East.
Strikingly though, Trump won't be visiting Israel this time, despite being hailed once as Netanyahu's closest ally. Instead, he's expected to field tough questions from Arab leaders about the Israeli offensive in Gaza, the deepening humanitarian crisis, and America's stance on a two-state solution. Meanwhile, in a subtle but explosive move, Trump is reportedly toying with renaming the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. Now that may sound like semantics, but it's the kind of name drop that could further inflame Iran at a time of fragile nuclear negotiation. The Gulf states, meanwhile, appear torn, eager to support the United States, but still unclear on what exactly the US policy is. But why should India care? Well, this isn't just another Trump tour. It's a geopolitical balancing act with ripple effects across oil prices, trade routes, and global alliances. As you are well aware, India depends on Gulf nations for oil imports, remittances from more than 9 million expats, and also strategic trade corridors like the India-Middle East-Europe corridor. And let's not forget, China is circling the Gulf too. So as Trump courts Gulf dollars, Beijing courts Gulf loyalty. This isn't just about American politics. It's about who really pulls the strings in the new world order. All eyes are on whether Trump's diplomacy is smart statecraft or pure showbiz, and whether this is a shift in West Asia's balance of power. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV World.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Stay with us for all the big updates coming in. A gunfight has broken out in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get you those details. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. An encounter taking place in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian between security forces and terrorists is what sources have told NDTV. NDTV also gets you the clearest images of Indian strikes inside Pakistan on army bases and terror hubs. How the strikes brought Pakistan to the ceasefire table. Some sense of normalcy returning to the border towns and areas as educational institutions reopen in non-border areas.
We are very happy that all is over and we are back to normal, we are back to our school.
I'm actually very happy to be back here. After all, this school is our second home and it is amazing to be here.
Shinde Sena's outreach to Raj Thackeray. Maha Minister meets with Raj Thackeray. This outreach comes amid a buzz about a possible patch-up between the two Thackerays. And a big development in the Pollachi sex assault case. The 9 are convicted. This was a shocking case from Tamil Nadu where these men were sexually assaulting, filming and blackmailing women. Now they have all been convicted by the court. India proposes retaliatory tariffs against the United States. A face-off over US steel aluminium tariffs proposed by India. And a day after a massive rally at the stock markets, where the market saw an increase, the largest in 4 years, now a decline of 1%. All right, first up, some breaking news now coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and with concerning news, a gunfight has broken out in the Shopian between security forces and four terrorists. Now, this is what sources have told NDTV, sources in the security establishment. Now, this is a gunfight that has broken out, an encounter, and it said that these terrorists could be restricted in that area, in the forest area there in Shopian. The encounter initially began in Pahalgam and then in Shopian. Now, this is not, anything to do with, any cross-border situation. This is terrorists within Jammu and Kashmir, and now this encounter breaking out. Let's go across to Nazir, who joins us from Srinagar. Nazir, what are you hearing?
Well, details are still sketchy, but what we know so far, their security force had launched an operation in this area. It's a forest area. Some gunshots have been heard. There are reports some militants may be killed, but no confirmation yet. I spoke to a senior police officer. He said it is a thick alpine forest, so it will take a while before he can confirm. But there have been gunshots has been heard. There are two important things. Number one, it is an operation which was initiated by the security forces. And it's not any attack on the security forces. So the encounter, maybe we can call it encounter, after security forces launched the operation. Second thing, it has nothing to do with the situation along the line of control. And third thing, it appears that this encounter has also no link with the Pahalgam massacre, because that operation is simultaneously going on for the last 3 weeks. So this is a situation there in the Shopian Pahalgam forest area, where this operation is underway. Gunshots have been heard. Different reports are coming in, but we'll only say it once there's a confirmation from the security forces, official confirmation from the police, that they are conducting the operation, not us. And we'll broadcast the information once it is confirmed. So far, what police have confirmed to me, that gunshots were there, but there is no confirmation if any militant has been killed. It is a forest area, and it will take a while to get some sort of clear picture what exactly is happening.
All right, Nazir, they're reporting from Srinagar. Let's now go across to Shiv, who joins us from Gandarbal. And Shiv, as Nazir is telling us, this has nothing, of course, to do with any cross-border situation. This is also not to do with Pahalgam, but the initial reports coming in of gunshots being fired there and an encounter underway.
That is correct, Gargi. The Shopia town itself is surrounded by very thick forests. Though there's one particular forest, we won't take its name because this is a live operation that we're reporting here on NDTV, and we won't be revealing any operational details either. There are apparently 4 terrorists who are being encountered right now. The actual outbreak, the contact with these terrorists in this particular forest outside Shopia began about a couple of hours ago. There has been an exchange of fire. There was a separate exchange of fire with this same group apparently in Kulgam at an unspecified time, after which the terrorists actually managed to escape, and now it has broken out once again in the Shopia forest. Like Nazir said, no confirmation, no link whatsoever with the Pahalgam terrorists. Remember, today happens to be 3 weeks since the Pahalgam massacre. Ongoing operations have been continuing in various parts of J&K to hunt down those 3 terrorists who were involved in the massacre of 26 tourists. This particular encounter appears to be different. At least so far, there is no link with what has happened in Pahalgam. We're hearing from our local contacts in Shopia that 2 of the 4 terrorists who are involved in this encounter right now may be foreign terrorists. Identities are not coming to the fore at this point of time. Is there a possible link with some of the houses that had been demolished in either Shopia, Kupwara or Pulwama is also unclear at this time. But this is the latest, the latest aspect of what has apparently been an ongoing operation in South Kashmir. So we're awaiting details, and like Nazir also rightly said, nothing to do with what's happening on the line of control, etc. This is a security forces initiated encounter where an intelligence tip-off or an intelligence alert has led them to, to attempt to ambush these terrorists who may have been trying to either get away or hide, and now that operation is on in Shopia.
Right, Shiv, but at a time when things are slowly returning to normal, of course, it's concerning. But we'd like to also tell our viewers that these combing operations, this sort of operation where they're looking for terrorists hiding in various, villages or forests has also been going on. And so this is a result of that, where some sort of information was received regarding terrorists. And this, again, remains something that has been, a big challenge in Jammu and Kashmir.
You're absolutely right. There have been multiple ongoing operations in different parts of not just the Kashmir Valley, but also in the Jammu area. Obviously, we've not been reporting on precisely where these operations have been happening. But the truth of the matter is that since Pahalgam, various sporadic encounters have taken place parallel to the demolition of certain terrorists' homes, etc., in order to try and bring out more information. Over 100 overground workers who are basically the madadgars or the facilitators of terrorists in the local population have already been detained by security agencies. Some of them are being interrogated. It is understood that up to 15 OGWs, Gargi, have either directly or indirectly been facilitators or helpers of the Pahalgam terrorists. Whether the ongoing operation has some link with Pahalgam is not clear right now. Remember, at this point of time, there is no reason to believe that the security forces, at least in public, have not said about anything about whether they know where those terrorists might be. Are they still in Pahalgam? Remember 6 days ago when we were reporting from Pahalgam, just a couple of days before Operation Sindoor began, the CRPF there had actually briefed the media and said that there were 54 escape routes from Pahalgam and the terrorists could have taken any one of them. There may be some safe haven or some safe house or a hideout within the forests of Pahalgam themselves or in the Anantnag district at large. It's incredible to think that it's 21 days have passed. A near war has happened between India and Pakistan. So many bases have been, reduced to rubble. Terror sites have been impacted by Indian missiles. But the 3 terrorists responsible for Pahalgam are still out there, and there's no reason to believe that the security forces are any closer to catching them. This encounter part of a larger group of operations, obviously, that has broken out. And I agree with you, definitely impacts the the idea of normalcy returning to Kashmir. It's only a reminder once again of what really happens here.
All right, Shiv, thanks so much for joining us with all those developing, all the developing news and news of this encounter. We'll continue to get you all the very latest, but moving on for the moment, now we share with you the clearest satellite imagery to be released so far of the Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases. Remember, this is something the defense forces have also been sharing, but now we have accessed these satellite images, which actually show very clearly the extent of the damage caused by the relentless Indian precision strikes deep inside Pakistan. These images we're going to see will include bases of Sukur in Sindh, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan in southern Punjab, PF base Mushaf in Sargodha, and PF base Shehbaz Jacobabad in northern Sindh as well. Well, let's go across to Vishnu, who will take us through all these images. Over to you, Vishnu.
Well, let me first tell you why, Gargi, high-resolution satellite imagery is important. Remember, during the surgical strikes of 2016 or during Balakot in 2019, there was no real satellite imagery that came across which decisively proved that India had struck its targets. Not so this time. Now, a lot of the imagery which has been released over the last couple of days is fairly low-resolution imagery. In fact, when we broadcast it over our TV screens, people would have struggled to actually see, oh, look, is there really a hit? What exactly is it? But the images that we are about to show you from Noor Khan in Chaklala, Sargodha, Jacobabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Bholari, all those points marked out on your map are the clearest ever. Now, this is Jacobabad. It is a massive hangar over there. If there are any aircraft inside, those would have been destroyed as well. This shows the extent of the Indian strike and the accuracy of the Indian strike in one of the bases. Let's go to the next image, which is of the Bholari Air Base. And this, to my mind, is the clearest of the images that we are releasing. Bholari would have had, some reports indicate, either an AWACS aircraft or a transport aircraft inside, people inside as well. But again, a precision strike going right through the hangar, right through the roof of the hangar and destroying it. Sukur is the next one that we can show you. And again, one of the buildings over here, the one on the right, is entirely flattened. It's been destroyed completely. It's believed to have been a UAV base, but it's this relentless pressure on Pakistan by the Indian armed forces which proved that, look, we can hit your air bases and thereby disable your air force, which went a long way towards persuading them to come to the ceasefire table. That's the key point over here. It was these strikes which sent a message. Let's go to the next one, which is at the Noor Khan Air Base. And this is a key part of their operational hub at Noor Khan, a series of buildings over there destroyed. As you can see on your screen, India used Scalp missiles, BrahMos missiles, and perhaps Hammer missiles as well. We didn't have any of these other than the BrahMos in 2019, but that was not used on that occasion. There's the imagery of the Noor Khan Air Base. We've done the damage to the runway that you can now see in the next image. Let's have that up. The moment, and this is from one of the premier air bases, Mushaf in Sargodha, the moment you make runways non-operational or inoperational, Air Force fighters cannot operate. And the fact that you've done this across quite a few air bases, and it takes hours, if not days, to actually fix the craters which have been formed, that is very significant in terms of the operations of the Pakistan Air Force. Let's take a look now at another image of Mushaf. This is another part of the runway which has been hit. This is, I believe, a deeper crater. Again, this would have meant that this airbase is non-operational. Rahim Yar Khan is another Pakistani airbase. Again, the runway crater. Fixing this would take time. The structure around it has been weakened. Depending on the number of hits on the runway, that runway's use would also have been a clear factor, a problem for them. So that gives you an idea of what India has been saying over the last several days. It's the pressure, the weight of these strikes that persuaded Pakistan to come to the negotiating table.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and really taking us through those images of what India really wrought in Pakistan. Now, yesterday, the Prime Minister addressed the nation. It was his first address since the Pahalgam terror attack in India's military response. The Prime Minister declared that Operation Sindoor as a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal. He also said Operation Sindoor has merely been pause. It's not stopped. With 26 civilians brutally killed, the Prime Minister justified India's assertive retaliation, framing it as morally necessary and strategically calibrated. The Prime Minister said while it was true that the present times were not an age of war, he says this was also not the age of terrorism.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी।
All right, so the Prime Minister stating that no nuclear blackmail will be tolerated anymore, an important address to the nation and more importantly, a statement to the rest of the world. NDTV's Shivaru reports.
Are still a while away from being normal because local administrations are trying to sanitize these villages from unexploded shells or ordnance that may have landed there and pose a grave risk. All of this obviously taking place in the backdrop of Prime Minister Modi's very powerful 23-minute speech delivered to the nation yesterday, where he drew several red lines around Pakistan, one defining that India will no longer tolerate nuclear blackmail and allowing terrorism to flourish in its shadow, and that any talks with Pakistan will only be about terror and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So on the one hand, you've got very decisive, firm sort of unconditional messaging to Pakistan at the political level, saying that, look, we aren't just about talk. We have shown you by, bombing 12 of your forward air bases, the very heart of the Pakistan military. There's all this talk about, the next possible wave of escalations by India targeting their nuclear command and control elements. There's a lot of misinformation going around about, what the next step from Pakistan itself might be. So I think it is important to acknowledge that while normalcy maybe sort of looms on the horizon, these are two countries still very much in war mode. India certainly is, and you can pretty much bet that Pakistan is, given what they've been subjected to in the last 72 to 96 hours. And therefore, it's very important to acknowledge that things are on a hair trigger. It's going to take a while for the entire war machine to actually wind down. And therefore, these points of contact and the big messaging from the political leadership will be crucial going forward.
So it is exactly a week ago on the intervening night of May 7th and 8th that India chose to give Pakistan a befitting reply for the role it played in orchestrating the murder of 26 men, mostly tourists, in Pahalgam. But now, after the conclusion of these hostilities and the conflict along our western border, today some good news with schools reopening in non-border districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Educational institutions were closed following the escalation of the tensions between India and Pakistan. Well, the children are definitely very, very happy to be back, as one of the students tells NDTV's Nazir, to be back in their second home, their school.
Well, thank goodness it is back to normal and schools in Jammu and Kashmir are open. Though in border districts they still remain closed, but in Srinagar and other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, schools have been opened except border areas. Schools were closed because of as part of contingency measures, because of the fear when the bombs started falling. And the young kids who had never seen this type of harrowing experience, they had to be sent back. Schools had to be closed. I'm here at DPS Srinagar. And let me talk to the kids who have seen this. And the schools are open. You are smiling.
Yes, we are very happy that all is over and we are back to normal. We are back to our school after not a long time, after a short
I
period.
understand that was a short but a very harrowing.
Yes, we were not certain that will it be over this soon, but Alhamdulillah, it's now all is over and we are back.
Oh, you are happy. And you?
And yeah, I'm happy too. It was just that lot of uncertainty in my mind, and it was full of some suspense that if we could go back to school, appear at exams, and
so
everything
there
would
was
go
that
back to
uncertainty
normal.
whether you would be able to go back soon.
Yeah, there was extreme uncertainty, and we were extremely scared about what was going to happen next and what were to be Kashmir's future.
And this must be first time in your life happening like this.
Yes, this is the first time we have went through this. So we were not sure about this.
Right. And you?
I'm also happy meeting my friends again, and the schools have opened after some days. So I was also a lot scared about what would happen next and what would be the conditions and after how much time would we be able to attend our schools.
Right. So now you are back in school and today is your exam?
Yes.
Yeah. And you?
I'm actually very happy to be back here. After all, this school is our second home.
Okay.
And it is amazing to be here. We were so scared the whole time being at home, whether our school will be all good, our teachers, our friends, if everything is going to be good. But after all, we put our trust in God, and Alhamdulillah, everything is well.
Alhamdulillah, everything is well.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I also felt really happy, joyful, because the school reopened now because of after this all terrific experience, and we had to experience this because we are Gen Z and Gen Alpha. We have not experienced it before, these blackouts, these sirens, and I'm really happy that the school reopened.
Right. And you?
I also feel really happy and I feel really relieved because after such a terrifying moment, schools are open. Now we can finally meet our friends, our teachers, and that was a really terrifying and horror moment for us as we have experienced for the first time. But I feel really relieved that our school is now open.
Okay, you wouldn't talk?
I'm very excited to come to school after a long period of time. I was missing my teachers, my staff, my friends very much. This was a very horrible and terrifying
And what
time.
was when you heard those loud bangs, explosions?
I was very terrified, right? I thought that what is happening right here. I was not able to understand, as I have not never witnessed these types of explosions, these types of drones.
Thankfully, here the schools are open. Even yesterday when DGMO spoke to each other, they not only decided that there should not be a single round of fire, should not be fired, they also decide that there should be a troop reduction from the borders and the forward areas. It has happened after a long time. It means that while there was a war-like situation, both countries fought each other, but at the same time, they are restoring situation, semblance of calm and peace along the borders with lightning speed, and reduction of troops from the borders and the forward areas is a huge move forward.
All right, lovely to hear those young girls returning to school and very excited over that. Now that the India-Pakistan conflict has ended in a sense, as the Prime Minister said, Operation Sindoor is on hold right now, but the opposition parties, remember, have been pushing for a special parliament session so that the government can further elaborate, rather than the Prime Minister's monologue, as the Congress described it, that the government can further elaborate about Operation Sindoor. Also, the left and Congress both have demanded clarity on US claims that have been made during this time. US President Donald Trump claiming that he played a big role. His latest claim even saying that, he had used trade as a means of getting India and Pakistan to declare the ceasefire. The BJP on its part says the Prime Minister sent a direct and firm message to Pakistan.
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight, and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
बात ऐसी ऐतिहासिक विशेष सत्य पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इवैल्यूएटिंग डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है। मिनिस्टर को भी सब डिस्कस करना इतना आसान नहीं कि फायदे की बात नहीं है।
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions, which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindoor operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay, but ceasefire. How ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America? Even now, America claims many things. It is because of Donald Trump and American administration, both India and Pakistan agreed for ceasefire. And what is the truth?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, the opposition continue to push for its demand for a special session. The left and Congress both saying that they want clarity as well on these claims that have been made again and again by the US.
Well, and politics over it have started. Of course, opposition on one side has backed and lauded the Indian Armed Forces for successful Operation Sindoor, but certain questions are being asked by the opposition from the government. It is the Congress party who is stating that after 3 days of Kargil war on 26th of July 1999, it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee's government who constituted a Kargil War Review Committee, and that was headed by K. Subramaniam, who is the father of S. Jaishankar, who is the current External Affairs Minister, and that particular report was submitted to the Parliament, and thorough investigation took place. Whether this government will also do the same, a review committee of sort would be constituted to ensure that the entire country or the parliamentarians got to know that what were the lapses in the intelligence are some questions that the Congress party is asking, and also demanding this government to call an all-party meeting which should be chaired this time by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The opposition also stating that why just before a few minutes when Prime Minister was about to deliver an address to the nation, Donald Trump came out and gave a statement that it was the United States who ensured that there is ceasefire on both the sides, and what sort of agreement does the country have with United States, whether there will be any sort of mediation or any venue has been chosen for the dialogue. All of these answers is something that Prime Minister should give to the country. It is also the lapses that were in the intelligence as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. That was something that the country wants to know, is something what opposition has been saying. But it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had lauded the armed forces, the Prime Minister, for a decisive action against the terror infrastructures, the terror outlets in Pakistan. And as Prime Minister stated yesterday that terror and talks will not go hand in hand. If any dialogue will happen with Pakistan, that will only be on the terrorism, or it will be on Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly a line has been drawn. There will be no blackmailing of nuclear, and India will give a befitting reply in the future as well if there is any sort of terror activity that is from the Pakistani soil, and a line has been drawn. But remains to be seen whether the government calls a special session of Parliament is being demanded by the opposition, or an all-party meeting that will be chaired by Prime Minister, or a review committee that the government might constitute. These are some demands that only time will tell whether the government ensures that the demands have been are being fulfilled or not.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much there. So politics taking place now, and the opposition demanding that special session and clarity on the US role, if any. Now, following the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, New Delhi lifted the temporary closure of various airports, in fact 32 in all, in parts of northern and western India, making them available for regular civil flight operations. But for normalcy to return to these airports and for air operations, it's going to take longer. Air India, Indigo have issued some travel advisory, and they've cancelled flights to several of these airports, saying in view of latest developments and keeping your safety in mind, certain flights have been cancelled. Tanushka with the details.
So the 32 airports have been reopened. These airports were temporarily closed by the Aviation Ministry, keeping in accord of the situation with the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. But these 32 airports have been reopened now, as per the Airports Authority of India in its notification. Now, of course, there are still border-sensitive regions such as Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Amritsar, Chandigarh, and in these areas, precaution is also being maintained. So on one hand, normalcy is being brought back, but precaution is also being maintained in border regions, which is why airlines such as Indigo and Air India have cancelled their flights to these regions as of today. So for today, these flights stand cancelled to these areas, and for Air India, some other areas in Gujarat as well, such as Porbandar and Rajkot, flights also remain cancelled. However, as of yesterday, the Delhi to Jammu flight and the Delhi to Chandigarh flight for Indigo flew through without any hiccups. It was only the Delhi to Amritsar flight that made a U-turn back to the capital midway and was diverted in the air. and that we understand was because precautionary measures were taken in Amritsar and in adjoining areas in Punjab as a complete blackout was called for, and because of which this flight came back to New Delhi. But what we are also understanding at this point is that misinformation regarding the Jammu airport being closed is false. The Jammu airport is also reopened and is completely functional. So the Airports Authority and the Ministry maintains that these 32 airports have reopened. However, the airlines themselves are also, taking decisions as to their own discretion. Air India Express has resumed flight operations to all of these airports and places. And what we also understand is that these, the airport services and operations can't just switch back to normal within overnight. These, logistics take time. So these flight operations and the coordination, the crowd management, reallocation of staff, all of this is gradually underway and will happen soon in a phased out manner.
And now a report from the northeast, where the first Tiranga Yatra that was announced by the BJP is taking place to hail the success of the Indian Armed Forces in Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. This was held in Arunachal Pradesh's Walong. This is close to the China border, with the Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu leading the rally with his cabinet colleagues, as well as local leaders, army personnel, and locals there as well. And the patriotic fervor at this easternmost frontier rekindled the love for the nation and strengthening the collective resolve to stand in unwavering support of our defense forces. So this was announced by the BJP yesterday, that Tiranga Yatras will be taken out in several parts of the country, and the first here taking place so close to the China border. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
Welcome back. Let's get you news now from Jammu and Kashmir. And even as we talk of normalcy returning to our border areas, now reports of a gunfight, an encounter underway in the forest of Shopian. This is between security forces, and we're told 4 terrorists are holed up there. Let's go across to Shiv for more on this on this encounter that has just broken out. These visuals that you're seeing are deferred visuals. And Shiv, so what can you share with our viewers at this point?
What we can share at this point of time is that an encounter has broken out in the Zampatri Shukru forest. It's a large area around Shopia, very thick forest, where an exchange of fire has been reported. We're not going to talk about any specifics, but this is a joint operation of the Rashtriya Rifles and the Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group. There was an initial exchange of fire earlier today, we are told, south of Shopia at an undisclosed location, after which the terrorists managed to escape, and then the encounter broke out once again in the forest of Shopia. It is our understanding that 2 foreign terrorists and maybe 1 or 2 local terrorists are involved in this particular operation, and the exchange of fire is still on. It should be pointed out that there is no confirmation one way or the other about whether there is any link with the Pahalgam massacre. Today happens to be 3 weeks since the Pahalgam attack, and the 3 terrorists who are being hunted for Pahalgam are still out there. No reason to believe or no confirmation whatsoever if this particular encounter in Shopia has anything to do with the Pahalgam terrorists. But ongoing operations have been on, remember, in Jammu and Kashmir, in different parts, in different districts for nearly 3 weeks now since the Pahalgam attack. And there is reason to believe that those terrorists have not yet been found, the 3 terrorists, including Hashim Musa of Pakistan and another foreign terrorist who are still being hunted. This particular operation in Shopia could have something to do with a previous operation. One of the persons involved, one of the local terrorists involved, who is understood to be a tanzeem of Lashkar-e-Taiba, is said to be a person whose house was demolished in the spate of demolitions that took place in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. And therefore, we are still tracking it. It's an evolving story, it's an evolving situation. So we will have specific details once we speak to our sources within the police who are involved in this operation.
All right, Shiv Arur, they're reporting from Ganderbal on this gunfight that has broken out in Shopia. As he's telling us, it's between security forces and 4 terrorists. This even as the border areas are slowly returning to normalcy after the ceasefire. This encounter initially began in Pahalgam and then shifted to Shopia. Security forces intercepted the terrorists following an intelligence input. We'll continue to track all these developments. But moving on now to some other news as well, and let's get you, politics from Maharashtra now. And amid speculations of Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences between the 2 cousins, a recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and Maharashtra Minister Uday Samant, a key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, has raised eyebrows, has definitely caused some speculation. Let's go across to Anuj now for more. And Anuj, so, a lot, the political watchers there in Maharashtra watching the Thackerays closely, but now this meeting with a minister also taking place with Raj Thackeray.
In the early hours of today morning, we saw a senior Shiv Sena minister, Uday Samant, who holds the portfolio of industries and Marathi language, meet Raj Thackeray. Why this is important is because this is the 3rd meeting taking place between these 2 leaders in the recent months. And more importantly, this is the first meeting of a Shiv Sena leader with Raj Thackeray after an open offer was made by Uddhav Thackeray to Raj Thackeray to join in the hands with the Mahavikas Aghadi, but only on one condition, that Raj Thackeray would have to let go of his old relations with the Gaddars or the traitors of the state, making a very indirect reference to Shinde Sena. However, after that, we saw that both the Supremos, Raj and Uddhav, did not make any comment on that, but the other leaders from the same party spoke. Today, we can see Raj Thackeray is back from, his foreign tour. He is going to pull up his socks and is going to start his campaign for the party on a war footing across the state. We know for a fact that he will be in Nashik for the next couple of days for the preparation of the municipal corporation election. And in that regard, this meeting becomes extremely crucial. Although while speaking to the media, Uday Samant made it very clear that this was an extremely formality meeting, just over chai and khichdi. But, the political pundits in the state have already started talking about the possibility of another reunion between Shiv Sena and MNS, but this time with the Shinde Sena. We have to remember that Shiv Sena, or rather the BJP-led Mahayuti, locked horns with Raj Thackeray over the issue of the language row, wherein Raj Thackeray's MNS led the anti-Hindi protest across the western part of Maharashtra, especially in this part of the state, that is in Mumbai city. After that, one could see that the distance between both the parties, that is MNS and BJP, grew a little more, giving or creating vacuum for a space wherein a decision was to be made between Mahavikas Aghadi, especially between Shiv Sena UBT and Raj Thakre's MNS. But with no further development happening on that regards, we can see that Shiv Sena Shinde faction is trying to act very proactively and trying to make sure that they secure their Marathi votes in Prabhadevi, Worli, Dadar and Girgaon area by joining hands with Raj Thakre. But what will be the eventual end of this will only become clear once there is an official announcement of the BMC elections.
All right, thanks so much, Anush, for joining us with those details. Shifting now to Tamil Nadu, where a sessions court in Coimbatore convicted all 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Pollachi. It was a trial which had gripped massive public attention back in 2019, given how sordid it was and how extensive as well. Now the justice has found all the men guilty of gang rape and repeated rape. The punishment will be announced. Let's go across to Sam Daniel for more on this story. And Sam, this was an extremely sordid and shocking case of sexual assault, gang rape, blackmail as well. And now all the men convicted, the prosecution, they're pushing for a life sentence.
That's right, Gargi. This particular case had shaken up the entire country in 2019 when it came to light, and a court in Coimbatore an hour ago has convicted all the 9 men accused in this case. They've been found guilty of gang rape and repeated rape of women. And these men had at that point in time sexually assaulted these young women, including a young college student, video recorded the act and blackmailed them for repeated sexual assaults. And so far, 8 young women had come forward to complain. It was a challenging case because the prosecution relied only on the video footage available, and they had to validate them through forensic investigation. And not a single witness had turned hostile, and all have been found guilty. The prosecution has sought life till death, and the advocates for the accused, they demanded leniency, citing their young age, they are unmarried, and that they have elderly parents. And the punishment would be awarded at 12. And this has been welcomed by women rights groups who have been championing the cause, and they demand compensation for these women besides government job. At that point in time, in 2019, the AIADMK was in power. At that time, the ruling party had then faced allegations of attempting to cover up and also delay in filing an FIR. At that point, the party had expelled one of the accused who was a party member, but distanced itself from any other larger role in the case. Now all eyes would be on what the court has to say in terms of the award of punishment, Gargi.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. And now shifting our focus to Punjab, where 14 people have died after consuming spurious liquor. This is in 4 villages of Amritsar district. The deceased include 3 youth from Bhangali and Marari Kalan villages and 2 from Tariwal village. So disturbing news really with spurious liquor once again, causing the deaths of locals there in Punjab. Let's just listen into what the police had to say.
देखिए जी, हमें कल रात को अराउंड 10 हमें एक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है कि यहाँ पे स्प्यूरियस लिकर पी के लोगों की डेथ्स होनी शुरू हो गई हैं। हमें जैसे इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है हम तुरंत कार्रवाई करते हुए हमने जो यहाँ के लोकल जो इन्फॉर्मेशन के मुताबिक 4 लोग थे उनको हमने इमीडिएटली राउंड अप कर लिया। उनसे फिर हमने पता करा तहकीकात में कि यहाँ पे जो मेन सप्लायर है यहाँ का प्रभजीत सिंह, जो पंगाली गांव का है रहने वाला, पंगवा गांव का रहने वाला है, उसको हमने अरेस्ट किया। फिर उससे पूछा तो यहाँ का जो किंग पिन है सप्लायर साहब सिंह है, राजस्थान का रहने वाला, उसको भी हमने राउंड अप कर लिया। हमारी तरफ से सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ डोर टू डोर जाया जा रहा है और जितने लोग इसमें अफेक्टेड हो सकते हैं उनको भी हम काबू करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
All right, returning our focus to the situation after Operation Sindoor, and the ceasefire was declared. But remember, reviews will continue. And now our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, there you can see those visuals, holding a meeting with the Tri-Services chiefs. And this is to review the security situation and what is taking place along the border, even as normalcy is somewhat returning. Though, remember, there have been reports of drone sightings last night in the Samba sector. And today, there is a an encounter underway in Shopia. So these review meetings will continue for a while now. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more. Aishwarya, give us the details. The Raksha Mantri there reviewing security with the tri-services chiefs.
Well, as Prime Minister stated yesterday, that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, and it is just postponed but not stopped. It is, of course, Indian Armed Forces which is on alert, and now today it is Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh reviewing the situation with Chief of Defence Staff, Army Chief, Navy Chief, Vice Air Chief and Defence Secretary at the South Block over the situation of Operation Sindoor. It is, of course, Indian Armed Forces who had been told to remain alert on the international border and line of control to oversee the situation as far as Pakistan's action on the border areas are concerned. Remember, yesterday after the DGMO level talks, it was decided to de-escalate the situation, to withdraw the forces from the international border, and it was also decided that no firing would be exchanged and between India and Pakistan along with the line of control, be it land, air or sea, and therefore the reason perhaps remaining on alert are Indian Armed Forces. It is Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh who is currently reviewing Operation Sindoor, the successful operation that was done by Indian Armed Forces at the South Block as of now.
All right, so Defence Minister Security Review meeting, and Aishwarya, this comes even as, there's a slow return to normalcy along the border areas. Schools in non-border areas of Jammu and Kashmir have opened, but as we've been reporting here on NDTV, there has been, an encounter underway in Shopia. Last night, there were reports of, drone sightings as well, though we were told there were very few drones and this situation was being watched closely.
Well, that's right. In fact, the situation still remains tense between India and Pakistan. Of course, there is a ceasefire bilateral agreement between India and Pakistan. There's been an understanding which has come into place as far as India and Pakistani armed forces were never an aggressor in the entire face-off between India and Pakistan. Retaliation that was done, and it was in response to what action had been taken by the Pakistani armed forces. Although after normalcy in several parts of Jammu and Kashmir along with the line of control and the international border areas of Punjab, Rajasthan as well, but Indian armed forces remains watchful. They are completely on alert, as Prime Minister stated yesterday, that Operation Sindoor is just temporarily postponed. It is an ongoing operation which will continue to go on, and it is a new normal as far as India's policy is concerned against terrorism. If they act if any terror activity would be again done on the Indian soil, then a befitting reply will be given, and therefore now instructions being given, the review meeting as far as what India has achieved as far as the objectives of Operation Sindoor is concerned. It is Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh who is chairing an all-important meeting at the South Block in which we can see in those visuals Chief of Defence Staff, Army Chief, Navy Chief, Vice Air Chief and Defence Secretary briefing Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. So that review meeting currently taking place with the Defence Minister. Well, moving on to other news now, and India's informed the World Trade Organization of its proposal to impose retaliatory tariffs on select US-made goods, aiming to counter Washington's continued levies on Indian steel, aluminium exports. This, according to reports, it's in a notice dated Monday. India said the move would take the form of suspending concessions and increasing import duties on specific American products. So that is the big news coming in on the tariff front, and India proposing these retaliatory tariffs. One will have to see how the US will react to something like this. The proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States. Earlier, we spoke to Rishabh Bhatnagar for more.
what it is some sort of a toughening of India's stance on the global sort of trade platform is what we're seeing here. We're seeing that despite an active bilateral trade agreement negotiation, we've chosen to sort of oppose US's retaliatory duties at a platform like the WTO, like the World Trade Organization. Again, this is not the first time that India has done something like this. In 2018, during Trump's first term, when his administration hit at India with tariffs, by 2019, India had responded with retaliatory tariffs, and those were very, very broad-ranging as well. So we've chosen that same playbook this time around as well. We've gone and said that we don't appreciate the tariffs that we've put on our steel and aluminium exports, and we've gone ahead and chosen to retaliate. Again, this proposal, it's currently only at the proposal stage. These might take effect after 30 days. There's still no clarity on that. If the US reaches out for negotiations, or if there is some sort of a mediation of this, then these tariffs will not be implemented. But so far, as of by 8th June is when we can expect these tariffs to roll out if there is no sort of mediation coming in from both sides.
International news, and US President Donald Trump will arrive in Saudi Arabia today, kicking off a diplomatic and business-focused tour of the Gulf that also includes Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. This marks Donald Trump's first major overseas trip since starting his second term in office. Let's go across to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, tell us more about what's on the cards during this trip to some of the richest nations here by Donald Trump.
Well, the biggest thing to be looked at here is the $1 trillion investment that the US administration wants Saudi Arabia to, invest in the US. But the fact to be noted here is that that's as much as the country's last year's GDP. So that experts are saying that is highly unlikely to happen. On the other hand, Saudi Arabia has offered about $600 billion worth of investment. Even that, experts say, won't be likely. So other than that, there are several other things lined up, such as there could be discussions on expansion, actually inking of the US-Saudi civil nuclear deal. That could be one of the biggest topics to be discussed. Then there is also possibility of a big US chip export deal being signed between both the countries. These are all reports. Nothing has been spoken about this from the either administrations. And also there could be some discussions on the Gaza ceasefire deal, which has been suspended in the last 2 to 3 months. Also, there's also another angle to this whole visit, which is that he has sort of snubbed Israel this time. He is not visiting Israel, and he's visiting 3 countries, but a meeting with Netanyahu is not on the schedule, and some reports suggest that Israel at this moment doesn't really have anything to offer to US, and that is why he could have snubbed Israel.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So President Trump begins this tour, this 3-nation tour in the Gulf. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After days of shutdown, schools and colleges in non-border districts of Jammu and Kashmir have reopened. Meanwhile, border districts stay shut due to security concerns.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colours.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the big developments. A review meeting taking place with the Defence Minister and Tri-Services Chiefs. We'll get you all those details. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. A gunfight has broken out in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian between security forces and terrorists. It's said that 4 terrorists are holed up in the forest there. NDTV now brings you the clearest satellite imagery of the destruction wrought by Indian strikes inside Pakistan. These are the strikes that brought Pakistan to the ceasefire table. We'll get you all these details. A Sessions Court in Coimbatore convicts all the 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu's Pollachi, a trial that had gripped massive public attention in 2019. And the CBSE declares the Class 12 board exam results. Overall pass percentage is 88.39%. That's marginally up from last year. And once again, the girls have done better than the boys. Well, let's get you our top story now. And even as some semblance of normalcy returns to Jammu and Kashmir and schools have reopened in some parts of the border areas, however, now news coming in of a gunfight that is taking place in Shopian between security forces and terrorists is what we have learned. Let's go across to our reporters. Nazir joins us from Srinagar and Shiv joins us from Gandarbal. Nazir, first to you, what are you hearing? What can we share with our viewers right now?
Well, gunshots were heard, and there are multiple reports which are coming. Some say one militant may have been killed, but the fact is we are waiting for an official confirmation. I spoke to a senior police officer. He said that security force had launched this operation. It is a forest area and gunshots have been heard. One thing should be made very clear. It is not linked to the border situation where this peace is prevailing. No ceasefire violation for the last 2 days. And it's also not linked to any Pahalgam killings, innocent killings on April 22nd. That is a separate operation which has been going on for last 3 weeks now. Encounters are not new in Jammu and Kashmir, and it's not, militancy is not going to be over and overnight, and unfortunately not anytime soon. There are more than 100 militants who are still active here. So operation is on. The security force on an average in Kashmir Valley launch 100 operations. Sometimes they get contact, like in this case, what are reports that at least 3 or 4 militants or terrorists were in this particular area, forest area. So there was a firing incident, but so far officially, no confirmation if any of the militant has been killed in this encounter so far.
right. Shiv, as Nazir said, encounters are nothing new, and this fight against terrorists continues. Security forces remain on alert. Intelligence is used to track many of these terrorists who continue to be here, pushed in through the LOC, and that has been one of the big issues that India has been facing. But given that it comes just after the ceasefire, obviously a lot of concern with news of fighting taking place there in the forests of Shopian.
That is correct. This is an encounter that is part of the ongoing operations against various terror groups operating from Jammu and Kashmir with sponsorship and training from Pakistan. In this particular encounter that has broken out in the Zampatri Shukru forests of Shopian, and we have permission to tell some details to our viewers, but not any of the ongoing details because it is a live operation. There are at least 2 Pakistani terrorists said to be involved in this encounter, and 1 local terrorist who is a Lashkar-e-Taiba member who happens to be one of the persons whose house was destroyed in that spate of crackdown and actions post the Pahalgam attack. There is no link or confirmation whatsoever as to whether this has anything to do with Pahalgam directly or indirectly, so we will not be conjecturing or speculating on that. But do remember that we are right now on this day 3 weeks since the Pahalgam encounter, and the 3 terrorists understood to be involved in the murder of 26 civilians on the 22nd of April are still at large. There have been continuous ongoing operations in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir for the last 21 days looking for those terrorists, but there is no official word on whether there has been any success. They certainly haven't been detained so far, and it doesn't look like there is any real sense of where they actually might be. Now, South Kashmir, where Shopian falls and where this encounter is taking place, is one of the places where the Pahalgam terrorists may have made their way to in order to get some kind of a protection. Remember, Shopian, Pulwama, South Kashmir is considered to be, a grey zone, a hotbed as far as militancy and terrorism is concerned, overground workers are concerned, and therefore there has continued to be a big spotlight there. About 11 days ago, when we were in Shopian, in fact, there was an encounter in the Yarwan forest, many forests surrounding Shopian, which is, of course, the capital of Jammu and Kashmir. This particular encounter, like Nazir was reporting, we've been hearing that one of the terrorists has been shot dead, but there's no confirmation yet from the police. We are still awaiting a full update on that, which we'll get shortly. We're on our way, in fact, to Shopian, and we'll be able to report from there on the ground.
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir and Shiv, for joining us there with the very latest. We'll continue to track all those developments. But here in Delhi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is currently in a security review meeting with the tri-services chiefs all there. You can see that photograph that has been released of this meeting that is taking place. Let's go across to Aishwarya now for more on this. Aishwarya, what details can you share regarding this meeting? And this, of course, is part of the meeting that will continue, as the Prime Minister said yesterday. Operation Sindoor is halted. It's on pause right now.
Well, that's right. In fact, at South Block, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is chairing that high-level meeting in which Tri-Services Chief CDS along with the Defence Secretary is giving briefing. This is a review meeting regarding Operation Sindoor. Remember, yesterday, as you rightly mentioned, Prime Minister stated that Operation Sindoor is on hold right now, and it is an ongoing process. This is India's new policy as far as terrorism is concerned, tackling the terrorist, and how India is going to continue with this new normal. It is, of course, today a series of meetings going on. I must tell you that where I'm reporting is 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, just behind me, Prime Minister's official residence, and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has just arrived along with few senior officials as well, and a high-level meeting is still underway at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So NSA Ajit Doval meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi after yesterday's PM address to the nation, in which PM drawn the straight line that no further terror activity would be tolerated on India's soil, and India is ready to give a befitting reply to the perpetrators of terrorism in India will not distinguish between the Pak-sponsored terror and their government in the future. And India will continue to hit hard on terror, and that's the message to the world as well that has been given. On the other side, it is of course at the South Block, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairing that high-level security meeting, a review of Operation Sindoor as to what India has achieved, the objectives of Operation Sindoor being successfully achieved.
Aishwarya, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chairing that meeting. But Shiv, we also have news now which we can break about the Prime Minister morning visit to the Adampur Air Base where he met with the Air Force personnel, interacted with Jawans. We have visuals also which we'll just put up in a moment. But tell us more about this, quick trip by the Prime Minister, morale boosting visit there.
Very, very big visit of the Prime Minister to the Adampur Air Base in Punjab. Remember, Adampur had come under attack repeatedly by Pakistan drones. There had been a huge amount of misinformation from Pakistan's side that the Adampur Air Base had either been destroyed or damaged or compromised. And here you have Prime Minister Modi, a day after his big speech to the nation, visiting the Adampur Air Base. The Adampur Air Base is a frontline air base not very far from the international border. It is an airbase that is obviously a military airbase which has combat aircraft squadrons that have been involved in the ongoing operations, including Operation Sindoor. And the pictures of Prime Minister at the Adampur airbase are absolutely significant. They are dripping with symbolism because this is an airbase that not only participated in the operations, but one that the Pakistan Air Force not only directly tried to target, but they also got their cyber warriors to try and paint an image of destruction and damage. Yesterday, you had the armed forces generals at their briefing say that every single airbase of the Indian Air Force is completely operational and ready to jump back into operations. And barely 24 hours later, Prime Minister Modi is at the Adampur Air Base. Pictures of him interacting with air warriors. Very nice picture of people taking selfies with him there. The Adampur Air Base is one that has frontline squadrons of combat aircraft that are pushed into operations at very, very short notice. Extremely sensitive airbase, like I said, that's very close to the IB. Clearly, the Prime Minister choosing Adampur for a very, very specific reason, to send out a message that not only is all well, but this is an airbase that is operationally ready to leap back into the fight. Remember, the Prime Minister yesterday had said Operation Sindoor is not over. Military operations against Pakistan have only paused right now because of the understanding that has been reached between the two countries. But what the Prime Minister is sort of radiating out with these images coming in, including that very telling image of the Prime Minister. I want to read out what it actually says in that picture. It says, "Why enemy pilots don't sleep well," in front of a picture of I think that's a MiG-29. There is a MiG-29 squadron that is based in Adampur, is very, very symbolic. It sends out a huge message. This is messaging 101. Mind games being played from the Indian side as well, for the Prime Minister to pose in front of that model of a MiG-21 saying why our enemies don't sleep well. I think Pakistan would definitely have got the message.
That's right, Shiv, and we'll just try to show our viewers, what is written on top. It's getting blocked by our bans there, but very significant, this visit of the Prime Ministers to Adampur especially. This is India's second largest Air Force base, and this area has been on edge for the last couple of days, ever since Operation Sindoor. And Shiv, as you pointed out, there were all these, reports on social media of all kinds of attacks in Adampur. Yes, there were some drones, that drone offensive that one saw taking place there, and even in the fields there have been drones that have fallen there that were countered very effectively by our own defense system. So the fact that the Prime Minister chose to visit Adampur, and and that other photograph is also very heartening, the one where he's surrounded by the Air Force personnel. But yes, so now with normalcy returning here, the Prime Minister sending out this very strong message, visiting Adampur, a base of ours, a very one of the second largest bases, and this whole area has been on edge ever since these hostilities began, isn't it, Shiv?
Absolutely correct. I couldn't agree with that assessment more. These images are very, very important, not just to the Air Force itself, but also to the families of each and every one of the officers and airmen that you actually see in those pictures interacting with the Prime Minister. I wanted to add another very interesting nugget that may have, missed the attention of our viewers around the world, and that is that China has been trying to help Pakistan sell the idea that damage has been inflicted to air bases like Adampur. And it has come to our attention that China has been peddling either doctored satellite images or old images from before Operation Sindoor, when some kind of reconstruction work was taking at the base, to make it seem like Pakistan had actually managed to penetrate and damage the Adampur base. But that got busted by many different fact checkers and satellite imagery analysts like Damien Simon, whose imagery we use here on NDTV. So China also stands exposed as far as the Adampur base is concerned. And Pakistan clearly needed doctored and fake satellite images in order to, keep its domestic population in the fantasy land of having somehow inflicted damage on India. The truth is there to see. Not only has there been no damage whatsoever at the Adampur base, but everyone is on complete operational alert. It's so lovely to see officers and airmen in their flying overalls, and work clothes all there on the tarmac with the Prime Minister, all of the air warriors, crowding around the Prime Minister. Remember, Narendra Modi always tries and makes it a point to visit military facilities, no matter what the occasion, whether it is New Year or Diwali or whatever. This is, of course, a different kind of occasion. India has just made military history in terms of launching airstrikes deep inside enemy territory in Pakistan. Now, we don't know for sure, and we will never, of course, conjecture on whether Adampur combat squadrons were involved in those strikes. But I'm going to go ahead and guess that, in a whole nation approach, when the Indian Air Force was fully involved, all of our frontline air bases must have been involved in some way or the other, and so too would have been Adampur. So this is hugely symbolic. It's hugely significant. It means very much to the Air Force. It means an enormous amount to the families of officers and airmen, who would be back home in different parts of the country, spending sleepless nights, worrying about, the safety of their, beloved family members who are on the front lines at frontline air bases like Adampur. And believe me when I say, for them to see the Prime Minister there with the warriors, with the air warriors, sends out an incredible message. And I'm talking about just domestically, so you can imagine what this message sends out to Pakistan. At this point of time, Pakistan, look at the contrast between the two sides. On Pakistan, you've got 12 air bases with missile holes and debris and destruction in them. And here you've got the Prime Minister in these shiny pictures that have been released by the Prime Minister's office of him with a completely undamaged and intact Adampur Air Force Base, which Pakistan had claimed had been damaged, but is clearly not.
Base did play a crucial role in the India-Pakistan war back in 1965, and so now to have the Prime Minister there, given the kind of false information that was spread regarding Adampur, and also given the kind of tensions along the border, to have the Prime Minister visiting this base and interacting with the personnel. Just take a look at those visuals. This, even as normalcy is slowly returning, as we're saying, to these border areas. The Prime Minister in his speech yesterday did, state out those new red lines as well, as far as India goes, vis-a-vis the terror that emanates from Pakistan. So, Shiv, even as this update, we're looking at these visuals and reports of the Prime Minister's visit to Adampur. There is developments in Shopian encounter as well, which you were reporting on, and now NDTV's Nazir Masoodi confirming that 3 terrorists have been killed in that Shopian encounter. We will get you more on that story, but Shiv, coming back to Shiv, coming back to, in Delhi, we have the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh currently holding a review meeting with the tri-services chiefs. And I was wondering how come the Prime Minister wasn't holding that meeting, given that that has been what we've seen these last couple of days. And then you bring us this news that the Prime Minister actually on this visit to the Adampur airbase.
And that's also the reason why the Chief of the Air Staff is not in that meeting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Neither the Prime Minister, who could have been heading the meeting, but if you notice in the picture, you've got the Army Chief there, the Navy Chief there, the CDS there, but you've got the Vice Chief of the Air Staff, not Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh, the Chief of the Air Staff, because he obviously was accompanying Prime Minister as is protocol to the Adampur Air Base. The other people in those pictures who would have met Prime Minister would be the base commander of the Adampur base, the squadron commanders and others, the operation chiefs of Adampur, who would have all played a key role in Operation Sindoor. I have no doubts about that. The specifics, of course, are under a shroud of secrecy and are classified in the way they should be, and we will not speculate about them. But this sends out such an incredibly important message at this point of time. It radiates strength. It busts much of the misinformation that has been coming in from Pakistan, where they specifically focused on Adampur. And let me just, dwell for a moment on why the Prime Minister has chosen to go to Adampur. And, if people are curious, why not Pathankot or Amritsar or even Srinagar, which were all under quote-unquote attack from Pakistan and which Pakistan had suggested had been damaged in the drone attacks, etc. Adampur is one base in Punjab that Pakistan had repeatedly tried to project as having been damaged, having been compromised, scores of aircraft destroyed, personnel killed, the squadrons have been depleted there, a huge amount of destruction, and that the airbase will take years and years to be resurrected again. And then pop come these pictures from the Adampur airbase, where you've got the Prime Minister interacting with, shiny, happy air warriors. They don't look tired at all. These are very professional military personnel of the Indian Air Force. I'm sure that each and every one of them has had some kind of role to play or other in Operation Sindoor, because remember, when it's a frontline base not very far from the sphere of the action, you are plugged in no matter what. You may not have a direct role in what is happening, and I'm sure Adampur actually did have a direct role. Whether it is air defense, whether it is fighter aircraft, whether it is radar control, whether it is support operations, whether it is logistics, whether it is a staging ground for more fighter operations. Adampur is a key base, and like you rightly said, it has been a key base, across the spectrum of India-Pak conflict, from the 1965 war to the 1971 war. It has tried, Pakistan has tried to attack this base in the past because it is also very strategic and not very far from the international border. So Prime Minister Modi picking Adampur to visit instead of any other base is no coincidence, believe me, because this is the place where the Pakistan Air Force had its eye. They did want to try and cause maximum damage here. Wave after wave of drones and loitering munitions did try and land at this base, but all and each and every one of them was thwarted. So clearly the Prime Minister knows more than a thing or two about why Adampur is the place he needed to be today.
That's right, and we're also joined by Nazir for more. And Nazir, a big message there by Prime Minister, as Shiv was telling us, the reason Adampur was chosen was because of the kind of misinformation and lies from Pakistan. And even as Operation Sindoor is on hold, as told to us by the Prime Minister yesterday in his address, the tension continues, but a big, boost for the morale of security forces with this visit by the Prime Minister.
Well, actually, Prime Minister is translating his words into action when, in his address to nation, he saluted armed forces, Air Force, Army, Navy. Then he's going on the ground and saluting them, actually. And then there is a bigger message that Adampur Air Base is functional, as functional that Prime Minister can land there and meet with the Air Force officers and Jawans, airmen there, and show it is functional, nothing has happened, contrary to the claims and the propaganda emanating from Pakistan that Adampur base was hit and there was S-4 air defense system that has been targeted and all that. This is the message to everybody. Look, this is the base where even Prime Minister can land. He is there meeting with the airmen and, as I said, translating his words into action. And it's not just the personnel there at the Adampur Air Force airmen. It's also to all the security force personnel, Army, this Air Force and Navy, sending the message, I'm with you on the ground. It was not that Prime Minister was doing meeting with the 3 service chiefs in the rooms. He's going there, seeing what exactly has been accomplished by the Air Force of Indian Air Force, and it is a tribute to all the entire Air Force across the country, be it in Srinagar, here in Srinagar, Air Force Station Srinagar, or Avantipora, or Udhampur, or Pathankot, or the Adampur, wherever. So it is essentially a political leadership which actually showing the soldiers you are not alone. We are together that time during that fight, and we are here coming and saluting you, which he tried to do in his address to the nation. So essentially these were the places, these air bases, which actually where the attacks on Pakistan was launched. Not only attacks were launched at their air bases, at their militant, these headquarters, whether it was Jash, Lashkar, Murdiki, or Bahawalpur, or then in POK's Kotli or Muzaffarabad or other places. It's also these places which have had a robust and an integrated air defense mechanism which actually foiled most of the Pakistani air attacks or the missile attacks or drone attacks. These are the places, these are the Air Force stations which have played key role in India's defense mechanism, and shows India's defense mechanism is impregnable in most of the places. There was some damage to the infrastructure, which Air Force had said that for example in Srinagar, medical facility of the Air Force station or the schools were damaged. But when it comes to the functionality of these Air Force stations, it is very much there, and Prime Minister visit to Adampur actually explains and gives a big message to the whole world.
So for viewers who may just be tuning in, that's the big breaking news right now. The pictures you're seeing on your screens is Prime Minister Narendra Modi today visiting Punjab's Adampur Air Base, the second largest air base in the country, interacting with soldiers, even being briefed by officers there days after the ceasefire. And Shiv, as we were talking about the significance of Adampur being chosen by the Prime Minister for this visit, because on that intervening night when we saw the hostilities between India and Pakistan on May 9th and 10th, there were all these reports of Adampur having been targeted by Pakistan. Yes, there were drones that did target Adampur, that is correct, but however, there was no destruction or any sort of hit on the Adampur airbase, even though this was spread quite extensively on social media. And Shiv, it's quite stark to see the difference between how India and our services, our defense services, have displayed exactly and very, in a very calm manner, the kind of destruction we wrought in Pakistan on air bases there. They've not been able to show us anything besides this misinformation online.
That's a huge point, and I'm so glad you made it. Remember that, Pakistan's misinformation is usually never very difficult to bust. But I think what you've basically seen is the Prime Minister embody perhaps the most epic fact check of Pakistani lies that has ever been, attempted by anyone here in this country. Pakistan has been releasing image after image, satellite image after satellite image of destruction at Adampur. And here you've got the senior most politician of the country, the Prime Minister of the country, landing there. Believe me, nobody can land at a damaged base. The SPG would never allow the Prime Minister to land at a base if it was even, a 0.25% compromised or had been compromised by weapons sent in from Pakistan. So the very presence of the Prime Minister there is a huge fact check, first of all. It completely busts the misinformation as far as damage to the base is concerned. It confirms, on the contrary, that Adampur is fully ready for war. It also confirms to me, on the side of my mind, that Adampur had a very, very key role to play in Operation Sindoor in terms of, support operations as well as frontline operations using combat aircraft. And I think the contrast that you just pointed out is very, very important. The fact that Pakistan has shown no imagery of what has happened at its air bases. All we have are satellite images and battle damage visuals that have been largely put out, by the Indian Armed Forces across two briefings, or by open source satellite imagery experts. Vishnu put out a few images earlier today by Maxer as well. Pakistan has done nothing of the sort because the because the picture there, unlike in Adampur, is a reality. The damage there is real, it's visible, it's not doctored. You can't fake that. And therefore, putting out those images would be very, very difficult. You can't hide, the damage caused by a BrahMos or a scalp missile in a day or two. Adampur, the same thing actually applies. If it was compromised or damaged in any way, believe me, no force on earth could have gotten it ready in a couple of days for a visit by the Prime Minister. So anyone who thinks that this is optics or this is, this has been staged in order to send out some kind of a mind game message or psychological operations is wrong. I have visited the Adampur base many times in the past. And like you said, it's the second largest Air Force base in the country, huge historic significance, and has recently obviously also made history as part of Op Sindoor. So I feel really, really well chosen by the Prime Minister. He's ticked a lot of boxes by choosing this base to visit today.
That's right, and not to say that there wasn't, panic in these areas and in all the areas over these last 4 days before the ceasefire was finally declared. In Adampur as well, people had to stay indoors. There was blackout. There was attempts at, the drone attacks and even talks of, a missile being attempted. But the defense system, India's defense system in all these bases really withstood all these aggressions from Pakistan. And that is something that our forces have also told us time and again, right, Shiv?
Absolutely correct. The incredible valor of the Indian armed forces is so manifest in some of these images that have come out, that have been released by the Prime Minister. I'm hoping that there will be some video footage as well. But remember that this is an Air Force base that's in the middle of a live operation. Let's tell all of our viewers, Gargi, that Operation Sindoor, as the Prime Minister himself reminded, has only paused. It has not stopped. So if there are any escalations from the Pakistan side, you better believe the fact is going to be back in the operations, just like it was during the initial 3 days of Operation Sindoor. So it is sent.
Try and, restore that audio line with Shiv, but let's go to Nazir now. And Nazir, so the optics of the Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base, and as Shiv was telling us, there were several air bases and, areas all along the western border that have seen these very stressful nights and have been on high alert. But the symbolism of visiting Adampur and also the message that it will send out, not just in Adampur, but across the Western Front, and to all our services, to their families as well. A morale-boosting visit by the Prime Minister, also showing that the Pakistani, lies will not hold.
Well, as the armed forces have accomplished their mission, it's now the responsibility of the leadership to show the gratitude. And after, as I said earlier, address to the nation, Prime Minister is now translating his words into action, going there, meeting the airmen, and what he said, saluting them. And why Adampur is very significant, not just its air base, the largest air base in India, particularly in the Western Front. It is also what was in the news and the propaganda was S-400 defense system, air defense system. So Pakistan, we have hit that. The fact is, S-400 defense system is something which can actually track over 300 targets and then engage 36 targets simultaneously. So that is the capacity and the importance of this. And this Adampur is housing that, and it is being used from there. And all these air defense systems, India's integrated air defense system was activated for 4 days till the time this ceasefire was announced. And still they have been in operational readiness. And Prime Minister going there, showing gratitude and telling the servicemen and the country also, because when there was war-like situation, it was not just armed force, but every Indian was on the side of armed forces and boosting their morale and supporting them. And as Prime Minister said, cutting across party lines, whether it was opposition, whether it was any religious groups, social groups, everybody was on the same page. And perhaps the Prime Minister represent that, to show that gratitude and visiting them, and also showing how these air bases are functional. Well, India has clearly said that how many air bases they have destroyed or damaged in Pakistan, including important air bases like Noor Khan, so these are and several other air bases which have been hit, including including in Islamabad. So when you have all these are Rahim Yar Khan air base. So these are very important, significant air bases which have been hit. On the other side, what Pakistan was talking about, Adampur air base, hitting that, damaging it, and hitting S-400 system. Prime Minister's visit is actually debunking that propaganda. When Prime Minister can land at the air base, Adampur air base, that settles this issue. That's it is functional. It is so functional, so perfect that Prime Minister can land at this air base. That is the bigger message. And also then to every airman, every soldier on the border, that when Prime Minister goes and meets armed forces there, it is clearly showing how government and the leadership of the country is firmly behind the armed forces and celebrates the accomplishments armed forces have made during this limited war-like situation with Pakistan, where India has clearly said that we have hit the targets, whether it was terror targets at 9 sites, 3 in Punjab province, 6 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and then when Pakistan targeted India's defense establishment, including air bases, India hit back strongly and hit Pakistan's military installations and air bases. And when Pakistan said these air bases they have hit, destroyed or damaged, Prime Minister going there today and showing to the world that this airbase, largest airbase, is safe as Prime Minister can land there, and the assets, air assets, are very much safe as well. So that is the bigger message, and also the showing the resolve of the country, not just the armed forces, what they have achieved, and what Prime Minister said in his yesterday's address to the nation, talking about terror and trade cannot go together. Blood and water cannot flow together.
Nazir, I'd just like to, sorry to interrupt you, I'd just like to read out what the Prime Minister has posted. In fact, he has shared more photographs as well, and we've put those up on your screen. The Prime Minister has posted on social media that earlier this morning, I went to AFS Adampur Air Force Station and met our brave air warriors and soldiers. It was a very special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination, and fearlessness. India is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything they do for our nation. So that is what the Prime Minister posted as he visited Adampur this morning, and he's shared more photographs. Shiv, back with us, and Shiv, it's really heartening to see the kind of excitement and joy on the faces of these Air Force men with the Prime Minister's visit.
You can only imagine what's going through the mind of these air warriors. I mean, they are literally in an operational area in the middle of a live operation, a historic military operation, nothing routine about Operation Sindoor. And you have the Prime Minister landing up. I am telling you for a fact that owing to security concerns, most of the people there at the base would not have known that the Prime Minister is coming. Only the top commanders, the base commander and others, on a need-to-know basis would have known that the Prime Minister was actually coming. This sends out a huge message at so many levels. A, he's with the forces, he's spending time with our soldiers, airmen who are on the front line, actually doing the heavy lifting of, imposing punitive measures on Pakistan. Number two, he's sending out the message that the Adampur Air Force Base is in ship shape, completely ready and involved in operations as it has been since the beginning of Operation Sindoor. C, he's sending a message to the families of Indian Air Force personnel saying, I'm with your men and women. You don't have to worry about them. I've got their back because I'm going to be there personally. D, this is a message to China. China has been peddling misinformation, saying, giving doctored satellite images to Pakistan for their domestic audience to suggest that the Adampur Air Base has been put out of order, has been damaged beyond recognition, and will take years to be resurrected once again. And finally, this is a message, I think, to India at large, to say, this is not over. this is an operation that's still very much on, and that the Prime Minister stands with, with the forces. I have been in frontline areas, when there have been dignitary visits and VVIP visits of this kind. Usually journalists are not allowed there when these things are happening, but they do get to interact with soldiers, warriors, air warriors and sailors after the Prime Minister has left. And there is no exaggerating how valuable and how much it means to people in uniform when they are visited, by the Prime Minister or the President. It is a huge symbolic gesture. It means very much to them. It may not seem like much to many people, but it means everything to those, who've put their shoulder to the wheel to protect the country, and especially at a time when the Indian Air Force has conducted India's most ambitious, audacious, risky and impactful non-war military operation. These images of the Prime Minister that he's put out visiting the frontline Adampur Air Force Base sends out all the right messages. It positively radiates psychological mind games as far as Pakistan is concerned. And I'm going to go ahead out on a limb and say, other than the Indian missiles landing in Pakistan Air Force bases, this is perhaps the biggest message India could possibly have sent out.
That's right. And just let's take a look at these visuals again. The Prime Minister sharing more of them. He posted, in fact, on social media about his visit to Adampur this morning. And just look at the joy on the faces of our Air Force men there, our air warriors. And Adampur especially chosen when they say, a picture means more than 1,000 words. This really is, signifying that. It's showing us exactly that, to have the Prime Minister at this border Air Force base, interacting with the Air Force men, with the air warriors, at a time when there's been so much tension and anxiety in the country during the time of the conflict along our western border. Many of the people in this area as well, remember, have been living under blackouts, have been living under stress of attacks from Pakistan. There have been drone attacks aimed at Adampur. There's also reports of missile aimed at Adampur, but all of it was countered by our air defense system. And now the Prime Minister, they're showing and standing with our Air Force men, with our servicemen. The BJP has announced, Tiranga Yatras in various parts of the country to appreciate the armed forces and Operation Sindoor, but nothing could be, more heartening or morale boosting than this visit by the Prime Minister. Let's go across to Nazir also, who joins us from Srinagar. And like Adampur, Nazir, even in, various parts of Jammu and Kashmir, there have been such stress and tension over these last couple of days during the conflict. But now, as ceasefire seems to be holding for the moment, what a visit, what a moment to have the Prime Minister visiting this airbase and just being there among our air warriors.
Exactly, and but also it shows, besides courage of the saluting the courage of the air warriors, air force, armed forces, and it, number one, the way it has shown the accuracy of India's missile strikes. It has shown the great performance of India's air defense system. It has shown the drone penetration into Pakistan, hitting the targets while it hurts, whether it was terror targets or the military targets, all that. But also when Prime Minister goes to this airbase, largest airbase, it also shows that peace. There's ceasefire along the line of control and the borders. India and Pakistani DGMOs have spoken, reiterated that not a single round will be fired from both sides. That is, they have made the commitment. And also bigger than that, much bigger than that, which nobody could have thought, that India and Pakistan will start moving forward with this lightning speed, which is that is withdrawal of troops from the border areas and the forward areas. That is what both DGMOs have yesterday resolved. So, and in the backdrop of that, Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base is a most significant thing, not just when there's war-like situation, India can hit back and hit hard. It is a, showing the courage of airmen, accuracy of, missile strikes and penetration into Pakistan, and above all, the India's performance India's this air defense system, how most of the missile attacks and drone attacks from Pakistan, they were neutralized. They were neutralized. That is something Adampur, when we say it is housing S-400 air defense system, which is one of the most advanced, missile systems in the world, and how it is so robust, how it has helped, India's integrated air defense system. All this thing, when there was a lot of propaganda, Prime Minister reaching there, landing there, and tells the story. The air base is perfectly all right. That is the story. And now, from that confrontation, when Adampur was used to target Pakistan and also neutralize attacks from Pakistan, now it is time, after the ceasefire, India means it, and Prime Minister can land there, not just to salute the air warriors, armed forces, everybody who took part in this war, limited war, but also shows now it is almost now all right. So we have achieved the target. Armed forces have accomplished their targets, mission. Now the leadership of the country is there to salute them and show what India can do in peace and also in war.
That's right. And let's just read out once again what the Prime Minister posted about his visit this morning, where he says, I met our brave air warriors and soldiers, a special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination and fearlessness. So a big message by the Prime Minister visiting the Adampur air base, one of the second largest air bases of the country. And let's go back to Shiv for more on this story and more on the significance and the messaging that it sends out. Because Shiv, even, though we say that there was a lot of propaganda and false news being put out there by Pakistan, by China, regarding the damage that was caused to the Adampur air base, and even though it was denied by our forces, always there's some doubts that remain. Maybe something did happen, maybe there was something that took place there, but with the Prime Minister's visit really putting all those doubts to rest, at this time of psychological warfare, in a sense, with the kind of false news being fed on social media, the fog of war and whatnot. But now this, and look at this particular picture where you have that, very wide shot of the Prime Minister, where you can see the entire airbase. So very, very significant in putting to rest all those rumors and, fake news that was being spread online.
I don't want to use an extreme word here, but, this is the equivalent of a psychological slap to your enemy. At a time when your enemy or your adversary, in this case Pakistan, has spent the last 4 or 5 days, 6 days rather, painting a picture of Adampur being completely out of action, being damaged beyond recognition, the fact that aircraft there have been destroyed. I just heard from a friend in the government that one of the things that Pakistan had been pushing through social media a lot was that the Pakistani missiles had destroyed an S-400 site in Adampur, that 60 plus personnel had been killed in Adampur, that the runway has been completely deactivated by bombs. All of this, to be completely debunked in a handful of images of the Prime Minister at this frontline airbase, holds more than just symbolic value, because what the Prime Minister has done by choosing to land at Adampur is send out not just a psychological slap. This isn't just about busting misinformation. This is about sending out a very operational message. This is about reminding Pakistan and reminding really the world, some of which still stands amazingly with Pakistan, that India may have entered a ceasefire understanding with Pakistan, but our warriors on our frontline bases are on a war alert, on a hair trigger to leap, without thinking twice, following orders and getting straight back into operations. And let's make no mistake that Adampur's sheer geography, its location, very close to the international border, frontline airbase, which has been a staging ground for airstrikes in Pakistan across our wars in 1971, 1965, and after that, means that Adampur holds enormous both operational and symbolic value. The Prime Minister interacting with the base commander, the pilots, the radar controllers, the air traffic personnel, the maintenance men and women, the air warriors across so many numerous functions at a large base like Adampur is going to be of inestimable value, because the armed forces don't often see their Prime Minister. Most men and women in uniform go about their careers in the military without ever getting a chance to interact with the Prime Minister. But for him to make a stop there, and it doesn't look like it was a whistle stop, it looks like he actually did spend a few hours there, had a meal with them, or at least a snack with them, obviously also addressed them and, boosted their morale. But I have to say, after what the Indian Air Force has pulled off in the last few days, morale must be very, very high right now. So I don't think any morale boosting would have actually been necessary, but it's still such an amazing gesture that the Prime Minister has chosen to be there. I wonder if the Prime Minister will visit other military bases or sites, but we must also remember that there is a huge security implication to all of this. So the Prime Minister choosing to be in Adampur right in the middle of operations, 2 days after this very base would have been part of historic long-range strikes into Pakistan, sort of boggles the mind a little bit. I'm wondering how the security establishment pulled it all together.
That's right. Really, it must have been quite something to pull this off. As we were reporting on NDTV earlier about the meeting that Rajnath Singh was holding with the Tri-Services Chief, and as Shiv, you pointed out, the Air Force Chief was missing from that meeting, and now we know why, because then shortly after that came this news that the Prime Minister is actually in Adampur, where he has met with our air warriors there, and a big boost for them, and also, as Shiv pointed out, a slap in the face in the sense to all the sort of propaganda and wrong news that was being put out by Pakistan, by China, that Adampur had been compromised during the hostilities between India and Pakistan, during the conflict that took place. There you can see now we have a video as well of the Prime Minister's visit. Just take a look there, interacting with all those Air Force personnel there. All right, so there you can see videos now of the Prime Minister's visit as he arrived there, walking across the tarmac to meet with the Air Force officials and all the air warriors as he described them. And Shiv, there with us, and Shiv, the significance of Adampur in Jalandhar district and so close to the international border. Also, one of the lies that was spread by Pakistan, as Nazir was pointing out, was the destruction of the S-400 air defense system, which is here in Adampur. And so tell us a bit about the significance of that with our viewers.
It was one of the most aggressively pushed pieces of misinformation that came in from Pakistan. You saw it being spread across multiple handles. It had gone completely viral. There were doctored images and doctored satellite images that were pushed by Pakistan to suggest that they'd been able to hit, an S-400 air defense missile site situated in Adampur. First of all, there is no confirmation that S-400 even exists in Adampur. Secondly, for Pakistan to make this claim is ludicrous, because the Indian Air Force has confirmed at its armed forces briefing, and this is not something that can be faked, that there was no damage whatsoever to any of its S-400s. This is something that most people don't know. The S-400s did not even need to fire a single missile as part of that incredibly intricate symphony of air defense that played out during the drone swarms and airspace violations. So the Prime Minister being there in Adampur. In fact, someone just sent me a list of the things that Pakistan had said about Adampur, and I want to read it out because it's actually quite hilarious. They claimed that they had hit the Adampur runway. Pakistan claimed that they had hit an Adampur S-400 missile site. Pakistan had claimed that drones had hit the Adampur radar and sensor facility. Pakistan claimed that 60+ personnel, air warriors, had been killed at the Adampur base as a result of their drone and missile strikes. Pakistan used morphed satellite pictures supplied, obviously, surprise, surprise, by China to suggest that damage had been done at Adampur. This has been debunked by open source imagery analysts. And finally, Pakistan said that the Adampur airbase will be out of action for years since the damage caused has been so destructive. It will take years of reconstruction and renovation for it to be worthy of military operations once again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 or 6 pieces of misinformation by Pakistan only pertaining to Adampur have been busted in just a couple of hours during this visit by Prime Minister Modi. And I think there couldn't be a better way to have
All right, so that is the big breaking news. We're bringing you this visit of the Prime Ministers. What a moment to have just 2 days after the ceasefire is declared, even as we remain in a state of high alert, high vigil along our border after the ceasefire and after the hostilities between India and Pakistan, the conflict that we have seen, the Prime Minister now visiting Adampur Air Base in Jalandhar district near the international border. This is one of our key air bases, the second largest in the country that has played a key role in wars, from 1965 to the Kargil war as well, and which was a target of misinformation by Pakistan. Yes, there were drones that were targeted here and missiles, but all of them had been intercepted by our air defense system. However, the lies continue to be spread on social media, on even claims being made by Pakistan about how the Adampur air base had been severely damaged in those hostilities, in strikes by Pakistan, which was denied by the defense forces. But even so, just to have the Prime Minister actually visiting there, really putting to rest if any doubts remained anywhere regarding Adampur Air Base. So the Prime Minister making this quick trip this morning to the Adampur Air Base, interacting with soldiers, and he also posted regarding this, saying that I met our brave air warriors and soldiers, a special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination and fearlessness. Aishwarya also joins us for more. And Aishwarya, what a moment. Look at the optics of this, to have the Prime Minister visiting this air base that was targeted by Pakistan, and also much misinformation was spread regarding this air base on social media as well. So quite a moment, and it was done so quietly. We had no idea. With the Raksha Mantri was holding a meeting in Delhi with the Tri-Services Chief, but the Air Force Chief was missing, and now we know why.
Well, certainly a momentous occasion. Prime Minister often has been seen celebrating with the armed forces, Jawans at the border areas on Diwali. But as it is, of course, a victory for the armed forces, as Operation Sindoor was successful, Prime Minister himself went to Adampur Air Base. We've been getting more specific details of Prime Minister's trip to Adampur as he left at 7 a.m. in the morning from Pahalgam Air Base to Adampur. Air Force Chief Marshal A.P. Singh accompanied him. Prime Minister spent about an hour with the airmen. Adampur Air Base is the base of Air Force MiG-29 fighter jets. And remember, Pakistan had claimed that Pakistan Air Force had attacked India's S-400 missile systems in Adampur, but there was complete misinformation, fake narrative being peddled by the Pakistani, and it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also met the fighter pilots, the technical support staff who carried out the operations. Prime Minister Modi himself had expressed a desire to meet the air warriors, and certainly those pictures, those visuals of Jai Hind being chanted, Prime Minister taking selfies along with the airmen, the air warriors, and specifically those officers who conducted a successful operation, who hit the target of different air bases in Pakistan. It is, of course, Adampur Air Base, which is very, very strategical and holds very important strategical air base for the Indian Air Force, located in Jalandhar district in Punjab. And Prime Minister went there 7 a.m. in the sharp, up. He returned at around 9:30 a.m. in the morning back to his residence. Several meetings are being followed after that. I can confirm to our viewers that currently NSA Ajit Doval is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and he is holding a crucial meeting, briefing Prime Minister about the latest developments. But of course, at the South Block, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is, he had held a crucial meeting there as well. But as we are speaking about these visuals, these momentous occasion for those air warriors who have fought India and made India proud and hit specific targets that had been assigned to them. Why it is very important as far as strategic locations is concerned. More details emerging out of why Prime Minister specifically chose Adampur Air Base and met these warriors. It is, of course, located very close to India-Pakistan border, making it suitable for rapid retaliation on the Western Front, and therefore the reason perhaps when the drones and missiles were coming across the international border, it was the Adampur Air Base, the air defense system, which was activated and had neutralized all those drones and missiles in case of a war or military conflict. This air base serves for a frontline base for India as well. It has active fighter squadrons as far as Sukhoi 30 MKI and MiG-29. They have been operating from Adampur Air Base itself, and these fighters jets have ability to respond very quickly and strike deep into the enemy territory, and that's what we have seen during Operation Sindoor as well. Security and surveillance. There is air surveillance or air defense for northwest India. It has a key role to ensure that the security of border states like Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan comes, and this airbase also gives a huge amount of logical support network to the entire Indian Air Force in terms of infrastructure, supporting the combat operations and air support missions as well. And it has history. Adampur Air Base has a history. Remember, India-Pakistan wars of 1965 and 1971. Adampur Air Base had played a very key role, which further increases the history and military significance as well. And therefore, the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi, early up in the morning, yesterday evening, he delivered that address to the nation, in which he drawn a straight line as to no Pakistani terror would be tolerated from here on. And the next morning, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is known for his surprises, this time as well, he gave a surprise, visited the airbase, and also certainly boosted up the morale of air warriors, the officers who had been completely put their life and soul for the last 2 weeks in Operation Sindoor and conducted those operations. It is a movement that they will remember for lifetime, certainly.
Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with that. So that is the big story. We're tracking the Prime Minister's quick morning visit to the Adampur Air Base. He is back now holding a meeting with the NSA, as Aishwarya was telling us. It's over to my colleague Kitty now for more.
Thanks, Gargi. Well, Prime Minister Modi visiting Punjab's Adampur Air Base. He's seen interacting with the soldiers there. This comes just days after India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire. Well, those visuals on your TV screens there, Prime Minister Modi speaking to the IAF personnel, and this definitely looks like how's the Josh moment. Remember, this has been an important tagline, a very interesting tagline that has been used before. And Adampur was among the Air Force stations. We're learning that Pakistan had attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th after India's Operation Sindoor. Well, Prime Minister Modi here meeting the IAF personnel, cheering them up, and this is the latest visuals that are coming in at the moment. My colleague Shiv Arur also joins us on the broadcast here. He is in Srinagar, as well as my colleague Aishwarya Jain with us here on the broadcast. He is in the national capital. Let me go across to Aishwarya first. Well, Aishwarya, this is one of the most important, significant moments here. Prime Minister Modi meeting the soldiers, IAF personnel at the Adampur Air Force base. We understand the Air Force personnel were also seen speaking to Prime Minister Modi. Those visuals on your TV screens there, this video also now has been put out. This has come out now. And what does it signal?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi often is known for his surprises, and often we have seen him celebrating Diwali with the armed forces, Jawans at the border areas, and frequently visits there to boost up the morale of our armed forces. And this time, as Operation Sindoor was successful, it was another surprise that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave to our Indian Air Force. Remember, Operation Sindoor had a lot to say about the kind of entire operations that the Indian Air Force Jawans specifically had given. This morning, the details are now emerging. As far as Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base, he left from at 7 a.m. in the morning to Pahalgam Air Base, where he was accompanied with Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and he reached there he spent about an hour with the airmen at Adampur Air Base, and also the Air Force MiG-29 fighter jets were there. He met the airmen, the fighter pilots, the technical support staff, and we are now witnessing on our screens those visuals of Jai Hind slogans being chanting around Prime Minister, boosting the morale of Indian Air Force soldiers at the air base. Remember, Pakistan had completely peddled fake narrative around how they have destroyed the Adampur Air Base air defense system as 400 over there. But there you can see Prime Minister straight away heading in between those soldiers, boosting morale after a successful Operation Sindoor. It's strategic. It has a history. In 1965 and 1971 Indo-Pak War, Adampur Air Base had played a very crucial role with a strategic location just near the India-Pakistan border in Jalandhar district, and also holds a significance to save India's western front, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, and also Rajasthan. Adampur Air Base has something which, as far as Sukhoi, Sukhoi is concerned, or it is, of course, MiG-29, which have been operated from this air base. Prime Minister can be seen with those aircraft just behind him in these visuals. So a clear-cut message to the people sitting across the borders. Absolutely. And a boost that Prime Minister is with the armed forces.
Absolutely.
And it's
time
a morale
and again,
booster,
Prime Minister Modi has reiterated that Adampur, we understand, is India's second largest air base. It was among the key military installations that Pakistan had tried to attack on May 9th and May 10th on the intervening night after India's strikes as part of Operation Sindoor. Well, we understand now Prime Minister Modi in this tweet that he put out earlier at 12:28 p.m. In which he posted these photos. The videos, of course, came out later. He said that I went to the AFS Adampur and met our brave air warriors and soldiers. It was a very special experience to be with those who epitomize courage, determination, and fearlessness. India is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything they do for our nation. And indeed, we as citizens of the country are grateful to our armed forces, to our soldiers who've been guarding us at the borders and keeping us safe all these days. We understand when there has been brewing tensions between India and Pakistan after the dastardly terror attack at Pahalgam in Kashmir, in which 26 innocent lives were lost. My colleague Nazir also with us on the broadcast. He's from Srinagar now. Well, Adampur is home to India's second largest air base, Nazir, and of course has been on the edge for days. This was, we understand, that has been one of the military establishments that was on the target of the terrorists as well. And this is a significant moment. Prime Minister Modi now going to Adampur, meeting with the IF personnel and, increasing in these visuals, as you know, we see these soldiers, the IF personnel speaking to Prime Minister Modi. They seem very happy. They seem very pleased. And Prime Minister Modi definitely, boosting the morale of the soldiers there.
Well, Prime Minister's visit in itself is a message in many ways. Number one, the Air Force base, Adampur base, is very much functional. It has not suffered any damage. It is so functional, so perfect that Prime Minister can land there. Then to show gratitude to the air warriors who have accomplished their mission and the targeting whether terror sites or the military targets in Pakistan after the confrontation, and now it is ceasefire. So showing gratitude, because in his address to the nation yesterday, Prime Minister said he salute all those armed force personnel, whether Air Force, Army or the Navy. Now he wanted to translate that into action, going there, meeting these air warriors at Adampur. And Adampur has always played a very, very key role when it comes to combating Pakistan, using Air Force, using also drones, and using air defense system, which Pakistan was claiming that they have destroyed S-400 defense system. So India's integrated defense system was so robust that it has mostly neutralized all the attacks, missile or drones, which are coming from Pakistan. And now we see all the Air Force stations. For example, Srinagar Airport is basically a military air base. So it has been thrown open. Today, first flight is landing. Here in a while from now, the Indian Airlines flight is landing at Srinagar Airport. Jammu Airport is functional, again a defense airport. Udhampur Air Base is, though that is not used for the civilian, though it has suffered damage. So there was damage. Nobody, in fact, Air Force itself said that some air assets were damaged. But when Prime Minister goes to Adampur and sends a message, the major air assets are intact, Adampur, air base is intact, and the country is also with those air warriors who have accomplished their mission, showing gratitude and also showing the times of peace. It was the confrontation when Adampur played key role in combating Pakistan. Now after the ceasefire, Prime Minister going to Adampur, it is also a message of peace, also in that sense, and also resolve of the country that they are firmly behind the armed forces or the Air Force in this case. So it is, and when Pakistan was talking about destroying, this S-400 missile, air defense system. So reason was this is the most advanced system in the world. It is clearly Russian made. In 2018, India acquired this system, 5 squadrons, and 3 have been delivered. 2 more would be delivered in 2026. It has a capacity to actually monitor the activity of 300, these targets, and then also engage 36 targets simultaneously. That is S-400 air defense system. That's why they have been so worried, and they are saying they have destroyed it. Prime Minister's visit is actually to set all those rumors to rest that Adampur Air Base has suffered damage, and it is perfectly all right, so all right that Prime Minister has landed at this air base, which is one of the largest.
Peddled by Pakistan, we understand, regarding the Adampur base as well. But well, Prime Minister Modi meeting the soldiers there, the IF personnel clearly sending out a strong message that we stand with our forces, and we understand Prime Minister Modi also has very much made it clear to our armed forces that they are free, independent to choose to take action in case of any unfortunate action from the side of Pakistan. But yes, Nazir, I also want to ask you here, today and the coming few days are going to be very important. We will have to watch out for Pakistan, because yesterday also we witnessed how just minutes after Prime Minister Modi's fiery speech, where he gave out a strong signal of India's intent, Pakistan had once again launched drone attacks on India. So the coming few days are going to be really crucial, Nazir.
Well, there have been drones have been sighted, but there was no attempt to attack. That needs to be clarified. Nothing like that has been said by the Army or the Air Force so far. But having said that, there have been teething problems will be there, whether on the borders. Drones is not something which are being used. And they are being often used for the surveillance also. But the larger thing is, number one, yesterday when DGMOs of both the countries spoke to each other, they made a commitment to each other that not a single round will be fired. And so far in the last 3 days, ceasefire is maintaining, not a single round has been fired. Number two, They have also resolved that they will have this troop reduction from the borders and the frontline areas, forward areas, which is a huge development. The way things had escalated, but now things are diffusing and de-escalation at a lightning speed. Nobody would have thought ceasefire understood, but nobody would have thought this can reach to this another step, take them to another step when they will, India and Pakistan will talk about reduction of troops from the borders and forward areas. It is really something which nobody had imagined it can change so fast. So in this backdrop, Prime Minister also visiting this Adampur air base is also a statement itself that while India's armed forces are always ready for any eventuality, at the same time peace is prevailing, peace has returned to the border and also to the rest of the country, even those places which were actually part of that battle, air battle, which is including Adampur, Srinagar air base, or the Avantipora, Udhampur, Pathankot, all these air bases were part of, or any military installations, be it on the borders or there. So we actually see, while India has clearly said there will not be talks, and talks can only happen when it comes to terror or POK, not on Kashmir, what Pakistan wants or what American president has said. But today's visit in itself has a very significant step by Prime Minister. It has multiple messages. It has a message to show India's resolve, what they have accomplished in this short period of confrontation, 4 days of confrontation with Pakistan, or the clash or war, whatever you call it.
Yes.
At the same time, how India has that resolve that it actually believes in peace. That is the way, and Prime Minister is
Nazir, I'll just come back to you. I'll just come back to you. We understand now, this is the latest now coming in. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is seen leaving from Prime Minister Modi's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. My colleague Aishwarya Jain continues to be with us. Aishwarya, another important meeting that took place at PM's residence. Prime Minister Modi, of course, has been keeping an eye on the situation and the developments here, and we understand he just met the NSA. Any details that we know of?
Well, soon after returning from Adampur Air Base, there are a series of meetings that went on. One, of course, of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and other senior officials reaching at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That meeting has just got ended. NSA Ajit Doval has left Prime Minister's residence. A separate meeting went on at the South Block at Ministry of Defence, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired it, and it was Chief of Defence Staff along with the Navy Chief and the Army Chief and Defence Secretary was present. Rajnath Singh was briefed about the latest developments as far as the conflict between India and Pakistan and how Operation Sindoor objectives were achieved for Defence Secretary as well, who was there in that particular meeting at the South Block, and multiple meetings simultaneously went on. But it is, of course, at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, I can confirm that it is NSA Ajit Doval who has left now, and the meeting has ended.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us those details. Stay on with us. We have some more information now coming in. As Nazir, my colleague, has been informing us about this misinformation campaign that was being peddled, run by Pakistan. Nazir, all right, I'm being told Nazir is going to join us back in just a bit. Let me go back to Aishwarya here. Aishwarya, we've been talking about Pakistan's misinformation campaign, how it has been spreading, peddling wrong information about attack on the Adampur base as well. Of course, these are pictures of Prime Minister Modi meeting the IAF personnel at India's second largest air base, that is the Adampur air base, and boosting their morale. We understand, we do not have the audio, of course, but yes, looks like the IAF personnel there meeting Prime Minister Modi were very pleased and quite excited to see the Prime Minister of the country visiting them and meeting them here. But yes, the misinformation campaign that we've been talking about, Pakistan had claimed that they hit the runway. The drones by Pakistan hit the radar, and also they claimed that their missiles had destroyed aircraft. It's important to note how Pakistan has been peddling fake news, and not just India, of course, international media also has taken on Pakistan, and Pakistan has been the subject of mockery time and again. Not the first time, of course, but yes, this time also they had nothing to prove, no evidence to show. In the press briefings also they've been doing, but just went on with this misinformation warfare. Aishwarya.
Well, and as we all know, Prime Minister is known for surprises. This time he has not just taken Indian people on surprise. It is, of course, the Pakistani side also who will be certainly will be surprised after seeing those visuals of Prime Minister at Adampur Air Base. Pakistan claimed that they have attacked the Adampur Air Base. They have neutralized our S-400 air defense system in Adampur Air Base. Our fighter jets had been destroyed by them. Our radars had been destroyed by them. Drones hit the Adampur Air Base, and several fake narratives. But as those visuals clearly speaks, louder than words, it is, of course, Prime Minister there standing with the air warriors. And the sources in the Prime Minister's office now confirming to us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself desired to meet these air warriors at the Adampur Air Base. It is just not strategic, but also a messaging that has gone through just across the borders, that how the fake narrative has been peddled by the Pakistani armed forces in the press conference to the international media out there. But these pictures clearly shows with Prime Minister standing, MiG-21 just behind them. Aircrafts can be seen, those happy officers, because it is a celebratory mode. Operation Sindoor has been completely successful after several phases, and this airbase played a crucial role to hit the specific targets inside Pakistan's mainland, be it Karachi, be it Rawalpindi, be it Lahore. It is, of course, these the fighter pilots and the support staff, the technical support staff who personally met Prime Minister today, clicked selfies over there. And as I was mentioning about the specific details now we have got from our sources within the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister took the Air Force special plane from the Pahalgam Air Base sharp at 7 a.m. He was accompanied with Air Vice Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, and he reached there at Adampur Air Base. He spent almost 1 hour meeting all of those air warriors. It is a morale booster for them, as Prime Minister himself went, and in those visuals we can see nothing has been destroyed. Not even a single inch of air base had hampered because of the conflict between India and Pakistan armed forces. But as Adampur Air Base also holds history, and it has its own significance. 1965 and 1971 India-Pakistan war, Adampur Air Base was a shield for the country as far as the Northwest Command is concerned. The borders which are there in Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, the air defense system, the air surveillance system has stopped the drones, missiles coming from the Pakistani territory, and Adampur Air Base played a very crucial role. It has also been signified that how Adampur Air Base had several squadrons under it with Sukhoi, with MiG. These aircrafts can at a very speed can retaliate to the enemy territory and can hit deep inside the enemy territory as well. So all of this plays a huge role, and therefore Prime Minister chose to go to Adampur Air Base. We have seen those visuals at Diwali. Prime Minister Narendra Modi goes at the border areas to celebrate with the Jawans, and it is of course a morale booster because they can't come back home to celebrate Diwali, but Prime Minister goes there, and this is a kind of celebratory occasion that Prime Minister seriously wanted to to spend time. And as I mentioned, the source in the Prime Minister's office stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself had desired to meet these air warriors, and therefore this place was selected, and finally a surprise visit this morning alongside with Air Vice.
Modi's visit to Adampur Air Base is quite significant, as we understand the Pakistani army had earlier claimed that it had inflicted major damage to the Adampur Air Base, but those reports were rejected by India, and the proof is for everybody to see here. All right, Nazir and Aishwarya, continue to stay with us. We are slipping into a short break. We'll be right back on this big story that we're tracking.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Welcome back after the break. These visuals of Prime Minister Modi meeting with the IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base, where Prime Minister Modi paid a very special visit here to the IF personnel, our soldiers here serving at the Adampur Air Base, and these visuals. Let's also first listen in to the audio there. I'll go to my reporters as well in just a bit. Well, our soldiers there chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram along with Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi was seen, he was heard leading them in those chants, and this is a very special moment. It comes just days after India had launched Operation Sindoor after the cowardly attack by Pakistan on our civilians here in Pahalgam. Those memories, those the pictures, the videos that came out earlier are something that can't be ever forgotten. And India gave a befitting reply, a strong response to Pakistan and the terrorists staying in the neighboring country there, as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir through Operation Sindoor. Nobody would have actually imagined that Prime Minister Modi, this is of course under Prime Minister Modi's leadership and his resolve that, India would go ahead with this. I mean, there were speculations, of course, but who knew what the timings and how soon it would be done, it would be carried out. But yes, that was something that was speculated upon, and we understand after tense days of the conflict that has been brewing between India and Pakistan, after a few tense days, now there is some sense of calm and peace at the LOC. However, we understand there were drones that were sighted earlier yesterday in parts of Samba in Jammu, Kashmir, but we understand the Indian establishment has made it clear that we are ready in case of any eventuality. My colleague Nazir as well as Ishwarya continue to be with us on the broadcast here, tracking all the developments there. Let me go across to Nazir first. Nazir, what's the sense on the ground now? Of course, this is a very special moment that we've been talking about Prime Minister Modi meeting our braves, our jawans, our IF personnel there at the Adampur Air Base. This location is also very significant, as you've been telling us. For the benefit of our viewers, of course, those who've just joined in, take us through how important is this air base, as well as Prime Minister Modi meeting our soldiers. Also, I want to understand from you, what's the sense on the ground? You are in Jammu, Kashmir, an area that has been most impacted by the India-Pakistan conflict. What are people saying?
Well, Adampur has played a key role. Adampur Air Base has played key role, but when it is in the confrontation, which was a limited war in a sense with Pakistan, and when India's missile strikes deep inside Pakistani Punjab has set a new normal, and it has hit terror bases, whether it is Bahawalpur or Murdiki, or the Pakistan's military establishment, including key air bases of Pakistan like Noor Khan or Rahimyar Khan, so and other air bases, of course. But when Prime Minister going there, it is actually paying tribute to soldiers and the air warriors who have accomplished this mission. Yesterday evening, Prime Minister in his address to the nation said he salutes all those armed force personnel, Air Force, Navy and the Army for this mission they have accomplished it. And sorry. So we have seen Prime Minister from day one actually talking about holding meetings, but this time he has gone to this air base, whereas Pakistan was saying it has destroyed or it has badly damaged. So this visit itself is showing that the Adampur Air Base, one of the largest air bases in India, is functional and as perfect as Prime Minister can land there and meet with the air warriors there. So that is the message, and also now it is clearly back to almost normal, if we can't call it normal, because the way things have been falsely moving after India and Pakistan agreed on a ceasefire understanding, and since then yesterday we saw a DG MOs talking about there will be not a single round will be fired from both sides. That's a commitment from both the armies, and also most important, reduction of troops or withdrawal of troops, reduction of troops from the borders and the forward areas, which has not happened in last 35 years. It is a huge step, because when it was provocation from Pakistan, terror attack, it didn't take India much to retaliate and hit back at terror camps and also the military infrastructure. But when they said no, there should be ceasefire, India said yes, let there be ceasefire. Well, India is always ready. What Prime Minister has clearly said, and Army has already reiterated for any eventuality. But when it comes to reducing the troops from the border, is a huge step taken by India and also Pakistan offering it, and it is an important thing to happen.
I understand there are more pictures that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi just 5 minutes back. Just 5 minutes back, Prime Minister Modi has posted another tweet saying that we are now sharing some more glimpses from my visit to AFS Adampur. And these photos are very significant. One of the photos that he had shared earlier also, in which he was seen standing in front of the poster that said, "Why enemy pilots don't sleep well." And there is a photo of, there is a mini Rafale jet that has been placed there. We understand Prime Minister Modi standing just right in front of it and getting himself clicked. And this message that's been written on that photo, yes, that's the photo that's very significant. That message is very significant. Why enemy pilots don't sleep well. It is because of our of our Air Force capability, of our armed forces capability. And well, yes, thanks to the preparedness of our forces here, and we have been always ready. We have been always ready in case of any eventuality that may arise. And that is the message that Prime Minister Modi has also given to the armed forces. In case something happens, you have to go ahead. I give you a free hand. You are independent. You're free to go ahead and strike Pakistan hard. Well, that is the message that has been given out. Let me go across to Aishwarya also. Aishwarya, of course, now more pictures coming out. Prime Minister Modi speaking to the IF personnel, the men and women there, and it's all smiles there. These pictures now that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi himself do say a lot. Also help us understand, you're in the national capital tracking all the developments. Prime Minister Modi has been holding back-to-back meetings also. He's made a visit, to our IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base as well. Was this pre-planned? Did any information come out about that until and unless Prime Minister Modi actually shared the pictures of that? When did he visit our soldiers there?
Well, the information now pouring in from the Prime Minister's office as far as the details of Prime Minister's visit to Adampur Air Base. He left at around 7 a.m. this morning from his residence and left for Adampur from Pahalgam Air Base, and he reached over there alongside with Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, who accompanied him. The Prime Minister reached over there, spent almost 1 hour with the air warriors, and it was Prime Minister's desire to meet these air warriors, the Air Force pilots, the technical support staff who were behind the entire Operation Sindoor, who conducted strikes on Pakistan and emerged victorious. It is, of course, Prime Minister's surprise visit. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows it. It is Prime Minister who himself desired to visit Air Force station in Adampur, and you know, he is known for surprises. Prime Minister has done it in the past. He had visited several such places, which is a surprise in itself. And this time it is just not a surprise for these air warriors. It is also a surprise for the people sitting out there in Pakistan, the perpetrators of terrorism and the Pakistan Armed Forces. It is a surprise for them, because now the pictures that we are witnessing on our screens is S-400 just behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That picture gives the message of Pakistan's fake narrative being spread that they have destroyed our S-400 at Adampur Air Base. There you can see that's the S-400 just behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is also those
S-400,
fighter jets
how
that you can
India's air defense systems have protected the skies from Pakistan's ceasefire violations. It's very much evident. And that's the photograph that, of course, we are talking about. Prime Minister saluting our Air Force personnel there, and also right behind him is the S-400 air defense system. That has been very crucial, a key part of our defense. The air defense system that was also, well, it was claimed by Pakistan as part of its malicious misinformation campaign that it has been peddling so far, that they had managed to breach the S-400 defense system. But those were all lies, all propaganda. Nazir also, let me go across to Nazir as well. Nazir, we understand there have been drones sighted earlier as well. All right, I'm being told Nazir is going to join us back in just a bit. Let me go back to Aishwarya here. Aishwarya, we understand now there have been drones sighted also in the Samba region yesterday as well. And as of course we've been talking about this picture as well of Prime Minister Modi, this is very much crucial as you've been informing us. This is the S-400 defense system in front of which Prime Minister Modi is standing. The malicious misinformation campaign that was being peddled by Pakistan, you know what many are writing on social media also, that propaganda has failed. With Prime Minister Modi visiting the Adampur Air Base and of course seen along with the IF personnel and making sure, giving out a message that all is well, and what Pakistan so far has been saying was just a pack of lies. And this is very much evident now, Aishwarya.
Well, and I got this information from the top government sources as well that it is this time the Indian Armed Forces documenting every visual evidence of what has been done by the Indian Armed Forces as far as strikes inside Pakistan's mainland or in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, because it is, of course, Pakistan which will go and cry in the international forums for different sanctions that India has imposed and the decisions that they have taken. But it is Indian, armed forces which had been given instructions to document all the proofs that we have not hit any civilians. We have just targeted their air bases, their military establishments, and that too in retaliation. It is, of course, India at any point not an aggressor, but we have retaliated in terms of Pakistan's strikes on our temples, on our churches, on our civilians, and it is a befitting reply that has been given by Indian armed forces. And what fake narrative that Pakistan armed forces, the Pakistani media had been spreading, these pictures clearly shows the proof that it is nothing that a blatant lie on the part of Pakistan. Nothing had been destroyed as far as Adampur Air Base is concerned, and Prime Minister of the person who was leading the entire operation, who had given yesterday an address which was one of the most strongest speech in terms of being a Prime Minister against terrorism, and those visuals speaks a lot of messaging in itself. Of course, as I was mentioning,
Yes.
this Adampur Air Force Station is also very close to India and Pakistan border, and this Air Force Station is suitable for rapid retaliation, and that is what this happened in Operation
Yes, and the
Sindoor as well. Of
S-400
course,
air defense
it is a
system.
morale
This
booster
picture is
for,
very
our
significant,
air
as we've been
warriors.
talking about it. The Sudarshan Chakra, as it is very well known. The Silent Sky Hunter also is what it is known as, developed using the Russian defense technology, is the best in the world. It's the most powerful in the world, and India had bought it from Russia, and we understand what miracle or what magic it has actually played in this conflict between India and Pakistan, how it has kept our skies safe from the attacks from Pakistan. All right, we will talk about that in just a bit. Again, Ishwarya also continues to be with us. My colleague Nazir is also joining us on the broadcast. Nazir and Ishwarya, I'll come back to you in just a bit. We have to slip into a short break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years.
Welcome back after the break. Photos and videos of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Adampur Air Base are out now. Prime Minister Modi has shared some more photographs of his visit to the Adampur Air Base. Among those, this is one most significant photograph of Prime Minister Modi standing in front of the S-400 air defense system. Remember, the S-400 air defense system, known as the Sudarshan Chakra, is the most powerful in the world and has been acquired from Russia by India using the Russian defense technology. It has been made, is considered to be the most powerful, as we've been talking about it, and has kept our skies safe, has kept you, me and everybody else safe from the dastardly attacks from Pakistan, the ceasefire violations that have been taking place, neutralizing the threat from Pakistan in the skies as well. This is also known as the silent sky hunter, and it has done the work. It has helped our countrymen, to keep our countrymen safe here, even as Pakistan continued with its ceasefire violations, the missile attacks, as well as the drone attacks. We understand now drones have been sighted earlier, yesterday as well, in the in our skies, launched by Pakistan. But there has been no such information of an attack so far. But we understand there has been an anti-terror operation that has been going on earlier in Jammu, Kashmir as well, and 3 terrorists are neutralized there. But we will try and get more details about that operation that has been going on as well. My colleague Ishwarya as well as Nazir continue to be with us, explaining us, helping us understand the significance of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Adampur Air Base. Nazir, if I could come to you now. You've been telling us how important has been this visit of Prime Minister Modi to the Adampur Air Base, which is the 2nd largest air base in India, and equipped with weapons, equipped with facilities that have kept us safe so far from the attacks from Pakistan.
Well, clearly the Adampur Air Base appears to have played a key role, which it has done in the past also. And Prime Minister visiting there is to show gratitude to the armed forces, air warriors, that you have accomplished your mission. It's now our turn to show gratitude as a nation, which Prime Minister said in his address to the nation. And there was a lot of misinformation, or their version of the what they call truth Pakistani, that Adampur was dismantled, it was damaged, destroyed, and Prime Minister's visit there, landing there, is itself a message that Adampur Air Base is as perfect as Prime Minister can land at this air base and meet the air warriors. And also, I can tell you, if I say a paramedical official of the Air Force, except he was killed in this combat in the Pakistani strikes in Adampur, except that Air Force has no loss of its human beings. Yes, Air Force has admitted there is some assets have been lost in the combat, and loss in the combat it's part of the combat. But when we see Pakistan, in only one air base, Pakistan lost 5 Air Force personnel, including a squadron leader. So that's, and they have themselves admitted 11 soldiers, including 5 Air Force personnel, and also what they say 40 civilians have been killed. So India's missile strikes was successful. It penetrated into the Pakistani, deep inside Pakistan, Pakistani Punjab. It targeted with the military precision these terror sites, whether it was Bahawalpur or it was Murdiki, or 6 sites in POK. So all that. So when this whole mission is over, which Prime Minister last evening made it very clear what India has achieved through this mission. And then visiting this air base, it also sending a message.
Yes, every time there has been a DGMO press conference also, we've given out ample evidence of the strikes that were carried out against Pakistan, and Pakistan failed to do so. It has only been engaging in a misinformation warfare that's taking place, peddling all lies and fake news about how it has managed to target our bases, our military units here. But has been able to not been able to furnish any proof there. My colleague Shiv Arur also now joins us on the broadcast. He's joining us from Gandarbal here. He's been reporting from the ground all these days. All right, I'm being told, Shiv, you've moved to Srinagar now at the moment. But yes, this picture that we've been talking about of Prime Minister Modi right in front of the S-400 air defense system, which is known as the Silent Sky Hunter, India's Sudarshan Chakra, how it has kept us all safe. All these days of uncertainty that has been prevailing, the tension that has been prevailing between India and Pakistan, and it's a very significant moment.
I cannot begin to tell you what a significant image this is of the Prime Minister, cracking a salute with the, the iconic launcher system of the S-400 air defense weapon right behind him in that blurry picture. This is a very, very significant image on many, many levels, and let me tell you why. Number one, it happens to be the first public image of the S-400 in Indian service. It has never been seen before. Deliveries of this weapon began from Russia in late 2021, 2022, and since then, not a single image of this weapon has emerged in public under any circumstances. So what you're seeing is a little bit of a milestone in military history, the first ever public image of an S-400. Point number two, remember Pakistan went to town claiming, among much else to do with Adampur, that they had completely destroyed and disabled the S-400 air defense installation which was situated at the Adampur Air Base, which was a ridiculous claim to make, because if you destroy an S-400 missile installation, you cannot hide it. It will most certainly come up in satellite imagery. None of that happened. And here you have Prime Minister Modi standing literally in front of an S-400, cracking a salute right after he meets the people of the Adampur Air Force Station. By doing so, the Prime Minister is not only sending out a message busting the misinformation of Pakistan, but also projecting strength, acknowledging India's immaculate air defense during Operation Sindoor, and also reminding Pakistan that while their priority is to indulge in misinformation and narrative management, the Indian Air Force would rather simply spend time on operations, which it has been doing since the beginning of Operation Sindoor. And as you can see from that picture, symbolically and otherwise, it's very clear that the S-400s are doing just fine. And here's a final nugget for anyone listening, and I'm sure all of Pakistan must be watching NDTV right now. Did they know that not a single S-400 missile was even needed to be fired during Operation Sindoor, because the deterrent effect of the S-400 kept any air threats, major air threats, well within Pakistan airspace, and therefore India didn't even need to use the S-400 in order to meet its military objectives. That's what this image is telling the world.
That's a very important point that you've made, and of course this sends out a very strong message to those who've been trying to, of course, spread malicious information also earlier. Pakistan, of course, has been claiming so far that it has managed to inflict damage on our bases, on the S-400 defense system as well. But this photograph is clear proof and sends out a clear message to those who've been spreading this kind of malicious propaganda. All right, Shiv, stay on with us. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. We have to slip into a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Three terrorists have been killed in an encounter between forces and the terrorists in Shopian in Jammu, Kashmir. Clearest images of Indian strikes accessed by NDTV exclusively. In the Pulachi sex assault case, 9 people have been convicted. 88% students have cleared class 12th exams this year.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
All right, these videos of Prime Minister Modi have now come out of Prime Minister Modi meeting the Indian Air Force personnel, also cheering them up, boosting their morale at the Adampur Air Base. This was a surprise visit of Prime Minister Modi. We understand in the early hours in the morning he made this visit to the Adampur Air Base. Also, we have photographs that have come out. Prime Minister Modi himself has shared these photographs, some more glimpses that have been shared by Prime Minister Modi once again just a while back. With this photograph, Prime Minister Modi standing in front of the S-400 air defense system, which is, of course, very much significant, in front of the Rafale jet as well. All right, my colleague Shiv Arur also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Well, photographs, more photographs that have been shared. Shiv, another photograph in which Prime Minister Modi seen in front of this logo, the message that says, "Why enemy pilots don't sleep well," and a small picture of the aircraft Rafale as well. Well, these pictures are quite significant in the strong messaging that it sends out. All right, a MiG-29, we understand.
Small correction, that's not a Rafale, that's a MiG-29, yeah. Yeah, that's a MiG-29 fighter. It doesn't matter. It's a small error. It doesn't matter because the Rafales are okay as well. The Adampur base is a very well-known MiG-29 fighter base. It's a frontline fighter base. The Prime Minister standing in front of that model with that message that says, why the enemy doesn't sleep at night. A very nice touch with that pair of images with a real MiG-29 sitting on the tarmac. A small little picture, a detail in that photograph which shows you a little bit of the runway at Adampur. None of these things are coincidences. There is so much and so many layers of messaging in each and every one of these images. It's actually fascinating to see how someone has designed the photography around the Prime Minister's visit. They've got that, that mysterious picture of the towering S-400 behind him. Then they've got a nice big zoomed up detail of a MiG-29 cockpit, with its sensors very, very visible. Then you've got a long shot of the Prime Minister with that big crowd getting out of his car, big crowd of air warriors. You can see the MiG-29 in the distance right behind them, and a small little stretch of runway. Each and every one of these little details in these photographs is sending out a separate message. MiG-29 fighter, frontline fighter, probably involved in some of those strike missions in Pakistan. Runway, well, Pakistan was trying to say that they'd bombed the runway. Please look at this runway. This aircraft wouldn't be standing here if the runway was actually damaged. You can actually see a bit of that runway yourself. The fact that all the air warriors are there means they're operational, they are, on duty, and therefore nothing has happened to the airbase itself. Prime Minister there means security cleared. No need for any, concerns at all, because if the base was damaged or if it was under threat by any kind, the Prime Minister wouldn't even be allowed by his own security to visit there. So every one of these still images and the video, of course, radiating an amazing image of misinformation from Pakistan's side. The fact that in their desperation to somehow look like they managed to inflict some damage on India, they have completely stumbled. They've dropped the narrative ball. Misinformation has eaten them from the inside out. And here is Prime Minister standing with the bravest of the brave, people who stand on the front line, men and women, I should add, who are very much part of Operation Sindoor. And it's kind of mind-boggling to think that these people you see in these pictures have been involved in historic offensive strike operations just 72 hours ago.
Absolutely, absolutely. Also, Shiv, Now we are talking about the misinformation campaign also that Pakistan, of course, has been running. What did it aim to get by that? We understand, well, Pakistan has been, of course, on the losing side. And if the ceasefire agreement did not actually come into place, Pakistan would have had much to lose because India was clearly prepared. And the Prime Minister also sent out a strong message of intent earlier also. And that was reiterated yesterday as well. But what did Pakistan really aim to achieve?
Well, they aim to achieve saving face after, a massive strategic humiliation of having 12 of your air bases, pummeled by Indian missiles. The public in panic and agony over what is being seen as a global insult. The fact that the Indian Air Force has, with impunity, been attacking your cities, destroying air defense facilities in Lahore, in Chaklala, which is near Islamabad, in Karachi even, as NDTV broke yesterday. This is a Pakistan military establishment that simply didn't know what to do. And in its desperation, it picked up the playbook that it has learned from the Chinese, which is, when the news is not good, fool your public. Pull the wool over their eyes, use misinformation to make them think that you've done something great when you actually haven't done anything at all. Adampur is a fabulous symbolic example of how misinformation can really crash and burn right in front of your eyes. They had sent out scores and scores of social media misinformation elements, with doctored satellite images, fake old images of destroyed aircraft from other countries, claiming that 60 personnel have been killed, that the radar facility is lying in ashes, that aircraft had been burnt, etc. As you can see from just a few still images and a short clip released by the Prime Minister's office, none of this is true. This is an operational base that is not only intact, but is also ready for war. And nothing kills misinformation like the truth. And Pakistan hates the truth.
Clear lies from Pakistan, and they have not been able to furnish any proof or evidence of the claims they made, of course. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details. We'll just come back to these pictures and videos now shared by Prime Minister Modi himself of his special visit to Adampur Air Base there. In just a bit, it's time for a quick break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today morning visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base, interacted with soldiers days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Now, Adampur is amongst India's critical Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th. This is after India's Operation Sindoor.
Right, that's what Pakistan went on to claim, in fact, that Adampur Air Base was destroyed and Pakistan was lying. That is the message that Prime Minister Modi is there. In fact, like he did interact with the soldiers, of course, and that is a big message after particularly that speech that the Prime Minister made yesterday, Vasudha.
Absolutely. He has defended India's retaliatory posture, and he has said that India will continue to hit back with resolve and dedication with decisive actions if there is any misadventure of any sort. In other news, Divya, US President Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia in what will be the first stop of a 3-day tour that will also see him visit Qatar and UAE.
Absolutely, that's a 4-day visit. We'll get you all the details. First, let's just get you the headlines. Prime Minister Modi visits the Adampur Air Base. The Prime Minister interacts with the IAF, the Indian Air Force personnel at the Air Base. This is Prime Minister Modi's visit after Operation Sindoor.
3 terrorists have been killed in Shopian encounter in J&K. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists.
And Congress MP Shashi Tharoor speaks to NDTV's Nikunj Garg. Shashi Tharoor has spoken on the Prime Minister's speech. He has also spoken with Maria Shaki, talking about the duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people, which is very crucial, particularly at this time of misinformation.
NDTV brings you an exclusive, clearest images of Indian strikes. How did these strikes bring Pakistan to the ceasefire table? NDTV will get you details.
A Sessions Court in Coimbatore has convicted all 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu. The trial for which had gripped a massive public attention and a public outrage in 2019.
It's a big day for students. CBSE declares class 10th and 12 results. Pass percentage marginally higher than 2024. CBSE board exams, as usual, girls outshine boys.
And Donald Trump kickstarts his Middle East visit. He lands in Saudi Arabia. He'll also be in the UAE and Qatar as Trump eyes the Gulf investments when it comes to the United States.
The Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Tuesday visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base. He interacted with soldiers, and this is days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Adampur is amongst India's critical Air Force stations, and this is one of those stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th, and this is following India's Operation Sindoor.
Right, well, Prime Minister's visit to the Air Force Station comes a day after he praised the country's armed forces following a successful Operation Sindoor. And remember, the situation between the two nations, India and Pakistan, remains sensitive. There is a ceasefire agreement in place, the understanding is in place, and hence the Prime Minister's visit to this critical air base is also just not a morale booster for the armed forces, but also a crucial move in reviewing our defense system, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Divya. Let's get in our colleague Shiv, who has been reporting on this. Shiv Arur joins us from J&K. Shiv, for the last few days, I've been wondering what an S-400 looks like, and finally, this is how it looks like. And there has been a lot of misinformation from the Pakistani side saying that S-400 has also been destroyed, but it is this air defense grid that has also protected India from the long-range rockets, or for that matter missiles, that Pakistan struck us with. Tell us the importance of S-400 and also the significance of the Prime Minister saluting the air defense grid. And also, most importantly, what does the Prime Minister's visit to Adampur Air Force Station signify today?
So, Vasudha, you and I are in the same boat. Neither of us has seen the Indian S-400 before this picture actually came out. So there's a little bit of military history in that one little still image. Nobody in India's public has ever seen the S-400 in Indian service before that picture came out. So let's get that out of the way first. The reason why this picture is so important is obviously because Pakistan had issued a great deal of very aggressive misinformation suggesting that the S-400 missile site at Adampur had been completely destroyed. They had used faked and morphed satellite imagery fed to them by China. And this is, I'm not making this up, this is genuinely established by satellite imagery analysts like Damien Simon, that morphed imagery of earlier, earlier satellite imagery had been used to suggest that the Adampur airbase was out of action and that it had sustained damage. Obviously, none of this was true because the Prime Minister wouldn't be at Adampur if there had been any kind of damage. You're right when you say, Vasudha and Divya, that the Prime Minister is saluting the air defense grid because the S-400 think of it as the Rolls-Royce of India's air defense grid. It's the highest and most capable weapon element in India's integrated air defense system. The amazing and ironic part about all of this is there's been so much talk about the S-400 and how effective it has been in our air defense. It actually has, but our viewers would be very happy to know and interested to know that not a single S-400 missile even needed to be fired during this entire aerial ballet that was taking place during Operation Sindoor. And that, in fact, proves the power of S-400. Because if an S-400 has to fire missiles, which are very expensive, by the way, then your enemy is already at your doorstep, and therefore, things have already gotten out of hand. But if your air defense grid was only firing, a less complicated, less sophisticated weapons, because that was all that was needed to take care of Pakistani drones, missiles, and munitions, then the S-400 has basically earned back its investment, and it's a very, very expensive weapon. So it's important to note that by standing in front of the S-400, the Prime Minister has sent out, a note of fact-checking. He's busted a lot of misinformation from Pakistan, and he's also amplifying a message of strength, saying, look, this is a weapon that we invested in, and this is one of the reasons you guys couldn't get anywhere near our airspace in your manned aircraft. So big, big messages from that one little picture.
Absolutely. Shiv, also help us understand the importance of the Adampur air base, because this is one of the locations that Divya was also pointing out that Pakistan tried to attack but was unsuccessful after Indian military thwarted this attempt. But it's also India's key air base in northern India. Help us understand what kind of critical importance does it hold in India's aerial defense infrastructure?
I'm really glad you asked that because, of all the air bases that Pakistan appeared to try and attack as part of its retaliation to Operation Sindoor, for some reason Pakistan was fixated on Adampur. All of the misinformation that came out was pertaining to Adampur. We have destroyed their aircraft, we have destroyed their radars, we have destroyed the S-400, the runway is damaged, 60 personnel are killed, the entire airbase is going to be out of action. I did a little reading and spoke to some of my friends in the Air Force, even though I have a sense of why they were doing this. And Adampur is historically very important in the India-Pak context because the Adampur base has played a crucial role in airstrikes in the 1965 war, in the 1971 war, during the Kargil war. Adampur was a staging base for forward deployed operations, and therefore Adampur is a thorn in many ways in Pakistan's military psyche. Everyone has heard of the Adampur air base because it's in Punjab. Punjab has its own political significance as far as partition is concerned. It's very close to the international border. So all of these elements make Adampur, militarily, culturally, societally even important because it is something that has existed in the conflicts of the past between India and Pakistan. So I'm not surprised even for a moment, Vasudha and Divya, that they were fixated on trying to misinform their public as having inflicted so much damage on Adampur rather than, spread their misinformation around and bring in Kapurthala and Pathankot and, even Srinagar, Srinagar, where I'm sitting now, but Adampur appeared to be front and center in that misinformation campaign. And it's just amazing and frankly kind of mind-boggling to think that a few seconds of video and a few still images can bring all of that misinformation to come crashing down.
Absolutely. Of course, Pakistan Army, Shiv, used morphed satellite images of the Adampur base where Prime Minister Modi, reached this morning. Take us through the significance of the timing of this coming, on the heels of that speech that he made just yesterday.
Important point, Divya. The fact that the Prime Minister yesterday had made it very, very clear that Operation Sindoor has not stopped. It has only paused, which means that any, aggressive provocation from Pakistan's side will basically mean, Prime Minister Modi and the Indian system unpausing Operation Sindoor and letting military punitive measures continue as they have been since the 7th of May. And for him, the very next day, less than 24 hours later, to visit the Adampur airbase is hugely significant. We've dealt with the misinformation busting aspect, but let's remember the operational significance of Adampur and the Prime Minister actually being there. Adampur, let's make no mistake, has been a principal part of Operation Sindoor as a frontline fighter base, and you can see MiG-29 fighters in the background, in some of those images released by the Prime Minister's office, sends out a message that the people standing around Modi, the people interacting with Modi, the air warriors, men and women, the commanders at the Adampur base, they are on war duty right now. They are all in their flying overalls, which is normal, but they are all operationally deployed. This is a frontline base. They are, it's probably reasonable to assume that fighter aircraft from this base, perhaps even the fighter sitting there behind Modi in those pictures, would have been participating in some of the air operations as part of Operation Sindoor. So it's kind of fascinating to think that the Prime Minister has chosen to be there in Adampur right in the middle of operations. These bases are sensitive. They are out of bounds. Things can get very frenetic and busy at this time. Sure, we are in a sort of ceasefire understanding with Pakistan right now, but to answer your question, after his speech yesterday, let's make no mistake, whether it is Adampur, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is the airfield here in Srinagar where I'm reporting from, they are all completely on war alert right now. So the Prime Minister to be there is a huge operational message by itself to Pakistan.
Absolutely, Shiv. Do stay with us. Prime Minister there doing multiple things, breaking the cycle of misinformation from Pakistan, also honoring our armed forces for the efforts that they put in, but most importantly also taking a security review of our systems, of our defense systems. Nazir also joins us from J&K. Nazir, since morning you've been giving us this very important and welcome news that schools in non-border areas of J&K have reopened, and it's very heartening to see students going back to school. But there's also been this encounter that has happened in Shopian. Of course, there's a ceasefire understanding that is in place. Tell us, and now that the Prime Minister is also in Adampur Air Base, tell us how are people of Jammu and Kashmir feeling about this, because this is fragile peace and J&K has had to bear the brunt of many of those ceasefire violations that took place in the last few days.
Well, clearly life is limping back to normal in the border areas, and in Srinagar it was really returning to normal as schools opened today in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. I spoke earlier in the morning when schools opened to students, how happy they were that because the horror of that war and the bombs they have witnessed first time in their lives, they had never thought it can end so soon, because they were really terrified. But finally, after a few days, they are back in school and they say it has ended and war should never happen. That's what they were the views of the kids in the schools. They were really terrified what was happening, because it was happening first time in their lives when bombs, explosions were, and the drone activities and the India's countermeasures by India's air defense system that was there. So as we talk about today, this encounter is not actually linked to the larger situation on the borders. This encounter is taking place in Shopian district, in the forest area of Shopian district. 3 militants are believed to have been killed according to army and the police. Army said they had intelligence about presence of these terrorists, and then they launched the operation and killed them. There's no report that if any casualty or there's injury from the army side. That's not. So it appears to be a very swift operation which the security force have carried out, but it has no link with the larger situation. Number one, it was initiated by the security force. It was not an attack on the army or police. Second thing, it appears it has no link with the Pahalgam incident because that operation is still on and the attackers there are still believed to be holed up in that very area where they had carried out the attack. But for last 3 weeks, it doesn't appear security forces are any way closer to track down the killers of 26 innocent people in Pahalgam on April 22nd. And then there's also, the larger, anti-militancy operations which are being launched in Jammu and Kashmir. On an average, every day, security force launch 100 operations every day, anti-militancy operation, cordon search operation. And in this operation, they got the specific information. They have been able to track down all the 3 militants who were present there. They have been killed. So that is the update, but operations is still going on in these forests of Shopia.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details. Back to you, Shiv. The Prime Minister yesterday in his first address after Operation Sindoor talked about how peace comes through strength and that strength has to come through action. For years, the Prime Minister has spent occasions such as Diwali with soldiers. But today, of course, was special because it's a message of support to our armed forces. Also, it's a message to the world that Operation Sindoor is not over. He is reviewing our defense systems as well. It's just been paused. Help us understand how is this visit of the Prime Minister aligned with his larger policy, his politics and also his leadership style?
Vasudha, I'm glad you asked that because on the one occasion that I've actually spent some time with our Prime Minister, the one thing that he told me that has always stayed with me is that any chance he gets, he likes spending it, with security forces, the army or the CRPF or the BSF or any security agency. And that's one of the reasons why on occasions like New Year or Diwali, he usually goes and spends it with security personnel. This is, of course, not an occasion, but it is a huge milestone in India's history, especially its security and sovereignty history. And therefore, I'm not surprised even a little bit that the Prime Minister has decided to go to the Adampur Air Base. I can guarantee you that this must have been his own personal idea because, any given chance he gets, he likes spending time with, with Jawans, with sailors, with air warriors, as is the case today with Adampur. And I think he just feels a sense of comfort being with guardians of the country. And this is not to say that it's an emotional thing, but I think he's always felt a sense of gratitude for the armed forces and security forces, and therefore, as Prime Minister, being in a position where he can get to pay some of that gratitude back, I think he does the right thing by spending as much time as he possibly can with them. So whether it is, a night at sea on INS Vikrant or spending a night, on the front lines, spending Diwali with forces on the line of control in the northeast, in Sikkim, in Arunachal Pradesh, these are all things that come very naturally to the Prime Minister. It's something that is very close to his heart as well. I can tell you that I have interacted with soldiers, sailors, airmen after these visits have gotten over, and you should hear some of those stories. They are amazing. The air warriors at Adampur, would have had a chance to chat with the Prime Minister. He's very earthy. He asks them about what's happening at home. The Prime Minister does his homework about, some of the people there. So he has, nice, deep questions to some of them about their families. And it just sends out a really, really great message, not just to the individual, but the entire base, and by virtue of that, the entire service, to the entire Air Force, who will be, seeing such great value in the Prime Minister, spending time with people who, let's admit and let's be very frank, are in a very, very high stress situation right now. And not just them at the base, Vasudha, but also their families in different parts of the country. And you know what military bases are like. They have representation from all corners of the country, southwest, east, north, northeast, etc. And therefore, families watching these images will not only get a sense of reassurance and inner strength, but it's also a kind of promise from the from the biggest leader in the country, really, the political head of the country, that, you know, I've got your people's back, I've got your daughters back, I've got your sons back. You know, even if they fly, don't worry, I'm going to give them the best that we possibly can. That's what these images really send out. So no surprises whatsoever that the Prime Minister is there. The defense journalist in me is wondering if he's going to do a hop stop in some other air bases as well, so we can get to see more of what's actually happening there.
Right, Shiv, get more of that experience that, you know, the Prime Minister has described as spending time with people who epitomize courage, determination and fearlessness, and how India is eternally grateful to the armed forces for everything that they do for us and for the nation. Of course, you know, coming back to the S-400 missile defense system, the images that we saw, perhaps the first of their kind, right? This is hailed to be one of the best in the world. How many does India have? And, you know, from what we're hearing is we're expecting to increase that number.
Good question. So basically, India bought 5 regiments of the S-400. This is not secret or classified information. It was part of the public announcement that was made. Now, what 5 regiments means, I'm not going to get into that because that goes into the realm of, you know, number of launchers and batteries, etc. Let's not get into that. I think it's enough to say that India has the S-400 and it is deployed to devastating effect in our air defense shield. Now, there are 2 interesting elements as far as the S-400 is concerned. You're absolutely right. India is interested in, you know, procuring more S-400s. That's been on the table ever since this first deal was signed about 6-7 years ago. I actually had a chance to visit the manufacturing facility of the S-400 just outside the city of St. Petersburg a few years ago, just before deliveries began to India, and talks had begun at that time to increase the order to more such systems. So that will take its own time. Of course, these are not cheap systems. They come at a huge cost, and their capability sort of justifies it, as we've seen during Operation Sindoor. But the more interesting update and element now is there is an updated version of the S-400 also from Russia called the S-500, which Russia is looking to not sell to India, but kind of co-produce and modify for Indian operational use. So that is a proposal that's come up. It apparently came up when when the Modi delegation went to Russia earlier this year and met with Putin. But that's something that's going to happen more in the distant future. Right now, India has the S-400 fully deployed. It's fully operational. There has been misinformation suggesting that the S-400 is not ready for operations. Once again, the usual Chinese and Pakistani stuff. But that is not true at all. The S-400 is ready for war. It's ready for operations. Important to also note, and this is a geopolitical reality, that China also has the S-400. So that's also something to think about.
Right. Thank you, Shiv, for joining us with those very critical details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Adampur Air Base today, a day after he announced his defense of the retaliation that India did to the original escalation that happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April, with Operation Sindoor being the new normal, the new deterrent policy that India will have against Pakistan. In fact, talking about that, his first address since India's military response after the Pahalgam terror attack, Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi declared Operation Sindoor as a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal, with 26 civilians brutally killed. Prime Minister Modi has justified India's assertive retaliation, framing this as morally necessary and also strategically calibrated.
That's right. Vasudha, the Prime Minister said that while it was true that the present times were not, this is not the age of war, but it isn't the age for terrorism as well. And that is what the Prime Minister has gone on to say. We've heard him say that when it came to the war in Ukraine and Russia as well. So now the Prime Minister there, saying the same thing when it comes to India, saying that India had drawn new red lines on terror. And this is from Pakistan, and underlining that India had just suspended Operation Sindoor because Pakistan rushed to the world after suffering the damage, and that it would closely be watching all activities taking place along the line of control and activities of Pakistan.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the speech that he delivered yesterday.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंकी जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
And time to get you a very special interview with Congress MP Shashi Tharoor. He's spoken to NDTV's Nikunj Garg and Maria Shakil while lauding Prime Minister's efforts, saying that it's the Prime Minister's duty to speak to his people, particularly when it comes to a time of misinformation, and also the message that India has put out, saying that if you mess with India, you pay. Let's listen in.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, and their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really like the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest in regard to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, 3 terrorists have been killed in an encounter which took place with the security forces in J&K's Shopian. Another terrorist could be present in the area. The encounter initially began in Pahalgam and then shifted to the forest area in Shopian. Now, security personnel of the army and the paramilitary forces have been fighting the terrorists for about 2 hours and more, counting now, in fact. Security forces intercepted the terrorists following an intelligence input. The timing of this particular encounter is significant because this is in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, India's counter strike against Pakistan. after the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 people died. Now, 3 terrorists have been killed in an encounter which is underway. The gunfighting that's taking place in Shopian with there were 4 terrorists. 3 are believed to have been killed. 1 terrorist is alive at the moment. Cordon and search operations are on by the forces. This is an encounter that's taken place in the forest of Shopian. This really comes at a time when Prime Minister Modi has visited Adhampur base early this morning in order to meet with the Jawans, talking about their valor, their of course, and talking about the contribution that the armed forces has made to the country, particularly in this very trying time. And of course, there you can see this is an encounter that's taken place where 4 terrorists were trying to enter, were trying to get inside. This is an encounter that started, in fact, in Pahalgam, but went on to the forest area of Shopian. But fortunately, 3 terrorists have been gunned down in that encounter that continues. It's been continuing over the last couple of hours, and that is the armed forces there. Of course, trying to give their best in the particular situation. With Nazir joining us. Nazir, the timing of this encounters is significant because this is really in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, but also, any details you have about the 4th terrorist?
Well, there were, information was 3 or 4 were present there, or they were holed up, but clearly all the 3 have been killed. It appears there's no other, the 4th one was not there. There were only 3. So it is a significant operation which has been carried out by the army, a swift operation, killed all the 3 militants. Identity is yet to be ascertained, which police would be eventually doing. They are believed to be the Lashkar terrorists, and they are operating in this particular area. But one thing is very clear. This encounter is not linked to the larger situation on the borders or the recent confrontation or the escalation between India and Pakistan. Number 2, this was not an attack on the security forces. This was the operation initiated by the security force based on information about presence of hiding militants. So they were neutralized after the operation was launched. Number 3, there has been a major operation going on over the last 3 weeks to track down the attackers of Pahalgam massacre. That remains a challenge, and it appears so far they are not linked to that also, even as it is larger militant ecosystem. So naturally, it is seen as a success against militancy by the security forces, because on an average, every day security forces launch around 100 operations in Kashmir Valley alone because of the challenges they face every day. But rarely they get the contact. In this case, it is after a long time, they got this contact and killed these militants. Earlier, they had been contact in the same area, but militants had managed to escape. But this time, all the 3 terrorists have been killed by the security force. So this is what army has said. So operation is on, but the encounter is over.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us with all those details. Thank you for joining us. Moving on now, let's get you the clearest satellite imagery released so far of the Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases, showing the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. The images that you will now see include the bases of Sukur in Sindh, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan in southern Punjab, PAF base Mushaf in Sargodha, as well as the PAF Pakistan base in Jacobabad, and also the northern Sindh and the Bolari Air Base in northern Thata district. My colleague Vishnu Som has the details.
Remembered during the surgical strikes of 2016 or during Balakot in 2019, there was no real satellite imagery that came across which decisively proved that India had struck its targets. Not so this time. Now, a lot of the imagery which has been released over the last couple of days is fairly low resolution imagery. In fact, when we broadcast it over our TV screens, people would have struggled to actually see, oh, look, is there really a hit? What exactly is it? But the images that we are about to show you from Noor Khan in Chaklala, Sargodha, Jacobabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Bolari, all those points marked out on your map are the clearest ever. Now, this is Jacobabad. It is a massive hangar over there. If there are any aircraft inside, those would have been destroyed as well. This shows the extent of the Indian strike and the accuracy of the Indian strike in one of the bases. Let's go to the next image, which is of the Bolari Air Base. And this, to my mind, is the clearest of the images that we are releasing. Bolari would have had, some reports indicate, either an AWACS aircraft or a transport aircraft inside, people inside as well. But again, a precision strike going right through the hangar, right through the roof of the hangar and destroying it. Sukur is the next one that we can show you. And again, one of the buildings over here, the one on the right, is entirely flattened. It's been destroyed completely. It's believed to have been a UAV base, but it's this relentless pressure on Pakistan by the Indian Armed Forces which proved that, look, we can hit your air bases and thereby disable your air force, which went a long way towards persuading them to come to the ceasefire table. That's the key point over here. It was these strikes which sent a message. Let's go to the next one, which is at the Noor Khan Air Base. And this is a key part of their operational hub at Noor Khan, a series of buildings over there destroyed. As you can see on your screen, India used Scalp missiles, BrahMos missiles, and perhaps Hammer missiles as well. We didn't have any of these other than the BrahMos in 2019, but that was not used on that occasion. There's the imagery of the Noor Khan Air Base. We've done the damage to the runway that you can now see in the next image. Let's have that up. The moment, and this is from one of the premier air bases, Musharraf in Sargodha, the moment you make runways non-operational or inoperational, Air Force fighters cannot operate. And the fact that you've done this across quite a few air bases, and it takes hours, if not days, to actually fix the craters which have been formed, that is very significant in terms of the operations of the Pakistan Air Force. Let's take a look now at another image of Musharraf. This is another part of the runway which has been hit. This is, I believe, a deeper crater. Again, this would have meant that this airbase is non-operational. Rahim Yar Khan is another Pakistani airbase. Again, the runway cratered. Fixing this would take time. The structure around it has been weakened. Depending on the number of hits on the runway, that runway's use would also have been a clear factor, a problem for them. So that gives you an idea of what India has been saying over the last several days. It's the pressure, the weight of these strikes that persuaded Pakistan to come to the negotiating table.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details. Let's just switch tracks now to Maharashtra, and amid speculation of Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences. A recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and Maharashtra Minister Uddhav Samant, the key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, has raised eyebrows. This is the third such meeting between them and has further fueled speculations about a new possible alliance. The question remains, will the brother unite or will there be a new party matrix in Maharashtra? To know more on this, we have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, speculation is rife about that potential alliance between the MNS and the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Take us through the bus that you're picking up on.
You know, MNS has been slightly notorious for giving hints to almost all the parties which are active here in Maharashtra's political spectrum for the longest possible time. We remember that before the Lok Sabha election, MNS gave their unconditional support to Mahayuti only to support Narendra Modi for prime ministerial position. After that, during the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of confusion on whether MNS is going with Mahayuti or not. On certain seats, we saw that they amounted to massive amount of losses, especially to Shinde Shiv Sena because of the Marathi core voter base. But in the larger scheme of things, they stayed against Mahayuti, but with Bharatiya Janata Party. That resulted in them getting 0 seats, and that also increased the speculation about how there is a growing irrelevance factor when it comes to MNS across the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that new permutations and combinations have been worked out. First, we saw hints being exchanged by MNS chief Raj Thackeray and his cousin brother Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena UBT, talking about how there is a possibility of the Thackeray brothers uniting for what they termed as the larger unity of Maharashtra state. However, we did not see much development happening on that aspect in the last couple of weeks, because this conversation started in 19th of April and went silent after that. Today in the early hours of the morning, Uday Samant made his way to Raj Thackeray's house. Uday Samant is a senior minister in Fadnavis's cabinet. He is also a very close aide of Eknath Shinde. Although he denied any political talks being made in that particular meeting, but speculations are rife that this was keeping in mind the upcoming BMC elections. Given the 6th of May 6th May judgment by the Supreme Court, one can expect the BMC or the municipality elections taking place before the end of this year, which makes the political permutation and combinations very important for people to strike right, and that is why this meeting...
We will come back to you, but we have breaking news coming in at the moment. Well, breaking news coming in regard to Prime Minister Modi. Do remember that he is in Udhampur and he is going to be addressing the Indian Air Force heroes, and that is going to be taking place at the Udhampur Air Base at about 3:30 in the afternoon, just 45 minutes from now. The Prime Minister will be addressing the heroes. Do remember that the Prime Minister had, of course, visited the airbase early this morning to put out pictures, tweeted about that visit as well. The Prime Minister there, talking about the sacrifice that has been made. This is a very significant visit of the Prime Minister, coming on the heels of the address that he made just yesterday to the nation in regard to Operation Sindoor. And today he is going to be addressing the heroes behind the success of Operation Sindoor. Of course, also while busting claims that have been made by Pakistan in regard to the Udhampur airbase. Do remember Pakistan had claimed that the Udhampur airbase was destroyed, and there were morphed images that the Pakistani side had been floating around. This is in regard to the airbase in Udhampur in Punjab, and put the base out of action are those claims that were made by Pakistan. Pakistan claimed that its China-made JF-17 fighters destroyed the Russian-made S-400 missile defense system that was stationed there. Pakistan claimed that it had destroyed fighter jets and radar stations, and it had also claimed that it had resulted in a lot of loss of life. Those are the claims that were made. And here the Prime Minister early this morning putting out that picture with the S-400, setting the record straight when it comes to what really happened. And this is the best counter perhaps to point out towards that photograph from the base this morning, with the Prime Minister interacting with the soldiers stationed there and saluting their courage. We have my colleague Shiv joining us. Shiv, of course, a very important address that the Prime Minister is going to be making. He's going to be talking to the heroes, the Indian Air Force heroes. Of course, he did interact with them early this morning, but this coming at the heels of that address that the Prime Minister made yesterday in that 22-minute speech in regard to Operation Sindoor. And today, the Prime Minister at the Udhampur Air Base, and now he's going to be making that speech in regard to the sacrifices that have been made and, the men behind that victory of Operation Sindoor.
That is correct. Obviously, the speech couldn't be broadcast live because of, security concerns, etc. So it's a deferred broadcast, and we will be playing out that full speech at 3:30 p.m. And I strongly recommend that all of our viewers stick around to watch that speech and listen to that speech, because it's the second speech that the Prime Minister will be making in 2 days. Yesterday, he spoke to the nation. Today, he's speaking, to the personnel of one base. But it's going to be a message. We don't know what he said. We'll know at 3:30. But it's going to be a message, most definitely, of commending them for their incredible courage, their valor, the enormous sacrifice that they make on a daily basis by living so far away from their families at a frontline airbase, involved in a military history, quite literally, in imposing India's will on an enemy country that has dared to kill our civilians, send terrorists into our territory. So the Prime Minister's message to the armed forces is going to be something that I think all Indians should be looking forward to. Remember, it's been a very emotional and angry 3 weeks. Today happens to be 3 weeks since Pahalgam. Every Indian still feels that same rage that they felt on the 22nd of April. And I think the Prime Minister represents every Indian when he spoke to the people of the Udhampur Air Base, because it may be one of hundreds of bases in the country, but they've become representative, really, of the war, both the military war as well as the information war that India is waging against Pakistan. So I, for one, cannot wait to see what the Prime Minister says. These are unusual times. This is a country at war. We may, of course, have a ceasefire understanding with Pakistan right now, but the two countries are on war alert. We must keep reminding ourselves that the political leadership had directed some of the most audacious long-range offensive strikes inside, our enemy country against our neighbor, something that has never happened before, not even during war. And therefore, for the Prime Minister to speak with the personnel of a base that were front and center in that operation is going to be something I'm very, very interested in, and all of our viewers should be interested too.
Shiv, of course, the Prime Minister there speaking for each and every Indian, talking about how, each and every Indian in the country is eternally grateful to our armed forces for everything that they do for our nation, and of course that they have been doing, particularly over the last 2 weeks, talking about their courage, their determination, and particularly how fearless the armed forces really are.
It's incredible. I mean, an airbase, most people in our country do not have the privilege of ever visiting an airbase in their lifetime. I've had the unique privilege over the last 20 years of visiting multiple airbases. I've visited the Adampur airbase multiple times as well. It's one of India's largest bases, huge sprawling facility which contains, as we saw in those pictures, MiG-29 fighters. We now know that the S-400s are around, no longer a secret. It's been put out there by the Prime Minister himself, even though it won't be somewhere, that they can be detected. And I think the overall sense is that, for a country at war, this is the front line. This is where the men and women, and believe me when I say, I'm not trying to make some kind of separate point, but there are a huge number of women who are on the very front lines of what's happening in Operation Sindoor. The Indian Air Force has women fighter pilots. We've got women radar controllers, air traffic controllers, frontline support officials of all kinds in the Indian Air Force. One of the only arms that has women in virtually every role. So this is something to be very, very proud of. India still has a way to go as far as women in frontline roles, but it's something that, remember, it was under the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, that this huge push for gender parity in the armed forces actually happened. So that is going to be something to see as well. And hopefully in the days and the weeks to come, the specific roles of different officials, will come to the fore. I'm sure there will be gallantry decorations that will be handed down, to those who went beyond the call of duty. But the Prime Minister speaking to people at an airbase is always going to be very interesting, because I think it will also give the people of India an insight into how a military base functions. A reminder that people at air bases and military bases across the country are very much people like us, but they have enormously more responsibilities. Their life, frequently exists between life and death. Their daily duties are oftentimes very dangerous. During Operation Sindoor, many of these people had to go into harm's way and into the line of fire as well. And therefore, I think when the Prime Minister has spoken to them, visited them, spent time with them, said words to them as part of the speech that will play out right here on NDTV at 3:30 p.m., it is really on behalf of every Indian.
Absolutely, Shiv. All eyes are on that speech of the Prime Minister, the second one in less than 24 hours. We will keep coming back to you. Thank you so much, Shiv. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi visits Adampur Air Base. He interacts with the Indian Air Force personnel at the air base, and of course he will also be making a speech at the Adampur Air Base, which is expected in half an hour's time from now. 3 terrorists have been killed in the Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Shashi Tharoor lauds the efforts of the Prime Minister, says it's the duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people is crucial at this time of misinformation. Terrorist images of the Indian strikes, how strikes brought Pakistan to the ceasefire table.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24.
Welcome back. A Sessions Court in Coimbatore has convicted all 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu's Pollachi. The trial, for which had gripped a massive public attention in 2019, the judge found them guilty of gang rape and repeated rape. All 9 convicts have been sentenced to life imprisonment. The case had exposed a chilling pattern of exploitation involving at least 8 women, including a college student. The survivors were sexually assaulted, filmed, and blackmailed for sexual favors and money between 2016 and 2018.
சட்டத்தின் முன் அதாவது சட்டம் தன்னுடைய கடமையை செய்திருக்கிறது. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் அந்த குற்றவாளிகள் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் மேலே கடுமையான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும் என்பது இதை காட்டுகிறது. இந்த குறிப்பாக சகோதரிகளுக்கு எதிரான குற்றங்கள் அதை ஜீரோ டாலரன்ஸ் ஆக தான் நாம் பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த குற்றவாளிகளுக்கு தண்டனை கொடுப்பதை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
Life imprisonment for all the accused in the case. These are 9 men accused of sexually assaulting and blackmailing several women in Tamil Nadu. Moving on now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the result that's out today of the CBSE. We're talking about class 10th and class 12th results that are out, and it's again the girls doing better than the boys. 88% students have passed as far as the class 12 exams are concerned. And when it comes to class 10th exams, we're talking about, as particularly in class 12 board exams, it was Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh that has been the best performing district with 99.60% students clearing the crucial examination. Trivandrum has in Kerala has come in number 2, while followed by Chennai and Bengaluru. And we also have Delhi West in the top 5, while the class 10th percentage, as far as the pass percentage is concerned, that's 93.66% this time around, and that is 0.06%, just a wee bit better than 2024. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Kitty. To stay with us.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground,
Prime Minister Modi visits Adampur Air Base, interacts with IF personnel in Adampur. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the IF heroes at 3:30 p.m. 3 terrorists have been killed in the encounter between forces and terrorists in Shopian. Forces were engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has spoken exclusively to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech from yesterday. He said it's the duty of Prime Minister to speak to his people and it's crucial at this time of misinformation. CBSE has declared the class 10th and 12th results for this year. Pass percentage is marginally higher than 2024. Prime Minister Modi gives message to students, says stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump's 4-day Middle East tour begins. US President has landed in Saudi Arabia. He will also be in Qatar as Trump eyes Gulf investments in the US. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi has visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base and interacted with soldiers today in the morning. And this comes just days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Well, Adampur has been among the Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th. Following India's Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Air Force station comes a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces. Remember, the situation between the two nations, India and Pakistan, continues to remain sensitive. There has been a ceasefire understanding, but Prime Minister Modi's visit to a critical air base is also not just a morale booster for armed forces, but also a crucial move in reviewing our defense systems. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the IF heroes from Adampur at 3:30 p.m. This is what we're learning. In just half hour from now, Prime Minister Modi will be speaking, addressing the IF personnel from the Adampur Air Force Base at 3:30 p.m. This is what we are learning. Well, those pictures and videos on your TV screens of Prime Minister Modi while interacting with the soldiers here, the IF personnel at the Adampur Air Base also came out a while back. Prime Minister Modi had visited Adampur Air Base early in the morning, and after which he himself also released these photos of him interacting with the IF personnel at the Air Force Base. All right, my colleague Shiv Arur also now joining us on the broadcast. Shiv, we are learning now. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking to the IF heroes at 3:30 p.m. That interaction is going to be broadcast at 3:30 p.m. just half hour from now.
That's correct. In about 27 minutes from now is when that broadcast is being made public. Obviously, it's going to be right here on NDTV and our networks. The Prime Minister speaking to the personnel of the Adampur Air Base assumes a huge amount of significance, as we've said since we broke the story first earlier today with those images of him at the Adampur base, because, the two countries are at war. There is a ceasefire understanding that's been entered into by the two sides 4 days ago. But let's be very clear, the Adampur base is part of what is described as a full operational alert of India's entire war machine. And Adampur Air Force Base happens to be an integral part of that. So for Prime Minister Modi to land there today, spend quality time with the air warriors, the commanders at a frontline air base that has been
directly involved in flying operations, offensive operations, support operations, and other operations as part of Operation Sindoor, is a very, very big message, not only to the rest of India, not only to the people of Adampur's base itself, but an enormous psychological slap, in my view, to Pakistan, which has been investing a huge amount of energy, money, time in trying to misinform the public of Pakistan and the world about some kind of fantasy damage that they have inflicted on the Adampur Air Force Station. But the Prime Minister's presence there has not only busted that misinformation, but has exposed Pakistan to be, a hollow bunch of fantasists who'd rather invest in fooling their domestic audience, keeping their people in the dark, playing the Chinese playbook in terms of, narrative management rather than real operational success, at a time when 12 of their air bases literally have holes in them because of Indian missiles. So, we are not the same, and I think that's what the Prime Minister really wants to convey by going there. Have you heard of Asim Munir or the Pakistan Air Force Chief visiting any Air Force base? They're sitting pretty while Prime Minister Modi actually goes there.
Prime Minister Modi actually visiting Adampur, and those photos also that came out, he himself posted those photos later after his visit of an image of a MiG-29 jet, also an intact S-400 air defense system in front of, right behind him. That photograph on your TV screen that I'm talking about now, the S-400 defense system that Pakistan, of course, has been claiming that there was a significant damage to the S-400 system. But that claim also by Pakistan, Shiv, stands debunked. That also, the claim that Pakistan has been making, all the lies it had been peddling, is, the proof is out here. Well, India, of course, had negated all those reports earlier as well. But this visit sends out a strong message in terms of that.
Well, it completely demolishes Pakistani misinformation, which they sort of conjured out of thin air in order to give their domestic audiences this false sense of bravado and hope that they had inflicted damage on an aggressor like India. But that's been completely debunked right now. I'm sure Pakistanis and their information warriors will say, but this is only one picture of an S-400. Where are the others? The point here is that the Prime Minister is not trying to specifically debunk anything. I don't think India needs to get into that kind of information warfare with Pakistan. It just so happens that this visit and every image that's coming out from this visit radiates a demolition of misinformation from Pakistan and exposes Pakistan, as a hollow purveyor of fantasy fiction for its audience. But this is not surprising, and it should not occupy our minds too much because, unlike Pakistan, which is trying to hide the damage at its air bases, is trying to, get Shahid Afridi to go on Vijay Yatras as far as what the Pakistan armed forces have managed. You've got Shehbaz Sharif pretending to be a statesman and taking ownership of this ceasefire and making it seem like the Pakistan military has, performed admirably well. The truth of the matter is just the opposite. And unlike Pakistan, which needs to create facts in order to feel better about its humiliation, India doesn't need to do that. Here, the Prime Minister needs to visit a completely intact operational base where everyone is on duty, professional war duty at this point of time. And in just a few minutes from now, we're all eagerly awaiting to hear the words that the Prime Minister shared with the people who are literally the teeth of India's combat operations against Pakistan.
Yes, Prime Minister Modi himself has given a free hand to the armed forces. He said that they are free to operate and our military establishments are ready in case of any eventuality. Let me go across to my colleague Ishwarya Jain also. Ishwarya, you've been saying, we've been speaking about it earlier as well, that this was a surprise visit of Prime Minister Modi, one that was of course not known, and Prime Minister Modi, visiting the IAF personnel are men and women in uniform at the Adampur Air Base sends out a strong messaging. And those videos, of course, also have come out. Prime Minister Modi himself shared more pictures of his visit. So this was something that was not known, but of course comes as a morale booster for our forces.
Well, Prime Minister himself expressed desire to meet the air warriors. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi for several occasions in the past as well. He's well known for giving surprises, and this time as well it's a surprise visit. And Prime Minister early up in the morning was amongst the technical staff, the pilots from the Indian Air Force who have been deployed at the Adampur Air Base. And of course, it's a symbolic gesture as well. A messaging has been sent across to the across the borders as well, who are sitting, and the surprise is for them as well, as what they have claimed in the past about hitting the airbase, the airstrip, the S-400, and all of those claims which had now been completely destroyed as far as the pictures coming out from there. Prime Minister greeting, and we all have seen on the occasions of Diwali, Prime Minister used to go just near the border areas to celebrate Diwali with our armed forces, and this time as well, as it is a successful Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister expressed his desire to meet the air warriors. This morning, early up at 7 a.m, he left from the Pahalgam Air Base and reached over there, spent at least 1 hour with the armed, the Indian Air Force officers, and certainly that is a big morale booster.
Absolutely. Well, Prime Minister Modi will also be addressing the Indian Air Force heroes at 3:30 p.m. Just a few minutes left for that. Prime Minister Modi, in his first address also since India's military response after the Pahalgam terror attack, had declared Operation Sindoor as a defining shift in India's security doctrine, marking the emergence of a new normal. Well, the Prime Minister had said that while it was true that the present times were not an age of war, this was also not the age of terrorism. Well, Prime Minister Modi in his address yesterday said that India had drawn new red lines on terror emanating from Pakistan, and underlined that India had just suspended Operation Sindoor because Pakistan rushed to the world after suffering damage, and that it would closely watch the activities of Pakistan.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग-अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
All right, so now Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has also spoken to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech from yesterday. He's lauded Prime Minister Modi's efforts and said that India had handled the situation quite well on the Indo-Pakistan tensions, and he has given full marks to Operation Sindoor. Listen in.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really liked the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
All right, that was a special conversation with Dr. Shashi Tharoor there. Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, now politics over Operation Sindoor has also started. The opposition has demanded a special parliamentary session, especially Congress party demanding clarity on US claims of having mediated the ceasefire. Well, Congress has also put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Listen in to more reactions coming in.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी यहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, ये वालों ने डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है। मिनिस्टर को भी सब डिस्कस करना इतना आसान नहीं कि फायदे की बात नहीं है।
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindoor operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay, but ceasefire, how ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America? Even now, America claims many things. It is because of Donald Trump and American administration, both India and Pakistan agreed for ceasefire. And what is the truth?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा, उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight, and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster. Why the POK came after the war? Why we are not acquire the POK? What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why not that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. Where only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Three terrorists were killed in Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists. Clearest images of Indian strikes on Pakistan and POK accessed exclusively. Nine people are convicted in the Polachi sex assault case in Coimbatore. And CBSE has declared Class 12 board exam result. Overall pass percentage is 88.39%, marginally up from last year.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
Welcome back after the break. Three terrorists were gunned down in an encounter with security forces in Jammu Kashmir, Shopian. Well, another terrorist is believed to be present in the area. The encounter initially began in Pahalgam and then shifted to a forest area in Shopian. Security personnel have been fighting the terrorists for about 2 hours, more than 2 hours now. And security forces also intercepted the terrorists following an intel input. The timing of this encounter is significant because it comes in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. We're slipping into a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
After days of shutdown, schools and colleges in non-border districts of Jammu Kashmir have reopened today. Meanwhile, border districts stay shut due to security concerns. All schools and colleges, except those in border areas, have reopened in Jammu Kashmir following a temporary closure because of heightened tension along the border.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two
credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi today visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base and interacted with the soldiers just days after India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire. Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan had attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and May 10th following India's Operation Sindoor. Well, the Prime Minister's visit to the Air Force station also comes just a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces following a successful Operation Sindoor. Those videos and photographs on your TV screens there of Prime Minister Modi visiting the Adampur Air Base and interacting with the soldiers there. Remember, the situation between the two nations, India, Pakistan, remains sensitive. There is a ceasefire understanding in place, and Prime Minister Modi's visit to a critical air base is, of course, something that's been seen as a morale booster for armed forces. Also, it's seen as a crucial move in reviewing our defense systems. All right, my colleague Shiv Arur also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. We understand, Shiv, in just... all right, Prime Minister Modi is speaking at the moment. Let's step in.
माता की इस जयघोष की ताकत अभी अभी दुनिया ने देखी है। भारत माता की जय ये सिर्फ उद्घोष नहीं है, ये देश के हर उस सैनिक की शपथ है जो मां भारती की मान मर्यादा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा देता है। ये देश के हर उस नागरिक की आवाज है जो देश के लिए जीना चाहता है, कुछ कर गुजरना चाहता है। भारत माता की जय मैदान में भी गूंजती है और मिशन में भी। जब भारत के सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। ये सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। जब हमारे ड्रोन जब हमारी मिसाइलें सनसनाती हुई निशाने पर पहुंचती हैं तो दुश्मन को सुनाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब रात के अंधेरे में भी जब हम सूरज उगा देते हैं तो दुश्मन को दिखाई देता है भारत माता की जय। जब हमारी फौजें न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की धमकी की हवा निकाल देती हैं तो आकाश से पाताल तक एक ही बात गूंजती है, भारत माता की जय। साथियों, वाकई आप सभी ने कोटि कोटि भारतीयों का सीना चौड़ा कर दिया है। हर भारतीय का माथा गर्व से ऊंचा कर दिया है। आपने इतिहास रच दिया है। और मैं आज सुबह सुबह आपके बीच आया हूं आपके दर्शन करने के लिए। जब वीरों के पैर धरती पर पड़ते हैं तो धरती धन्य हो जाती है। जब वीरों के दर्शन का अवसर मिलता है तो जीवन धन्य हो जाता है। और इसलिए मैं आज सुबह सुबह ही आपके दर्शन करने के लिए यहां पहुंचा। आज से अनेक दशक बाद भी जब भारत के इस पराक्रम की चर्चा होगी तो उसके सबसे प्रमुख अध्याय आप और आपके साथी होंगे। आप सभी वर्तमान के साथ ही देश की आने वाली पीढ़ियों की और उनके लिए भी नई प्रेरणा बन गए हैं। मैं वीरों की इस धरती से आज एयरफोर्स, नेवी और आर्मी के सभी जाबाजों, बीएसएफ के अपने शूरवीरों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। आपके पराक्रम की वजह से आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की गूंज हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं है। ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। भारत बुद्ध की भी धरती है और गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी की भी धरती है। गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी ने कहा था, 1.25 लाख से एक लड़ाऊं, चिड़ियन ते मैं बात तुड़ाऊं, तबे गुरु गोविंद सिंह नाम कहाऊं। अधर्म के नाश और धर्म की स्थापना के लिए शस्त्र उठाना, ये हमारी परंपरा है। इसलिए जब हमारी बहनों, बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना गया तो हमने आतंकियों के फन को उनके घर में घुस के कुचल दिया। भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की! वो कायरों की तरह छिप कर आए थे, लेकिन भूल गए उन्होंने जिसे ललकारा है वो हिंद की सेना है। आपने उन्हें सामने से हमला करके मारा। आपने आतंक के तमाम बड़े अड्डों को मिट्टी में मिला दिया। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने बर्बाद हुए। 100 से ज्यादा आतंकियों की मौत हुई। आतंक के आकाओं को अब समझ आ गया है, भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। भारत में निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, विनाश और महाविनाश। जिस पाकिस्तानी सेना के भरोसे ये आतंकी बैठे थे, भारत की सेना, भारत की एयरफोर्स और भारत की नेवी ने उस पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी धूल चटा दी है।
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, कौशल दिखलाया चालों में, उड़ गया भयानक भालों में, निर्भीक गया वह ढालों में, सरपट दौड़ा करवालों में। ये पंक्तियां महाराणा प्रताप के प्रसिद्ध घोड़े चेतक पर लिखी गई है, लेकिन ये पंक्तियां आज के आधुनिक भारतीय हथियारों पर भी फिट बैठती है। मेरे वीर साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से आपने देश का आत्मबल बढ़ाया है, देश को एकता के सूत्र में बांधा है और आपने भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा की है। भारत के स्वाभिमान को नई ऊंचाई दी है। साथियों, आपने वो किया जो अभूतपूर्व है, अकल्पनीय है, अद्भुत है। हमारी एयरफोर्स ने पाकिस्तान में इतना डीप आतंक के अड्डों को टारगेट किया, सिर्फ 20-25 मिनट के भीतर सीमा पार लक्ष्यों को भेदना, बिल्कुल पिन पॉइंटेड टारगेट्स को हिट करना, ये सिर्फ एक मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस प्रोफेशनल फोर्स ही कर सकती है। आपकी स्पीड और प्रिसीजन इस लेवल की थी कि दुश्मन हक्का बक्का रह गया। उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि कब उसका सीना छलनी हो गया। साथियों, हमारा लक्ष्य पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेरर हेडक्वार्टर्स को हिट करने का था, आतंकियों को हिट करने का था, लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने अपने यात्री विमानों को सामने करके जो साजिश की रची, मैं कल्पना कर सकता हूं वो पल कितना कठिन होगा जब सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट दिख रहा है। और मुझे गर्व है, आपने बहुत सावधानी से, बहुत सतर्कता से सिविलियन एयरक्राफ्ट को नुकसान किए बिना कमाल करके दिखाया, उसका जवाब दे दिया आपने। मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आप सभी अपने लक्ष्यों पर बिल्कुल खरे उतरे हैं। पाकिस्तान में आतंकी ठिकानों और उनके एयरबेस ही तबाह नहीं हुए, बल्कि उनके नापाक इरादे और उनके दुस्साहस दोनों की हार हुई है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए। पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन, उसके यूएवी, पाकिस्तान के एयरक्राफ्ट और उसकी मिसाइलें हमारे सशक्त एयर डिफेंस के सामने सबके सब ढेर हो गए। मैं देश के सभी एयरबेस से जुड़ी लीडरशिप की, भारतीय वायुसेना के हर एयर वॉरियर की हृदय से सराहना करता हूं। आपने वाकई बहुत शानदार काम किया है। साथियों, आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का एक एक क्षण भारत की सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की गवाही देता है। इस दौरान हमारी सेनाओं का कोऑर्डिनेशन वाकई में कहूंगा शानदार था। आर्मी हो, नेवी हो या एयरफोर्स, सबका तालमेल बहुत जबरदस्त था। नेवी ने समुद्र पर अपना दबदबा बनाया, सेना ने बॉर्डर पर मजबूती दी और भारतीय वायुसेना ने अटैक भी किया और डिफेंड भी किया। बीएसएफ और दूसरे बलों ने भी अद्भुत क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन किया है। इंटीग्रेटेड एयर एंड लैंड कॉम्बैट सिस्टम ने शानदार काम किया है। और यही तो है जॉइंटनेस। ये अब भारतीय सेनाओं के सामर्थ्य की एक मजबूत पहचान बन चुकी है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में मैन पावर के साथ ही मशीन का कोऑर्डिनेशन भी अद्भुत रहा है। भारत के पारंपरिक एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम हो, जिन्होंने अनेक लड़ाइयां देखी हैं, या फिर आकाश जैसे हमारे मेड इन इंडिया प्लेटफॉर्म हो, इनको S-400 जैसे आधुनिक और सशक्त डिफेंस सिस्टम ने अभूतपूर्व मजबूती दी है। एक मजबूत सुरक्षा कवच भारत की पहचान बन चुकी है। पाकिस्तान की लाख कोशिश के बाद भी हमारे एयरबेस हो या फिर हमारे दूसरे डिफेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन पर आंच तक नहीं आई। और इसका श्रेय आप सभी को जाता है और मुझे गर्व है आप सब पर। बॉर्डर पर तैनात हर सैनिक को जाता है। इस ऑपरेशन से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति को उसका श्रेय जाता है। साथियों, आज हमारे पास नई और कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी का ऐसा सामर्थ्य है जिसका पाकिस्तान मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। बीते दशक में एयरफोर्स सहित हमारी सभी सेनाओं के पास दुनिया की श्रेष्ठ टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंची है, लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चुनौतियां भी उतनी ही बड़ी होती है। कॉम्प्लिकेटेड और सोफिस्टिकेटेड सिस्टम को मेंटेन करना, उन्हें एफिशिएंसी के साथ ऑपरेट करना, ये एक बहुत बड़ी स्किल है। आपने टेक को टैक्टिक्स से जोड़कर दिखा दिया है। आपने सिद्ध कर दिया है कि आप इस गेम में दुनिया में बेहतरीन है। भारत की वायुसेना अब सिर्फ हथियारों से ही नहीं, डेटा और ड्रोन से भी दुश्मन को छकाने में माहिर हो गई है। साथियों, पाकिस्तान की गुहार के बाद भारत ने सिर्फ अपनी सैन्य कार्रवाई को स्थगित किया है। अगर पाकिस्तान ने फिर से आतंकी गतिविधि या सैन्य दुस्साहस दिखाया तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। ये जवाब अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने तरीके से देंगे। और इस निर्णय की आधारशिला, इसके पीछे छिपा विश्वास आप सबका धैर्य, शौर्य, साहस और सजगता है। आपको ये हौसला, ये जुनून, ये जज्बा ऐसे ही बरकरार रखना है। हमें लगातार मुस्तैद रहना है, हमें तैयार रहना है। हमें दुश्मन को याद दिलाते रहना है, ये नया भारत है। ये भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर मानवता पर हमला होता है तो ये भारत युद्ध के मोर्चे पर दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाना भी अच्छी तरह जानता है। इसी संकल्प के साथ आइए एक बार फिर बोलें, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
So you've just heard the Prime Minister there concluding his address as he was addressing the Jawans and the forces at the Adampur Air Base. This, remember, is one of the important forward air bases that India has always been very, very important. And if you just look at the picture and the tone and tenor of what the Prime Minister has said, it makes it absolutely clear that the Prime Minister again is reinforcing what he said just about 24 hours ago. For the second time in the last 24 hours, the Prime Minister reiterating that this is the new normal, that especially countries like Pakistan, who wanted to foment terror and much else, should be well aware of. He also does say that our intention was only and only to eliminate the terror hotbed, something that we have done, and we've done that with precision. The message is loud and clear. He said just within 25 to 30 minutes, we struck terror targets deep in Pakistan, and clearly the message to Pakistan is loud and clear that you need to be wary of this new India that is willing to cross the red lines. We won't stop at the POK. We are not stopping at Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We will go into your heartland if you look at our country and if you cause any harm. The Prime Minister has also used this opportunity, in fact, to praise all the warriors of the Indian Air Force for their bravery. And he said that I thank all of you for your contribution, for responding in kind to Pakistan. And this, remember, also comes at a point where there has been a lot of fake news factory that was essentially pushed by Pakistan, talking of destruction, quote-unquote destruction at the Adampur Air Base. But the Prime Minister, in his own style and method, has given a befitting response to Pakistan and even the world across. So those were just a quick check of what the Prime Minister has said. Let's also get you a roundup of all the top stories we're tracking for you on top of the show at 4. The Prime Minister has addressed the Air Force heroes at Adampur, and he says, you have created history. There is no place in Pakistan now, the Prime Minister says, that is safe for terrorists anymore. Three terrorists have been neutralized in the Shopia encounter. Forces engaged in the gunfight with these terrorists earlier today. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is speaking to NDTV, and he is responding to what the Prime Minister said just about late last night. He says it's a duty of the Prime Minister to speak to his people, and crucial at this time of misinformation. The CBSE has declared the class 10th and 12th results. The pass percentage is marginally higher than last year. The girls yet again have outshined the boys. And the Prime Minister also has a message for the students. He says, stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump is on his 4-day Middle East tour that now has begun. The US President earlier has landed in Saudi Arabia. He's also going to be in the UAE and Qatar as Trump eyes Gulf investments in the US. So the Prime Minister, remember, is giving all the credit to our Veers, to our brave hearts. And he says that he actually came to see them who actually have made the country very, very proud. He was earlier at the Adampur Air Base. On your screen, some more images of the moments that he spent with them after he's also addressed them. We'll get you highlights of that in just a moment. But let me also tell you what has the Prime Minister said. He said that we crushed terrorists in their own home. We took them head on. About 100 terrorists have been neutralized. He says to fight evil is our religion. He's invoked Maharana Pratap, Guru Gobind Singh, and he's also said that the masterminds of terror now know that if you try to attack us, you will only and only be facing destruction. So this is yet again a strong message from the Prime Minister signaling our intent, where he says that there is no place in Pakistan where terrorists can hide, not even the Punjab province, not even a Bahawalpur, not even a Muridke. Let's get in our colleague Shiv, who's been tracking that story, getting us a lot of insights, and he joins us live on this edition of the news from Srinagar. You know, Shiv, this is the second strike from the Prime Minister in just the last 24 hours, and much as well, even the symbolism. The Prime Minister there at the Adampur Air Base with the S-400 that you see behind him, and a clear messaging. I think without naming Pakistan like that, he's responded to Pakistan in more ways than one.
This was signature Modi playing to his strengths in his comfort zone with the armed forces, which he loves very much. Sending out the kind of powerful message that only someone like a Narendra Modi can. He invoked the fact that this is a land of Buddha, but it's also the land of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He said that, Op Sindoor is the new normal. He said that Pakistan will have to spend an eternity of sleepless nights if it even dreams of provoking India again in the manner that it did in Pahalgam. He enunciated, Deepthi, three new principles that have become the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. He said, principle number 1, any terror attack will be responded to at a time and place of India's choosing, but there will be a response. No terror attack will be ignored. Number 2, nuclear blackmail will never ever again be an issue for India to attack Pakistan, as it has demonstrated with Operation Sindoor. And finally, most importantly and most key, that India will not differentiate between the terrorists and their sponsors. Basically saying that if a terror attack happens, India reserves the right to attack military installations, military targets and government targets within Pakistan, which is precisely what Operation Sindoor was. And as he said, it is the new normal, and he meant it. But the other words, which were much more of an emotional and tributary nature, I think were equally important, Deepthi, where he paid tribute. He said that he has come for the darshan of the air warriors. He confirmed what most people have been speculating about the Adampur Air Force staff's, front and center role in Operation Sindoor, including pilots in aircraft, radar controllers, target specialists, early warning specialists, all of them, in those huge crowds listening to Prime Minister Modi. And of course, the icing on the cake in some ways, was the Prime Minister making that speech from in front of an S-400, which all of us are seeing for the first time. No public images of the S-400 before this. And therefore, many different messages going out. 1, as a warning to Pakistan. 2, as a line in the sand as far as terrorists are concerned. And 3, also, that Pakistan can live in its fantasy world as far as misinformation is concerned, but that Adampur, an airbase that Pakistan sought to attack, and when it couldn't attack, sought to misinform its public that it had attacked, is alive and well and ready to jump back into operations in a few minutes if necessary, if Pakistan provokes it. That was the amazing message from Prime Minister Modi, Deepthi.
Oh yes, and Shiv, I'll also take this opportunity to say good evening to both Sajjan Kumar, who's a political analyst, and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, who's a defense expert, both with us on the show. And gentlemen, with your permission, I want to take another quick question now with Shiv, and then we'll come back to this conversation because he's on ground zero. He's been tracking everything for us. Shiv, the timing is very, very important. When the Prime Minister decided to speak yesterday, he has multiple layers of messaging, not just to tell us that this is the new Modi doctrine. He has a message for those who still believe that Kashmir is on the table, and he made it very clear that forget that. We'll talk to Pakistan, but we'll talk about POK, and we will speak about terror. He also has a message for all of us who've been really looking at how far can India go. And he said, we came this far, but do not think that this operation is over. This is just a pause. To him now, going to the forces, how do you see in the next few days to weeks, the story moving ahead, keeping in mind that this is a Pakistan that absolutely cannot be trusted?
Unlike previous occasions, Deepthi, and I'm glad you asked that question, India does not have to fall back on, warnings or, saying that if you do this, then we will do this. The Prime Minister has literally made 2 speeches, in less than 24 hours, just 4 days after Indian BrahMos and Scalp missiles landed in 12 Pakistan Air Force bases. So, this is not even rhetoric. There is no semantics here. The proof of the pudding is on the runways and the tarmacs and the hangars of all of these Pakistan Air Force bases. So, if anyone has any doubts that Prime Minister Modi and India as a nation is speaking through him from a position of strength, that should be set aside completely. Because the Modi doctrine, as you referred to it, which is that India treats every terror attack as an act of war, that India does not care about the nuclear umbrella and nuclear blackmail, and that the military and terrorists are one and the same when a terrorist attack happens, that doctrine is already in force. It's not like a flag being waved by Modi saying, the next time this happens, then we will do this. That has literally happened in the week gone by. And every one of the people at the Adampur Air Force Station, Deepthi, listening to Prime Minister Modi, knows it, because they have literally been the executors of the Modi doctrine this time. And that's what makes this speech so powerful.
Absolutely. Shiv, I'll let you go only for the moment and we'll keep coming back to you. In the meantime, let me go back to both Sajjan Kumar and Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. General V.K. Chaturvedi, to you, sir, first. How do you read, how do you analyze what has happened vis-a-vis Pakistan and India's response so far?
It has been a tremendous performance by our armed forces. Not only the armed forces, I'll say the people of India. They have stood together with the armed forces. Armed forces have acted in most professional manner, in most ethical manner. When they targeted on 6th and 7th night these places, the terrorist camp, thereafter they made it very, very clear that our aim was to destroy the terrorist camp and kill those terrorists who have caused that unbearable pain to each and every Indian on that 22nd April at Pahalgam. That incident was most deplorable, abhorrible. I think it was heinous, dastardly, all the adjectives fall short of actually describing that incident when you ask a man his religion and then kill him. And killing some of those couples who had gone for their honeymoon just 7-8 days into their married life. This was unpardonable sin that Pakistan committed, and they needed to be punished in the harshest manner. That's what was done. Thereafter, on 6th, 7th night, we attacked them, pinpoint, precision strike, no collateral damage. We only hit where these terrorists were hiding or their infrastructure was existing. Made it clear on 7th by our Foreign Secretary what was our intention and why we responded in this manner, and also made it very clear that our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible. These were the 4 words which describe our response, but thereafter, this failed nation and the rogue army dared to side with the terrorists and tried to send the missiles and drones to damage our infrastructure, damage our military bases and all. India had no choice. India is a strong armed forces, a very strong nation, led by an equally strong leader, which means business, which means good for the nation, and is capable of protecting the sovereignty and integrity of the nation, and also the well-being of our people. And that's why we responded in such a manner that Pakistan will remember for its life.
Yes.
We destroyed the 11 airfields. We destroyed Malid also. One is not very sure whether it was through the naval action or the air action, but definitely the results were there for every one of us.
Yes,
to see.
there has been destruction, sir, and that is the reason why you have seen a Pakistan rattled. But look at the response, Sajjan, of how an India responds and how a Pakistan responds. Here, right from people who are in charge of operations to putting out proof of a before and after, showing us evidence that this is where we've struck and these were terror camps, to the Prime Minister not wasting an opportunity to speak to the audience, to speak to his constituents here back home and a larger messaging to the world, to even reaching out to the forces to boost their morale.
Yes, precisely, and PM Modi himself says that he is paying a tribute to the professionalism and the valor and courage of the Indian forces. But more importantly was, the catchphrase, if you see, it was not just, he was trying to address or boost the morale or pay his gratitude to the Indian defense personnel, but rather he was laying down a foundation when he said that it's Operation Sindoor is a new normal in new India. So thereby he was also trying to, in a way, consolidate the new will, the collective will of the nation. The collective will of the new India, wherein India is willing to cross the Rubicons in terms of not being always restrained by retaliating when being attacked, but rather going for the strategy of offensive defense. This is one. 2, also, it was something wherein entire nation's will, collective will, is quite relatable with the leaderships, wherein the faith in the leader, that the we the people, the phrase can be redefined, wherein you find the leader and the people, the state and the society, they all were in sync in terms of entering into 21st century, be it about the new warfare. I mean, when he said that this is not the time for war, but this is also not the time to remain passive vis-a-vis terror attack. And that is why Prime Minister Modi's doctrine, if you see, the new India and new normal, it is about a new collective will, wherein the collective psyche wants India's defense and security to play a proactive and offensive role rather than being the recipient and then responding. And that is how you see, this is where Prime Minister Modi's own location, his own social and political capital of immense relatability. This is where he carries the nation in a professional and a very transparent and relatable manner, compared to a state wherein you find Pakistan, etc. It's all propaganda based on the lies and etc. So that way, what I find really fascinating about the address was the immense relatability. When PM speaks, he is giving the details of the operation. He is naming the kind of the tact and technologies, their uses, paying the gratitude, but it was done in such a relatable language that besides the professional experts, you also find ordinary and generic Indians feeling quite relatable, and the message resonates with them. So that is why India has crossed the Rubicon, and this willingness to cross the Rubicon and not being restrained, as has been the collective frustration, you know, a sense of that is something that is new about PM Modi's address, that we the people is now quite addressing the collective intent as addressed by Modi, wherein you have to go for, rather than defensive offense, you are going for the offensive defense strategy. Yes.
And you know, Sajjan, I'm so glad that you've touched upon this point, because this helps me frame the next part of the question before I get in Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi. Because the point is, you're speaking of the will of the nation. This was the mood of the nation, that let's go to any length this time, but we need to ensure that there is never another Pahalgam. This is our moment. You know, we do not care about what an America might think. We do not care about what an EU might think. We do not care about absolutely anyone right now, because these are our citizens. And right from, you know, calling this operation an Operation Sindoor to addressing the fact that we need to do a lot more in terms of our own capabilities and to go deep into the heart of Pakistan. I think right from the start, the intent, the message was very clear, and this has kind of galvanized the entire country to come together as one, Sajjan.
Yes, precisely, and that is where you do not see leaders, I mean, taking decision at the people. It is about you take the decision in a professional manner, but what an amazing, you know, kind of way wherein the professional decisions have immense, you know, relatability with the collective psyche of the people, the very clamoring of justice, clamoring of retaliatory action against the heinous act. And that is something which was synchronized. And therein, when he addresses the general public, as he did yesterday, or when he goes to the, you know, to address the Indian defense personals who participated and made this valorous act possible, you know, this brings every aspect of Indianness together, you know, and that is where you find a leader transcends into the statesmanship wherein the legitimacy in the system, in the security and the faith and the sense of pride percolates down to each and every being. And that is why I see the generic message, the generic sense of, I mean, collective psyche is satiated, and therein you feel a sense of pride that not only it was not just a revenge, but it was a justice. And you also feel pride of the leadership of the Air Force, the defense, the Navy, the diplomacy. And that way, this is the moment wherein you feel that, yes, there is a paradigm shift into the policy, and that paradigm shift is articulated in very simple manner, that there cannot be talk with terrorism, there cannot be trade with terrorism, and there cannot be blood and water flowing together. India cannot sit, you know, passively to respond only when being attacked, but rather it has a right. And then addressing the global audience also, and unambiguously declaring India's intent that we are going to fight at our own will, in our own way, at a time we choose, rather than others who dictate the terms to us. So these are the things, mind it, it is going to stay with the people. People are going to remember it, they are going to internalize it. And this is the moment wherein you see a statesman Modi, and wherein he brings entire country together and makes them clear and submits to them the directional change that has happened just now with the valor and everything. And that is why I said, we the people needs to be redefined, that new India, new normal is also among a new psyche of the collective Indianness.
Yes, yes. I think, Sanjan, you've just put this out so very well and so very effectively, and I'm glad you've done that. Lieutenant General V.K. Chaturvedi, sir, there is another aspect. You know, nuclear blackmail is something that the Prime Minister spoke about yesterday. The Prime Minister has reiterated that message today. And I don't recall, you know, leaders in recent times who've actually crossed that line to speak about nuclear blackmail as such. So for a leader from a stage speaking to not just Pakistan, but to the world over, that next time, you know, Pakistan inflicts harm on us just because it is a nuclear armed state, you cannot ask us to dial down tensions.
Very well brought out. Nuclear blackmail since 1999 Kargil.
Yes.
At that point of time also we were both nuclear powers, and a lot of talks were there that both countries are nuclear, and therefore we laid lot of restrictions on our own self. We did not cross the LC. Our Air Force did not cross the airspace, violated the Air Force airspace. But this time, our Prime Minister, in no uncertain term, has made it clear that this nuclear bluff will not hold anymore. We will do whatever is right for it, and it has been done. You see it, what Shiv was talking in the beginning, that what last week, whatever the Prime Minister defined yesterday as a doctrine has already been done. We crossed the international boundary, which we had never done it earlier. We hit Bahawalpur, we hit all the air bases of Pakistan. And also, initially, we were only hitting the terrorist camp, and we made it very clear that these are the terrorist camps which we want to hit because they have caused damage to our people. But when they retaliated, then there was no Lakshman Rekha. India went all out to cause the heaviest damage. I think Pakistan will remember for a long time the way it has been plundered, I'll just say that word, with our firepower, and all the aircrafts, their drones and missiles were made ineffective by our air defense system.
Oh yes.
So is not known about our artillery, which has done a lot of damage in 15 core and 16 core area. The rockets, the medium guns have totally plundered some of the posts. Even the gun positions have been plundered. This will all come later. But I can only say that one is very proud of our leadership, our political total cabinet, and the people of India who stood very, very strongly with the nation.
And and our forces, not to forget, our forces that, you know, actually are there ensuring that we all stay safe. And this is a leader who's actually gone amongst them today to not just say thank you, but also I think to boost their morale, to tell them that I am here, I will always watch your back. So I think it's not just the political will, but the military might of a country that gets together. And like Sajjan said, when you internalize this is how you have an India in totality, gentlemen, responding to Pakistan and the terror state. It's been a fascinating conversation, only for want of time. I'm thanking both of you right now for speaking to us. But just in case you're tuning into the broadcast, I want to get you highlights, just a couple of highlights of the Prime Minister's big address at the Adampur Air Base, where the Prime Minister has once again warned Pakistan.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
So that is the Prime Minister's unequivocal message going out yet again. But do remember, we as a country today have stood with the government, whether it is the opposition, whether it's absolutely anyone. Everyone has commended the government for the kind of action we have taken. Now, Congress's Shashi Tharoor is no different. He's had this exclusive conversation with NDTV where he's lauding the Prime Minister's efforts, and he says that it's good that the Prime Minister has spoken to the people, and he also does say that India has handled the situation very well.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters, because he used it when I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM's speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments, and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really liked the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state, we did nothing, they were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam, where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence, where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
Now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, there is a lot of politics over Operation Sindoor that has already begun. The opposition that is led by the Congress is already calling for a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor. They want more clarity on what has happened so far, also on the US's claims of having mediated a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Congress has also put up posters of the late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war. Let's get you a quick roundup of all the voices.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से कोई विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का, हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है। इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन, सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
Prime Minister should have answered certain pertinent questions which Prime Minister evaded. How the Pahalgam terror attack took place? What was the lapse on our part? Prime Minister did not refer to it. And after that, Sindoor operation, Prime Minister was making big claims, okay, but ceasefire. How ceasefire has been agreed? What was the role played by America?
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं। युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा, उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
While the Prime Minister is ready to talk to every world leader about Pakistan, he should also address his own countrymen and the other political parties within the country. It has been over a fortnight and the Prime Minister chooses monologues over a dialogue with his fellow countrymen and the political parties. The Congress party has been very clear in its stand. We will stand by the government for any decisive decision it takes with respect to the interest of the country and the countrymen.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster. Why the POK came after the war? Why we are not acquire the POK? What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. Where only time is support to our armed force.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world. Welcome back. Now, about 3 terrorists have been neutralized in the encounter in Shopia earlier. These have been killed with the encounter with our forces in that particular district. On your screen are more images of the aftermath and some following that entire operation. Now, these terrorists have been identified as Amir Bashir, Shahid Kutei, Adnan Shafi Dar, who've all been neutralized, and they are all believed to be locals in Jammu and Kashmir. The encounter initially began in Kulgaon and then it shifted to a heavily forested area in Shopia. Now, the timing of the encounter is significant because this comes right in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, and the agencies, even as we speak, are trying to find out which were the other operations that these terrorists were involved in and whether there were more people and perhaps OGWs providing them support. So we'll keep getting you updates from what's been happening vis-a-vis Jammu and Kashmir and also the India-Pakistan story. But back home, there is another lot of political murmur about what possibly could be happening in Maharashtra. Now, there are a lot of speculations of the Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and the MNS chief Raj Thackeray reuniting after decades of differences. There was a recent meeting between Raj Thackeray and the Maharashtra Minister Uday Samant, a key leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction, that again has raised a lot of eyebrows. Now, this, remember, is the third such meeting that is taking place between them. It has furthered a lot of that speculation about could they be coming together? Could there be a new realignment? The question continues to be, will the brothers actually now bury the hatchet? Will they come together, make peace? Or there is going to be a new party matrix in Maharashtra? Do remember, we are still looking at an all-important BMC elections that are due in Maharashtra. So what could that also entail? This is our colleague Anuj breaking down more details.
You know, MNS has been slightly notorious for giving hints to almost all the parties which are active here in Maharashtra's political spectrum for the longest possible time. We remember that before the Lok Sabha election, MNS gave their unconditional support to Mahayuti only to support Narendra Modi for prime ministerial position. After that, during the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of confusion on whether MNS is going with Mahayuti or not. On certain seats, we saw that they amounted to massive amount of losses, especially to Shinde Shiv Sena because of the Marathi core voter base. But in the larger scheme of things, they stayed against Mahayuti, but with Bharatiya Janata Party. That resulted in them getting 0 seats, and that also increased the speculation about how there is a growing irrelevance factor when it comes to MNS across the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that new permutations and combinations have been worked out. First, we saw hints being exchanged by MNS chief Raj Thackeray and his cousin brother Uddhav Thackeray from Shiv Sena UBT, talking about how there is a possibility of the Thackeray brothers uniting for what they termed as the larger unity of Maharashtra state. However, However, we did not see much development happening on that aspect in the last couple of weeks, because this conversation started in 19th of April and went silent after that. Today in the early hours of the morning, Uday Samant made his way to Raj Thakre's house. Uday Samant is a senior minister in Fadnavis's cabinet. He is also a very close aide of Eknath Shinde. Although he denied, any political talks being made in that particular meeting, but speculations are rife that this was keeping in mind the upcoming, BMC elections. Given the 6th May judgment by the Supreme Court, one can expect the BMC or the municipality elections taking place before the end of this year, which makes the political permutation and combinations very important for people to strike right, and that is why this meeting becomes so crucial.
So will they, won't they, only time will tell. But let's also tell you more about the CBSE results that have been declared for both classes 10th and 12th. 88% students have passed the class 12th exams. The girls, as always, have outshined boys. In the CBSE class 12 board exam results, Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh is the best performing district, and that has a 99.60% students clearing that exam there. Trivandrum in Kerala is at number 2, followed by Chennai, Bengaluru and Delhi. Now, also the pass percentage of the class 10th exam this time stands at a 93.66%, and that is about 0.06% more or better than the previous year of 2024. Tanushka getting us more details of how the results essentially have been.
The exam jitters have now come to fruition with the class 10 and 12 CBSE board examinations being announced. They're being, gradually put up on the website, and the results are out at this point. And what we do understand is that over 16 lakh students appeared for the class 12 board examinations, with 88.39 pass percentage of students across the country. Now, what we also know is that girls have outshone boys in both the categories of board examinations. Class 10 and 12 girls have performed better. For class 12 examinations, girls have, passed of 91%, which is nearly 6% more than what the boys have. And for class 10 results, girls have performed 95% pass percentage, and this is nearly 3% better than what the boys have. Now, speaking of, regions, for class 10, Vijayawada has performed the best in terms of region in the class 12 category, with 99.6% students passing the examination, while Prayagraj of Uttar Pradesh is at the bottom with 79.53 pass percentage of students. Now, overall, speaking of Delhi, for the class 12, overall Delhi performance is at 95.18 pass percentage, and above 90% scorers are that of nearly 7%, and above 95% scorers are that of nearly 2%. Now, speaking of class 10 CBSE results, we do know that the pass percentage is more than what that is for the class 12. It's of 93.66%, which is a 0.06% increase from the last year. Trivandrum and again Vijayawada are the best performing regions in the 10th board examination, with 99.79% of students passing the examination, while Guwahati stands at the bottom with 84.14 pass percentage. Now, the overall Delhi performance for class 10 stands at 95.14%, which is pretty good for the pass percentage. And the above 90% category is that of 8.43% for class 10, and above 95 category is that of 1.29% for class 10 again. So overall, the country with respect to the CBSE exams, and the students have performed, well enough in these examinations, and these results were anticipated for a very long while, and they've finally come about, clearing all the errand confusion and giving a sort of a welcome relief, a breath of relief to all the students anticipating on these results.
And now to the other important story of the day. India has now informed the World Trade Organization, or the WTO, of its proposal to impose retaliatory tariffs or select US-made goods. Now, the aim is to counter Washington's continued levies on Indian steel and aluminium exports, is according to reports in a notice earlier that was issued on Monday. Now, India has said that this move would take the form of suspending concessions and increasing import duties on specific American products. In fact, allow me to quote a brief from what the statement says, that the proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States, unquote.
what it is some sort of a toughening of India's stance on the global sort of trade platform is what we're seeing here. We're seeing that despite an active bilateral trade agreement negotiation, we've chosen to sort of oppose US's retaliatory duties at a platform like the WTO, like the World Trade Organization. Again, this is not the first time that India has done something like this. In 2018, during Trump's first term, when his administration hit at India with tariffs, by 2019, India had responded with retaliatory tariffs, and those were very, very broad-ranging as well. So we've chosen that same playbook this time around as well. We've gone and said that we don't appreciate the tariffs that we've put on our steel and aluminium exports, and we've gone ahead and chosen to retaliate. Again, this proposal, it's currently only at the proposal stage. These might take effect after 30 days. There's still no clarity on that. If the US reaches out for negotiations, or if there is some sort of a mediation of this, then these tariffs will not be implemented. But so far, as of by 8th June is when we can expect these tariffs to roll out if there is no sort of mediation coming in from both sides.
Now, the US President Donald Trump has arrived in Saudi Arabia. He's kicking off a diplomatic and business-focused tour of the Gulf that also includes Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. This, remember, is marking Donald Trump's first major overseas trip since starting his second term in office. The White House has described the visit as a quote-unquote historical return to the Middle East, signaling Trump's continued interest in strengthening ties with the Gulf states. So what really is expected, what could happen, and how has the conversation steered till now? Disha is with us. She's going to fill us in on all these aspects. Now, we are looking at the pictures, Disha. Trump has met with MBS earlier. We haven't seen too many statements coming in, but China clearly is taking still a dig at Donald Trump. Iran possibly could be discussed. Why don't you tell us that what could the next few days entail?
Interestingly, Deepthi, actually this visit is being seen more as a business trip or an economic trip more than one targeted at diplomacy or focused on diplomacy. In fact, US President Donald Trump has indicated various times that he is expected to sign massive economic and business deals worth $1 trillion with Saudi Arabia. In fact, when we even look at his delegation that he's taken with him in this three-nation, 4-day-long trip, it includes various key business leaders. Of course, Trump's close advisor, Elon Musk, is there. Then we have BlackRock CEO. Apart from that, various other Citibank CEO, Jane Fraser, is also traveling with him. And we've seen various pictures as well of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the Saudi Arabian leader speaking before a key Riyadh investment forum that is supposed to also take place during this visit. So this is being seen more as an economic and a business trip than one targeted at diplomacy at a time when the region is in fact it's under turmoil because of the almost 2-year-long war between Hamas and Israel. So, it is interesting to note that US President Trump is in fact focusing so much on business deals rather than diplomacy at a time when we're also seeing the US and Iran in deep talks. They in fact just held their 4th round of talks regarding the nuclear program. So interesting developments we're seeing and interesting visuals we're seeing from Saudi Arabia. In fact, just to give a small factoid to our viewers, Donald Trump's family, especially his sons, have very deep business interests in Saudi Arabia.
Correct.
So interesting visit.
Oh yes, and Trump being Trump, you never know, Disha. So we trust you to keep us ahead on that big story. For the moment, thank you. With this, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break. On the other side, we are back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to.
Welcome back. Now, the prestigious Miss World pageant is going to be held in Hyderabad. You will have participants from over 100 countries who've gathered in the city ahead of the mega event in Hyderabad. And at the end of this month, you will have beauty queens who will be seen traveling to heritage and cultural hotspots in Telangana. NDTV's Uma Sudhir has also spoken to key people connected to the pageant.
So the Miss World Festival is here, and I have with me the CEO of Miss World organization, Julia Molly. Welcome to Telangana, first of all, and thank you for showcasing Telangana to the rest of the world as well. You've been doing this for years. This is the 72nd edition. Every girl dreams of this, becoming a Miss World. What would you say to each of those girls who's looking at this as something aspirational happens to someone else and you are on top of the world?
I think you can't tell anyone what to feel. You can't tell anyone what to think. But the sheer volume of excitement and the sharing, it's up to the individual to come and to discover Telangana, but discover yourself at the same time. Because a lot of young people have never had the opportunity to meet, if you like, the rest of the world, which is perhaps a little exaggerated, but most of the world. And when you've spent time together, you grow a bit more, you get a bit more confident, and gradually you feel more positive. It's rather like a driving test, I suppose. You're on a road and you're learning to find the gears and you don't know quite what to do, and there's a lot of other traffic. You have to experience that nervousness, that fear perhaps, because it's human.
120 contestants coming in here. One of them is going to be almost from 120 countries. And one of them is going to be the winner. Yes. Obviously, all of them are winners in some way or the other. Yes. But very often, what sets apart that person who becomes the Miss World from the rest?
It's a good question. Actually, very little. Very little, if anything at all. It just happens, honest to God, that night. You've got 9 judges and they've got a view. You could get another 9 judges and they choose somebody else. So basically, it's your luck that night. You've won the jackpot.
That is like life also, isn't it, in the largest sense?
That's absolutely right. And that's what you make of it. But it isn't just one winner. They're all winners because they're smart. What they do is they communicate, and they know now the world's their oyster because they can go and stay with their friends. They've got something else that's perhaps given them another thought about their future.
Thank you so much, Julia, for joining us. And yes, Miss World coming with beauty with a purpose and calling it something that has a place for everyone, respect everyone, and give that place to everyone in the world so we make a happier, more beautiful world together. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And with this, it's time for us to wrap things on this edition of the news. But before we go, we are leaving you behind with certain pictures and also an reaction. This is just today after announcing his retirement from the Test arena that India's star batter Virat Kohli was in Vrindavan with his wife Anushka Sharma. The couple called on the renowned spiritual leader Premanand Maharaj at Vrindavan Dham to seek his blessings. The couple, remember, is known to be followers of the Maharaj and have been seen in Vrindavan often. What did Maharaj Premanand say at the end of this is the reaction that you will just hear on the other side. Our coverage continues.
विराज बैठ प्रसन्न हो? हाँ, नहीं, ठीक ही रहना चाहिए। हम आपको अपने प्रभु का विधान बताते हैं थोड़ा सा। जब प्रभु किसी पर कृपा करते हैं, ये वैभव मिलना कृपा नहीं है, ये पुण्य है।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Prime Minister Modi addresses Air Force heroes at Adampur Air Base. PM tells forces, you have created history. There is no place in Pakistan that's safe for terrorists. 3 terrorists have been gunned down in the Shopian encounter. Forces are engaged in gunfight with the terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor speaks to NDTV on Prime Minister Modi's speech, says it's the duty of Prime Minister to speak to his people and it's crucial at this time of misinformation. CBSE declares class 10th and 12th results. Pass percentage is marginally higher than 2024. Prime Minister Modi's message to students, stay confident, stay curious. Donald Trump's 4-day Middle East tour begins. US President lands in Saudi Arabia. Donald Trump eyes Gulf investments in US. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition at 5 with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi today visited Punjab's Adampur Air Base and interacted with the soldiers and IAF men and women at the Adampur base. Giving all credit to our Veers, our braves, Prime Minister Modi said that he came to meet those who made us all proud. PM Modi says that we crushed terrorists in their home. We took them head on, and to fight evil is in our religion. That is what Prime Minister Modi said while invoking Maharana Pratap as well as Guru Gobind Singh. He said that the masterminds of terror now know that if you try to attack us, you will only be destroyed. Well, Prime Minister Modi has also confirmed Adampur IAF based role in the operations against Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. He said that Pakistan tried to attack this base but clearly failed. Well, remember, Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th following India's Operation Sindoor. The Prime Minister visit to the Air Force station comes just a day after he had praised the country's formidable armed forces following a successful Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को, इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
Well, Prime Minister Modi giving out a very clear and a strong message that to fight evil is in our religion. He's invoked Maharana Pratap, he's invoked Guru Gobind Singh, and also said that there is no place in Pakistan where the terrorists can hide anymore. We will enter their homes and attack them if they resort to any such misadventures anytime soon. Well, all right, my colleague Shiv Arur is also now joining us on the broadcast here while giving out a strong message here in Adhampur. Shiv, Prime Minister Modi also has confirmed the IAF-based role in the operations that were carried out against Pakistan.
That's correct. He's, cleared all doubts about the role that Adhampur played. He said it more than once that, the people at the Adhampur base faced the enemy head on. He talked about the missiles and drones. Remember that Adhampur is a forward air base in the Punjab sector. It's barely 100 kilometers from the international border. And as you know, 100 kilometers is a mere trifle for fast-moving fighter aircraft and missiles. And therefore, it is considered a frontline air base. He's confirmed not just the fact that Operation Sindoor has one big epicenter at the Adhampur Air Force Station, but also that the power that emanated from Adhampur doesn't just strike Pakistan's air bases, doesn't just strike Pakistan's military psyche and its sense of history, but also has completely demolished so much misinformation, hasn't it? Pakistan has been fixated on Adhampur since the beginning of Operation Sindoor, and I suspect that may be one of the reasons why Prime Minister deliberately chose to go to Adhampur, beyond all the other operational reasons. The fact is, Pakistan has been desperate to, in a fantasy world, hoping for some kind of damage at the Adhampur station. They've sold their domestic audience the dishonesty that Adhampur is out of action and out of circulation and cannot be used as an operational offensive base. But that has been completely disproven in the flesh, not with narrative management, but by the Prime Minister actually being there. And remember, the most important part of this visit, apart from the darshan of the air warriors themselves, the brave people who actually conducted Operation Sindoor, is that the new Modi doctrine, which has now become a reality, which is A, that we will not be threatened by nuclear blackmail just to protect terror. B, we will not distinguish between terrorists and their sponsors, aka the Pakistan military. And C, every terror attack will be seen as an act of war. The three new principles of the Modi doctrine are not some wishy-washy stuff that's up in the air. Modi was speaking for the second time in 24 hours, just 72 hours after literally the Modi doctrine has been implemented by the very people there at the Adhampur base. So, one can consider this to be very symbolic, but it's much more than symbolic. It's real, it's operational, and it was right there with those people at the base.
Yes, absolutely. Shiv, I would request you to kindly stay on with us. We also have some more information now coming in. We also now have the clearest satellite imagery released so far of Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. The Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases that show the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. The images that you see include the bases of Sukur and Sindh, Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, and many more. My colleague Vishnu Shom is also now joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, take us through the details here.
All right, well, let's first start looking at the map and then we bring in the images. I'm just pointing out all of the air bases which we are looking at. Noor Khan right next to Islamabad itself, Sargodha, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur, Jacobabad and Bholari over here. But let's bring up the first set of images which we have of Jacobabad. And what we are doing is showing you this particular area. We marked it out. This is a before image where you can see this hangar entirely intact, the image from the 30th of April, this image from the 11th of April, which as you can see over here, shows this hangar completely destroyed. But let's bring you more details, a full close-up of that image. And here you can see the hangar destroyed and debris as well. This would likely be a BrahMos or a Scalp missile which took this out. Remember, these are some of Pakistan's main air bases. Essentially, all of them have been hit. Let's move now to an image from Bholari. Again, this is the before image from the 27th of April, 2025. Look at the hangar, it is intact over here. On the next image, on the 11th of May, 2025, the hangar is completely destroyed. Let's move to a full-frame image of this and describe the damage. And this is perhaps the most vivid image, high-resolution satellite imagery that NDTV has acquired of this particular hangar. It shows that the entire part of this roof has been destroyed. There is debris on all sides. If there are aircraft inside this, and at this juncture we don't know if there were, then those would most certainly have been destroyed. This is a major strike. Let's go to Sukur at this stage. This is believed to be a UAV site. This is an image from the 3rd of May. This particular structure intact, but over here, this structure has been attacked. So the image from the 10th of May shows it being attacked. Let's bring you details of that. Let's zoom in now to the next image. This is that same structure which shows severe structural damage, possible burn and strike scars in this particular area. And then look at the vegetation over here. This is all black. This entire area is all black because there has been a substantial fire in this area and debris all across. So this has been entirely leveled. It has been completely flattened, this particular area. Let's now go to Noor Khan Air Force Base. This is one of the primary Air Force Base, April 25th, 2025. Focus on this box over here. And I'll take a look at what's happened on the 10th of May over here when you see this. Several buildings, in fact, 2 of them have been destroyed. I'll come back over here for a moment. If you see these 2 buildings over here, right? Zoom into this image over here. These 2 buildings right over here, 1 and 2. This is the before image, and they are completely gone in this after image, right? In this after image over here, they are completely destroyed. Now let's bring up the full frame image and you'll see multiple buildings destroyed in this particular area. Let's move to a couple of runway strikes, which are the next set of images. This from the Musharraf Air Base in Sargodha. This is the before image on the 30th of April. And here India has cratered that runway. By cratering a runway, you're making it inoperational for use. The Pakistan Air Force at some stage realized that they would be grounded. They came to the ceasefire table. Let's bring you another image of this runway, which has been cratered over here. This is in Musharraf in Sargodha. But there is another very important Air Force base. That's the Rahim Yar Khan Air Force Base, which has also had a very, very precise hit. We'll come to that in a moment. But before that, one more image over here in Musharraf in this cross taxiway that you can see. So by actually getting a strike into this area, you're preventing aircraft from moving all across the Air Force Base. And finally, let's move across, as I mentioned, to the Rahim Yar Khan base. This is a before image on the 10th of May. On the same day, before the strikes took place, this is one image, and this is after the strike took place. This has been cratered, and now we've actually got video of this particular area. Let's play out that video showing the strike over there, because you get a clear idea of just how deep it is. The satellite imagery doesn't show the depth, but that is what has taken place at Rahim Yar. So let me actually go across at this stage to my colleague Shiv Arur as well. So Shiv, we've run through this very high-resolution satellite imagery. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's bring up some of the imagery which we have on these strikes which have taken place. Let's talk about Jacobabad, and let's talk about hangars first. We don't know what was inside the hangars, Shiv, but if there were aircraft, and the chances were there would have been some, they would have been entirely destroyed.
Vishnu, first of all, fantastic scooping these first high-resolution images from Maxar of battle damage. I don't think anyone has seen this kind of battle damage in this kind of jaw-dropping clarity. And I'm tempted to, right at the outset, say that comparing this with 2019, when the system was scrambling for battle damage imagery to prove what India knows it had done in Balakot at that Jaish-e-Mohammed site. Contrast that with this, Vishnu, and you've got, I don't even know what resolution this is. You can go down to a couple of meters, I think. You can see the details of the debris. You're right, we don't know what aircraft were inside, but I think it's safe to assume that quite a few aircraft may have been destroyed in these attacks, whether it is, Musharraf or Jacobabad or the others, the cratering of the runways. This clarity is very, very arresting. Take us through some of the highlights to you, Vishnu. It
This
seems
is the
like
highlight, which we've got.
Some of the battle damage images capture much more.
This is the most unreal battle damage imagery. And Shiv, I've made it a big part of my career over the last several years to focus on satellite imagery, because when it comes to wars and conflict, you get so much more which you don't otherwise get. So this is Sukur, for example. Let's bring in and stay on this image if we can for a moment. This entire structure is believed to be a UAV base. That's entirely leveled. It's complete, huge structural damage. But look over here. This entire area shows vegetation burn. There's been a substantial fire over here on this side of the screen. If we go one image before that and have the before and after image, if we can just have the previous image which shows the before and after, you will see that this entire area is normal in the previous image, but over here there's been a large fire. We don't have that up right now, but let's keep moving with these images and start talking about them. All right, this is Noor Khan. This is the before image itself of Noor Khan Air Base. This is one of the primary Air Force bases very close to the Pakistani hub. And take a look over here of this area which has been completely destroyed, at least 2 buildings destroyed. This is very close to the Pakistani Army headquarters. Shiv, let's talk a little bit about this. The fact that we were able to strike in the Rawalpindi area, the fact that, right at the heart of the Pakistani military establishment, we went and did this. What is the message which is being said?
The message being said is, what the Prime Minister said at Adhampur just a few minutes ago, earlier this morning actually, Vishnu, which is that no matter what the target, we will not distinguish between terrorists and their sponsors. And the missiles that have rained down at these 12 bases basically shows, he's not talking out of his hat. He's talking about something that has literally been executed just 72 hours before he made that speech. But Vishnu, I want to throw it back to you for a moment because, first of all, in tribute to the fact that you've scrutinized these images so closely, people are wildly curious about the entire nuclear angle. The Air Force has confirmed, they said, we have not hit anything nuclear. The presumption is they were not even aiming for it, but there's a huge amount of curiosity about where this nuclear stuff is vis-a-vis these targets that have been attacked. Can you throw some light on that, Vishnu?
Well, the Kirana Hills is located in the Rawalpindi area, and the fact is that yesterday when we did ask, or when a journalist did ask the Air Marshal whether they had been hit, he had a huge smile on his face, and then he went on to add that no, in fact, we didn't cross that red line. But I think the smile on his face earlier on perhaps said a few things, but on record, India has not done that because, let's face it, it would cross a huge red line. We're not looking to get at each other's strategic assets right now. So we will give him the benefit of doubt at this juncture, but there is some fairly vivid imagery which has come in, video which has come in. But, I think, and this is my final point, Shiv, and let's keep circling this. I want to actually focus a little bit on the hits which have taken place on the runways, because that essentially made the Pakistan Air Force inoperational. And for example, this is Musharraf in Sargodha. This is a primary facility of theirs. They've got several fighter aircraft deployed. The fact that you've got a runway created here, we've had pictures of runways created elsewhere at Sargodha, also at Rahim Yar Khan. At some stage, the Pakistanis would have realized that if this is what was going to go on, they would run out of air bases. And I think the key point over here, Shiv, is that we only used very few missiles at each of these bases. This was not a mass attack. These were precision attacks. The fact that the BrahMos, the Scalp went through, if we had launched 10 more at each base, it would have meant that these bases would have been entirely inoperational.
And we know for a fact, Vishnu, you and I, that those missiles were primed and ready, to conduct follow-on strikes at those bases. If Pakistan hadn't sort of stepped forward and asked for that ceasefire, because it looked like each of those strikes basically pinned them down. Most of them were devastatingly inaccurate. A couple of missiles here and there may have overshot. We don't know that for sure. We might get to know about that later, like places like Rafiki, etc. But I think what as far as the military objective was concerned, was to make a statement, but also hit materially what that base could do and put it out of circulation for at least a short while. Seriously compromising the Pakistan Air Force's ability to mount some kind of a credible mass retaliation at that point of time. And that, Vishnu, I'm thinking, must have been the tipping point.
Indeed. Shiv, thanks very much for joining us. Some breaking news now coming in. The army has briefed diplomats on Operation Sindoor. It's a defense briefing for 70 defense attaches, which has actually taken place. This is a very important development which has taken place. I'd like to share a couple of important points about this. Remember, India is now facing a scenario where we are, while there is a ceasefire in place, we continue to see a lot of drones being launched across the line of control in the international border. We've seen that even after the ceasefire was signed. There's this grey zone of warfare which may be taking place. It's not full-fledged fighting, but it's not a normal peace either. This has a severe impact, for example, on air travel. Yesterday, flights which were headed to Amritsar actually had to come back. And diplomats have been told, however, about that reality, but also what India says is very clear. And we reported this day before yesterday. As far as India is concerned, the new normal is if there are terror attacks, if there are threats on the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of our country in any way, India will hit back. So this is a direct message from India. India is more offensive in our foreign policy posture, in our military posture as well. And I think these 70 defense attaches have been briefed not only on the Pakistani attempts on India, but indeed on some of the strikes which we carried out and the objectives over there, with the broader message being this, that look, if there are drone elements which keep coming in, if there are ceasefire violations, India retains the right to strike right back. Op Sindoor, remember, has not stopped, not at all.
Operation Sindoor is India's new normal. This is what Prime Minister Modi also said just a while back as he was interacting with the IAF heroes, and his address came a while back when he said that this is the new normal in India, and we understand this tweet now put out by the integrated defense staff clearly saying that we've briefed the foreign service attaches of 70 nations on the successful conduct of Operation Sindoor that has now set new normals in India and Pakistan relations. It highlights India's demonstrated strength and national resolve through military superiority in the new age warfare. All right, this is a big breaking news now coming in at the moment. We are learning now that the army now has briefed diplomats from 70 countries on Operation Sindoor, and a clear message that has been given out here is that to the world as well, that Operation Sindoor is the new normal in India-Pakistan relation. If Pakistan resorts to any sort of mischievous activity in the future also, we will be ready to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. All right, shifting our focus now, we are learning now 3 terrorists have been gunned down in an encounter with security forces in Jammu Kashmir, Shopian. Well, there is information that there could be one more terrorist hiding in the area. The names of terrorists have also been revealed. Amir Bashir Shahid, Adnan Shafidar, who are killed. They are all believed to be locals in Jammu Kashmir. All right, my colleague is also now joining us on the broadcast. He is getting us more about the operations on the ground there. All locals, we understand, Nazir, this is what we are given to understand. Amir Bashir, Shahid Kutte, Adnan Shafidar, these are the names that have come out of the terrorists who've been gunned down in this operation. Is the operation still on?
Yeah, operation is on, but encounter is over. And all the 3 who have been killed are locals. And we could see in the weapon recovery, among them was 2 AK rifles, grenades, etc. So it is an operation. After a long time, they have killed 3 militants in Kashmir Valley, but they are all local. The actual challenge who are posing are foreign terrorists, Pakistanis, who are well trained in jungle warfare. Like these 3, they have not gone across the border to get arms training. So these are ragtag, essentially, if we call them. So they are not trained enough to, and what the bigger challenge is, for example, those terrorists who are behind Pahalgam massacre. They're Pakistani terrorists. They're well trained in jungle warfare, and they have been involved in the previous attacks also on the army, in particularly in Jammu region, also in Gulmarg. Also, so that while this is an operation which has been completed, there was initially it was thought 2 of them may be foreigners or Pakistani terrorists, but they appear to be local recruits who have joined militancy over the last 1 year or so, or 2 years. That is that. But reportedly, they have been involved in recent killings. At least one of them, killings of innocent people here, attack on one BJ Sarpanch also. And other activities, terror activities in the area. So their killing in itself is seen as a major operation by the security forces in Shopian today. But real challenge for the security forces remain how to deal with Pakistani terrorists who are involved and well trained in jungle warfare. For example, those 3 terrorists who are behind killing and massacre of innocent civilian tourists in Pahalgam 3 weeks ago on April 22nd.
It's very significant because in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, this is being seen, and also at a time when India had given a loud and clear message that any kind of terror activity or terror attack on our soil will be seen as an act of war. Well, the timing of the encounter, as we've been saying, Nazir, is quite important to look at. Well, repeated warnings have been given to Pakistan and those operating from the soil of Pakistan, these terrorists who are very well believed to be trained and, given shield from the masterminds who are staying in Pakistan. But despite that, such activities continue to happen. All right, Nazir, I'll come back to you. We are learning now. This is the information that's coming in at the moment. We'll just come back to you. We have some important information also that's coming in. About the satellite imagery also, we've shown how the pictures that have been accessed by NDTV, the before and after pictures, the new pictures also that have now come out, show the brunt or the aftermath of Operation Sindoor that was carried out against Pakistan. And also we understand now the army also has briefed the diplomats on Operation Sindoor, giving out a very loud and clear message to the world that we are prepared, we are ready, and this is Operation Sindoor is the new normal, reiterating what Prime Minister Modi had said essentially. All right, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor also now has spoken to NDTV and he's lauded the Prime Minister's efforts, saying that India handled the situation quite well and he's given full marks to Operation Sindoor. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaging with the nation through his address to the nation. Do you think it was needed?
Yeah.
And particularly at a time when there's a lot of misinformation and also some kind of narrative setting which is happening by the Pakistanis and the Western media?
I think certainly it's always needed. I think it's a duty of a Prime Minister to speak to his people from time to time. He does this monthly broadcast on Man Ki Baat, but that's not really topical, urgent, critical stuff. It's more reflective in general. I think that actually coming on television, looking the nation square in the eye and talking about the big issues on the top of their minds is always important. Whether it was COVID, whether it's war, we needed him to do that, so I'm glad he did it. The question of the narrative, I don't think that he particularly addressed the other people's narrative at all. He talked about what we were trying to do, what we believe we've accomplished, and how determined we are in the future. That message is good. I don't think there was anything terribly new or surprising. Certainly people like us who've been following Indian policy have been saying more or less all of this. I was very pleased to see one of my lines that caught the attention of his speechwriters because he used it. When I said that the Prime Minister had said this is not an era of war, and I had added in my Indian Express article 2 weeks ago, but it is not an era of terrorism either. That line made it to the PM speech, so I felt chuffed about that. I mean, that's also a right message, right? But anyway, to cut a long story short, I will say that the PM should do this. He should do it every time there's a moment of crisis. But as far as the global narrative is concerned, there are people below his level who should be doing it. The global narrative is shaped by various factors. It is shaped by the interests and the self-interests of governments and by the interests and the proclivities of the media organizations. And if it so happens that there are some media organizations that have a habit of inviting a lot more Pakistani guests than they invite ours, you will get a particular point of view. And at the same time, if there are media organizations that are willing to give us the time and space to be heard, we should leap onto those, because we cannot entirely rely on the fact that we've issued the right statements from here. Are people hearing them in their own countries, in their own languages, in their own TV stations? These are important issues.
And do you think, Dr. Tharoor, that the way Prime Minister and his government handled this entire crisis, including the communication, I will not call narrative, which is increasingly becoming a much contested word, including the communication to the larger world and people, Indian people, that was largely in the right direction?
Look, I think that the overall crisis was handled extremely well. I have gone on record as saying that I thought Operation Sindoor, from the naming to the presentation to the conduct, everything I gave full marks to. I mean, I really liked the fact that we hit the terrorist bases. We did so at night when there were very few civilians likely to be wandering about, so no collateral damage. We were very precise in our targeting. I'm told we hit a specific building inside the LET compound. I like that. I thought that sending the message that, look, in Kargil, we never even crossed the LOC, even though it cost us lives. In Uri, we crossed the LOC. In Balakot, we crossed the international border. And today, after Pahalgam, we are now hitting you in your heartland. So be prepared that we are not prepared to take any more of this. The more you do, the more consequences you're going to face. I think all that messaging was very clear, and the Pakistanis have got the message. Did the world community get the message? Not unchallenged, because the Pakistanis were going around telling everybody, oh my gosh, the Indians are a rogue state. We did nothing. They were attacking us without any provocation. And when we say, but look at this Pahalgam, they say, we didn't do Pahalgam. Where is the evidence? And indeed, many foreign interviewers are badgering us to say, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? To which all we could say is, where was the evidence that Osama bin Laden was there until they found him? You know, where was the evidence that they had done 26/11 until Qasab was captured alive? The problem is denial is the Pakistani modus operandi. So I have no doubt that a meticulously planned operation like this came out of a sophisticated military headquarters. It's not some random, crazy doing something. But I believe that though we have paused this operation now, and this pause will last long, I believe that we still have to go after the individuals who perpetrated Pahalgam. We seem to have identified 3 of the 4 of them by name. We have to go after them and get them. And that, whatever it takes, however long it takes, is something that is indispensable for India's self-respect to achieve.
All right, now, even as India-Pakistan tensions have de-escalated following the ceasefire agreement, politics over Operation Sindoor has now begun. The opposition parties, led by the Congress party here, is demanding a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor, and the Congress party also asking for clarity on US claims of having mediated the ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Congress party also put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi lauding her role in the 1971 India-Pakistan war.
ये समझ पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है जहाँ से विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about in Bombay incident, our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident, why there is no action, Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised, many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
Well, BJP also now has launched an 11-day-long Tiranga Yatra after Operation Sindoor. We understand the Tiranga Yatra has been started in the national capital, and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has also been a part of the BJP's Tiranga Yatra. Those visuals on your TV screens there. My colleague Ishika also now joining us on the broadcast here. What message does this Tiranga Yatra send out, Ishika? Ishika, if you're able to hear me, we have visuals coming in of this Tiranga Yatra being taken out by the BJP here in front of the India Gate. We have these people, we believe are BJP workers, holding the Indian national flag in their hands and waving it as they march towards the India Gate. My colleague Ishika joins us back on the broadcast. Ishika, what message does this Tiranga Yatra essentially send out?
you can see the visuals we are currently showing you. This is the sea of supporters that have gathered on the India Gate, on the Kartavya Path, and are walking in solidarity with the armed forces. That in fact, this yatra has been organized by the Delhi government, but the ministers continue to say that this is, just the citizens who have come suo moto to support the armed forces. You can see the kind of a crowd that has gathered here, sloganeering for our Indian Armed Forces, Tiranga flying high across here. As far as the visual goes, we'll go across here, to the ministers also. To the ministers also, as we continue to speak to them. We can see all the Delhi government ministers are in fact present here, in solidarity. We'll try to go across to them one by one, but certainly because of the huge crowd, you can see that we are not able to reach them as of yet. But this is in fact the work, they say, that has been done in solidarity of the armed forces, and certainly also taking a dig at the opposition, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that whenever there is a chance to stand for the Indian Armed Forces, for the government, the opposition, you'll not see them anywhere in the picture. So certainly this picture speaks 1,000 words as we are moving to the last point, that is the war memorial. And certainly going on to say that the Operation Sindoor is on, and the Delhi will continue to stand in support of the Indian government and the Indian Armed Forces. Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details there. Those visuals coming in from central Delhi, India Gate, where this Tiranga Yatra is being carried out, organized by the BJP here, expressing their support to the armed forces. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story,
from Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes in to NDTV.
We put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for fast, clear and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
if it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India.
इस स्थिति में कोई बदलाव नहीं हुआ है। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, लंबित मामला केवल पाकिस्तान द्वारा अवैध रूप से कब्जा किए गए भारतीय क्षेत्र को खाली करने का है। Siddhant, you had another question regarding ceasefire and what sort of role other countries played, etc. See, the specific date, time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025. Between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours. The Pakistani side had initial difficulties connecting the hotline due to connecting to the Indian side due to technical difficulties. The timing was then decided based on the availability of the Indian DGMO at 15:35 hours. You will of course appreciate that early on 10th morning, we had mounted an extremely effective attack on key Pakistani Air Force bases. That was the reason they were now willing to stop firing and military action. Let me be clear, it was the force of Indian arms that compelled Pakistan to stop its firing. As regards conversations with other nations, the message from India was clear and consistent, and exactly the same message that we were conveying. Conversations with other nations, the message from India was clear and consistent, and exactly the same message that we were conveying from public platforms was the one conveyed in private conversations. It was that India was responding to the 22nd April terrorist attack by targeting the terrorist infrastructure. However, if the Pakistani armed forces fire, Indian armed forces will fire back. If Pakistan stops, India will also stop. This was also the message that was conveyed to the Pakistani side at the time of the commencement of Operation Sindoor, which was not heeded to by the Pakistani side at that time. It is natural that many foreign leaders who heard this from us would have shared it with their Pakistani interlocutors. Jessica, you had a question on IWT. The other day you saw that after the CCS decision, this Indus Water Treaty has been put in abeyance. I would also like to take you back a little. The IWT, the Indus Water Treaty, was concluded in the spirit of goodwill and friendship as specified in the preamble of the treaty. However, Pakistan has held these principles in abeyance by its promotion of cross-border terrorism for several decades now. Now, as per CCS decision that I referred to of 23rd April, India will keep the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. Please also note that climate change, demographic shifts, and technological changes have created new realities on ground as well. Kandanmi had a question regarding trade matters. From the time of Operation Sindoor, commenced on 7th May, till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions. Siddhant, you had a question on the latest statement issued by the Pakistan Foreign Office. We have seen the statement made by the Pakistani side that a nation which has nurtured terrorism on an industrial scale should think that it can escape the consequences is fooling itself. The terrorist infrastructure sites that India destroyed were responsible not only for the deaths of Indians, but of many other innocents around the world. There is now a new normal. The sooner Pakistan gets it, the better it is. Shall we take more questions? Aditya?
Mr. Jaiswal, I have two quick questions. One, that some of the Indian diplomats who have given interviews abroad have said that India has electronic intercepts and gathered intelligence linking to Pahalgam attackers to the handlers, and they have been planning more attacks. So have you given any kind of this evidence to the foreign attaches and diplomats that were briefed today, and in the context of ambassadors also that were briefed earlier? And yeah, that's about it.
Megha?
Good evening, sir. Megha from NewsAx. My question is that India, it's being reported, is going to be sending a team to the UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. The meeting is going to be held later in the week, and the purpose for it is to declare the TRF as a globally designated terrorist organization. If you could shed more light into this.
Okay. Rishabh?
Spokesperson, good evening. Rishabh from Times. Now, I have just two questions here. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has given an interview to CNN, and where he has claimed success and suggested that India was keen to have the ceasefire. Your comments on that? Also, there are a lot of buzz on social media as well as in various international media about nuclear leakage in Pakistan. Can you shed some light on that as well?
Manas?
This is Manas from PTI. US President Donald Trump, again, he claimed yesterday that he stopped a nuclear conflict between India and Pakistan. And, he stopped escalation and saved millions of lives through, by reaching out to both capitals. He even said that, in fact, he pressured India and Pakistan to just come forward for the cessation of hostilities, saying that if you don't do, then I will stop trade with both the countries. So can you please clarify whether he just reached out to us and asked us to stop? You have been maintaining that, in fact, the resolution was arrived at by the two DCMOs, but have you just protested at the US side for making these claims, which we consider are baseless?
Okay, let me take these questions. First, Aditya, your question. We have had several rounds of briefings, and in these briefings, we have also shared with you the kind of linkage we see between the perpetrators of the attack of Pahalgam, in particular the Resistance Front. Foreign Secretary in his statement also made very clear the kind of evidence that we see, and investigation is going on in this particular matter. You would have seen that TRF had taken responsibility, and then second time again, second day, twice they had taken responsibility, and thereafter, possibly at the behest of their handlers, they rolled it back. But TRF is one organization which is a front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and you would understand and perhaps be in the knowledge of it that we have been pursuing listing of TRF in the United Nations, by the United Nations Security Council, by the Sanctions Committee, UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. I'm not privy to what was shared 2 hours back, but for sure we'll update you on as to how the investigation progresses in this matter. Mega on UNSC 1267 Sanctions Committee. Yes, over the last 2 years or so, 23, 24, we have been sharing information with the United Nations Security Council, the monitoring team of the Sanctions Committee, as to why the terrorist TRF, which is the front for Lashkar-e-Taiba, should be listed as a terrorist entity. We will be also, in few days' time, we will be sharing more details in this regard, and hopefully Security Council 1267 monitoring team will take strong note of what we present, what we file, and take due action against that is required. Rishabh, on your question regarding the interview that the Pak Foreign Minister gave. In the last week, as a result of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan has seen its terror centers in Bahawalpur, Murudke, Muzaffarabad, and other places destroyed. You have been informed of it in several of the briefings that we've had. Thereafter, its military capabilities were significantly degraded by us, and key air bases effectively put out of action. If the Pakistani FM wishes to project these as achievement, obviously he is welcome to do so. Where India is concerned, our stand was very clear and consistent from the start. We would target terrorist infrastructure operating out of Pakistan. If the Pakistani military stayed out, there would be no problem. If they fired on us, we would respond suitably. Till the night of 9th May, Pakistan was threatening India with a massive assault. Once their attempt failed on 10th May morning, and they received a devastating Indian counter-response, their tune changed, and their DGMO eventually reached out to us. I just referred to the timings, etc., as to when they reached out. In essence, India's position remained the same. Pakistan's position changed on 10th May morning after its air bases were effectively put out of action. All you have to do is to look at who called who to negotiate the terms of the cessation of firing. By the way, we are living in a day and age where you have satellite pictures available commercially. I urge you to look at the satellite pictures of the sites which Pakistan says or claims to have attacked in India. Contrast it with the sites and places which we successfully targeted and destroyed. That will give you a clear answer. Claiming victory is an old habit. 1975 की बात यही थी, 71 की बात यही रही, 1999 करगिल वॉर में भी यही राग आलापा, तो पाकिस्तान का तो पुराना.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Modi has put out on X a post saying interacted with the air warriors and soldiers of Air Force Station Adhampur. Their courage, professionalism in protecting our nation are commendable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its
Very good evening and welcome to Nationwide, your one-stop destination, ladies and gentlemen, here on NDTV for all the top stories across the country right now, packed in this action-packed hour, which I'm going to bring to you. Let's very quickly start with the headlines at top of 6 on Nationwide. Ministry of External Affairs makes it clear that Pakistan asked for ceasefire. MEA says received DGMO request from Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi addresses Air Force heroes at Adhampur Station. Prime Minister says, "You have created history. No place in Pakistan is now safe for terrorists." Indian Army briefs diplomats on Operation Sindoor. Diplomats from 70 countries briefed by the Indian Armed Forces. Diplomats told about the new policy of India on terror. Three terrorists killed in Shopian encounter. Forces engaged in gunfight with terrorists. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor reacts to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speech, says duty of Prime Minister to speak to crucial at the time of the misinformation which is floating around. Donald Trump arrives in Saudi Arabia, meets Mohammed bin Salman. Trump offers to join Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation yesterday at 8 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, today it was a surprise visit. We woke up to the pictures. All right, not these pictures. These are from Saudi Arabia. We'll just turn this around and we'll play the pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who reached the Adampur Air Force Base, the station in Punjab. Now, it was a very crucial, symbolic visit of the Prime Minister, a very strong messaging as well. And let's just hold on to this for a second. Let me just, in fact, elaborate further. Remember, this is the same Adampur Air Force Base, ladies and gentlemen, which the Pakistani propaganda had time and again come out and said has been hit hard by Pakistan. And, the Prime Minister took it upon himself to fact-check Pakistan, and that's what I'm beginning nationwide this evening with. Now, let me tell you how Prime Minister, one by one, laid threadbare the propaganda and the lies spread by Pakistan on their abilities to hit out in India. Number one, Pakistan said that the lie number one from Pakistan was that the Adampur airbase has been hit. Runway has been completely, shattered. It won't be operational at all. Let me play out those visuals where the Prime Minister landing on the very same runway. This is the runway that the Prime Minister landed on, and it tells you how operational the runway is. Those fictitious claims of Pakistan having the ability to hit Adampur have completely been busted. Lie number two, which Pakistan propagated, was that the S-400 missile system has been hit in Adampur Air Force Station. There was an elaborate press conference with some dubious satellite image that Pakistan used. Look at this, Prime Minister, and this is a symbolic picture in that sense, standing right in front of the S-400 air defense system. It tells you, that not only the systems are intact, but how Pakistan tries to, in fact, throw this kind of propaganda towards, to try and muddy the waters. Lie number three, which was fact-checked by Prime Minister himself. Pakistani missiles destroyed aircrafts on the Adampur Air Base. Look at that, these aircrafts which are standing right behind the Prime Minister while he was speaking. One more picture of the aircrafts all intact on the runway as far as Adampur is concerned. So absolutely no water in these lies propagated by Pakistan. Another lie which was busted by the Prime Minister, lie number 4 of Pakistan, 60 airmen were killed in Adampur. This is not the images that you will see of our absolutely overcharged airmen if they would have lost their comrades in battle. Prime Minister Modi with the airmen surrounding him, and the loud shout of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, I'm sure, was heard in Pakistan as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while in his own way the Prime Minister chose to bust these lies, it's also a challenge which has been thrown at Shehbaz Sharif and Asif Munir, the Pakistani Army chief, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif. If you think India was not able to hit you, we would love a picture, a stroll on the runway of the Rahimyar Khan Airport or the airbase of the Pakistani Army, which is not very far away from where Shehbaz Sharif and Asif Munir lives. Why don't we see some pictures of you strolling there? They won't be able to do it because it has been proven beyond any doubt how India hit 11 different air bases and air systems of Pakistan in its counter-retaliation. Shiv Arur, my colleague, joins me at this moment for more on this. Shiv, it's Prime Minister busting Pakistan's propaganda so casually, walking into Adampur Air Base and, of course, speaking to the airmen. A very strong message being sent there and possibly an open challenge to the Pakistanis to do the same.
Incredible, that list of misinformation that has been busted that you just read out for our viewers, Ankit. And nothing really smashes narrative, nothing really smashes misinformation, does it, like doing it in the flesh. Pakistan has spent so much time in a fantasy world, imagining, a fictitious Adampur going up in flames, radar sites busted, S-400 destroyed, aircraft burning on the ground, 60 personnel killed, runway out of circulation, base completely reduced to rubble and won't be repaired for more than a year. And then you have these shining pictures of Narendra Modi at the base itself. This sort of writes itself. And I think Pakistan kind of walked into this one. They probably didn't realize, under all the chaos of combat, they probably didn't realize that, a lie can only go so far. Ultimately, it can be disproven by the reality. And I think that's the reason why Prime Minister Modi must have personally chosen to go to Adampur, Ankit, for those two reasons. A, Adampur, as he said in his speech, is front and center in Operation Sindoor. The aircraft, the missiles, the radar controllers, they're all part of Operation Sindoor. And I'm tempted to believe that those aircraft that were behind the Prime Minister probably even fired some of the missiles that landed in Pakistan over the last 5 to 6 days. But beyond that, I think the message that goes out is that Pakistan has been fixated with trying to sell its domestic population, something that is wholly untrue, wholly fictitious. And the Prime Minister, upfront, first-hand, life-size, was able to bust that myth. That's exactly what he did in Adampur today.
Shiv, let me ask you, one, of course, like you've also been speaking about, and we have put out how the Pakistan lies have been busted, but there was also a message in that speech. We have seen how in the time of crisis, or at least warlike situations, or even in war, right from Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to, Indira Gandhi, also Lal Bahadur Shastri, all those images of them talking to soldiers in the front line, the Prime Minister doing the same, boost the morale of not only the soldiers, those who are in uniform, putting their lives on the line, but also message sent to the people of this country, you are safe.
Very, very true, Ankit, and I'm glad you said it, and you're right. A leader after leader has always recognized the power of that image. Indira Gandhi definitely did. Nehru did. Prime Minister Modi, I know, personally loves spending time with the armed forces as well, which is why he, does it on Diwali and New Year and on other occasions as well. But you're right. I completely agree with you. There are messages going to basically 4 entities right now. The principal entity is, of course, Pakistan. We've discussed that. The message to them is very clear, that the Modi doctrine, which is to say that, terror and terror sponsors, which is the Pakistan military, will not be distinguished. The nuclear umbrella is a thing of the past. And whenever a terror attack happens, India will respond. There's no question of not responding, letting things blow over. That's the Modi doctrine, except that it is not something that's on paper. Operation Sindoor, in which Adampur participated, literally executed that doctrine just 4 days ago. So that's point number 1, the message is to Pakistan. The second message is to the armed forces in general, saying the Prime Minister is there, Prime Minister stands behind them, and the Prime Minister will do whatever it takes to keep them completely war ready. Number 3, very importantly, it is to the families of our Faujis, Ankit, the families of our armed forces, air warriors, sailors and Jawans, telling them that the Prime Minister stands behind those on the front lines, risking their lives in the line of fire. And finally, of course, the 4th message is to the international community, which says that India may be a chaotic, vibrant democracy where people tend to disagree with each other, but nothing unites us like a common enemy, and nothing unites us like it is when we are war ready and prepared to destroy our neighbor.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. No matter what our differences are, nothing brings the country together if there is a crisis or we are facing an enemy like Pakistan. Thank you so much, Shiv, for joining us with all those details. Like Shiv was telling us, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister today, and he was at the Adampur Air Base. He also interacted with the soldiers, the Indian Air Force men and women, giving them credit for a job well done. And a very strong message was, once again, it resonated from the Adampur airfield towards Pakistan, that a new doctrine of engagement has now come in force in India.
हमारी सेना का नुकसान करने की थी तैयारी, हमने उनसे सीने पर चढ़ कर दिखा दिया कि हमारे वीरों की कैसी है तैयारी।
वाह शाबाश।
भारत माता की जय मैदान में भी गूंजती है और मिशन में भी। जब भारत के सैनिक मां भारती की जय बोलते हैं तो दुश्मन के कलेजे कांप जाते हैं। जब हमारी फौजें न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की धमकी की हवा निकाल देती है तो आकाश से पाताल तक एक ही बात गूंजती है, भारत माता की जय। मैं वीरों की इस धरती से आज एयरफोर्स, नेवी और आर्मी के सभी जाबाजों, बीएसएफ के अपने शूरवीरों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कोई सामान्य सैन्य अभियान नहीं, ये भारत की नीति, नियत और निर्णायक क्षमता की त्रिवेणी है। भारत की ओर नजर उठाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, तबाही। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे। ये नया भारत है। ये भारत शांति चाहता है, लेकिन अगर मानवता पर हमला होता है तो ये भारत युद्ध के मोर्चे पर दुश्मन को मिट्टी में मिलाना भी अच्छी तरह जानता है।
आपके आंसर हमारा मोरल बहुत हाई है।
ये सभी साधनों का भी एक बार इस्तेमाल हो गया आपको टेक्नोलॉजी। आपको लगता था सीख तो रहे, पता नहीं कब काम आएगा।
ये जो काम हुआ और जम्मू कश्मीर का किसी ने नहीं किया, उसके लिए हम आभारी हैं सर। इस दिन में
यहाँ के सेनाओं में, यहाँ के जवानों में दिन रात कटा से रह करके दुश्मनों से लड़ने का जज्बा जो भरपूर है, ये हर कदम पे आपका सांस नहीं पाने वाला वायुसेना स्टेशन आदमपुर।
शाबाश। आग लगा दूंगा कलम से दुश्मनों सावधान, एक परमाणु बम से कम नहीं भारत का नौजवान।
जब से आपका नेतृत्व शुरू हुआ तब से हम अरे आपके नेतृत्व
आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी।
All right, that was the Prime Minister, in fact, speaking, and sending out a very, very clear message, loud and clear to Pakistan that the doctrine has changed. He also, as we showed you, the interaction with the air warrior, the men and women, and, not only sending out a message, also encouraging them, thanking them for a job very well done. Let me, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, just to try and understand the bigger messaging, we'll also be joined by my colleague Vasudha in a short while from now to try and decode the political messaging of the Prime Minister's speech. But more than that, there is very important strategic message that the Prime Minister has sent of how India has completely redrawn the rules of engagement with Pakistan. To try and understand that, I'm being joined by Major General Sanjay Soy, who is joining us at this moment. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, what do you make of the two speeches that have been given by the Prime Minister yesterday at 8 p.m. and today, of course, at the Adampur Air Base? How does this, in fact, what is the message that he has sent across not only to Pakistan, but the international community as well, sir?
In fact, Ankit, thank you so much. But before I say that, I would like to add these visuals. I wanted to say something on the visuals which you are showing. I mean, you see, since Prime Minister Modi has taken over, where has he spent his Diwali? He has always spent his Diwali with troops. Where after Galwan, he went to hospitals. And this moment, when the Pakistan misinformation campaign was there of attacks in Adampur, our Prime Minister is there right in the forefront. It's something like leading from the front and with the troops. Like this visual where he's putting his hand on the shoulder of a soldier or talking to them casually. I mean, this will be etched with them for the life. That 140 crore people are with them. They are supporting them. And when they are working 24/7, the whole country is praying for them. They are congratulating them for the professional way in which they have done it. And now basically the strategy which you had said. In fact, India has done such wonderful. We have done it in such a professional manner. Whether it was the attack on terrorist camp, where there was no collateral damage even to any army bases or any civilian area, or after that, our repulsing, making futile all the attempts of attack by Pakistan by our layered, professionally laid out air defense system. And a reply to that is that hitting them deep inside with the airfields, which they thought were highly protected, the best protected airfield, we were able to penetrate and attack with their missiles and drones. So this has really shattered Pakistan, and that is why they came running for the ceasefire. In fact, they went to US and then they spoke to our DGMO.
Yes.
And this has sent a message to the world that of the fake information campaign by the Pakistan. This sent a message to our country that Prime Minister is with the troops and he's right in the forefront.
How important, sir? Let me ask you this: how important, sir? Because we have, we have seen these kind of images in the past as well of prime ministers, of Raksha Mantris at a time of crisis on the front, sometimes speaking to the troops. How important is it as a soldier yourself who served in the army for such a long time, in the time of crisis when you are facing the brunt of the enemy or undertaking such operations, how important is it for the political leadership to give out this signaling that they are standing and firmly, behind the armed forces?
Very important. When the soldiers are there, they're under a lot of stress. They are working 24/7 and they're alert and they are facing a lot of fire, missile attacks, and they're foiling them. All those kind of things. Under these circumstances, when the leader of the country, who is representing, at present Prime Minister Modi is representing 140 crore people, when he comes and meets them and talks to them, offers them sweets, keeps his hand on somebody's shoulder, asks them about the morale, it has a tremendous effect on their spirits, the will to fight. And yes, that is what mattered. You see, in this war, besides on the one side was the technology, like what Prime Minister Modi has also mentioned, latest technology mixed with indigenous product, as well as the hard work. The training mattered a lot because it is saying is the more you sweat in peace, less you bleed in war.
Absolutely.
This was the training during the peacetime, which paid off. During this time, we were able to respond as well as attack effectively and in a very professional manner. Ankit.
Right. So thank you for joining us at this moment. Let me also very quickly go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, ladies and gentlemen, who is joining us at this moment. Vasudha, it's very important that, from what Prime Minister's speech yesterday and today as well, there is also a big political message as well. What do you make of what the Prime Minister said, speaking to the country, his first address after Operation Sindoor yesterday, and how he went to Adampur today and his interaction there?
Well, Ankit, according to me, the best highlight of what the Prime Minister said yesterday and today was the fact that he said that peace comes through strength and that strength comes through action. So clearly he was defending the retaliation that India responded with, and this was to the original act of escalation, and he made it very clear that any act of terror will be seen as an act of war by India. This is what happened on May 6th and 7th with the launch of Operation Sindoor and the subsequent launches of missiles and strikes with respect to Pakistani air bases. So the Prime Minister was today in Adampur Air Base, and we have seen visuals of the Prime Minister celebrating Deepavali with soldiers. So for him, nationalism and national interest has always mattered a lot. It's been part of his leadership style. It's been part of who he is. But today was specifically different because I was listening to his speech and he clearly said that मैं आपसे मिलने आया हूँ, मैं आपके दर्शन करने आया हूँ. I've just come to see you. So that is very important, and it's also to send out a message to the families of all these armed personnel who have been sacrificing a great deal for our country, that the Prime Minister is there watching out for their safety, and that I think was a big message. Of course, he also said that India will not see any distinction between the sponsors of terror, the state sponsors of terror, and of course the terrorists, and that I think is very important because it also marks a shift in India's position that it is attacking only terror bases and not really any other thing, because India has also attacked military establishments of Pakistan in the last 3 days before the ceasefire was announced, and this also marks the shift in India's strategic policy that Operation Sindoor will be the new normal, and like the Prime Minister has said, that Pakistan will have to get used to it.
A new doctrine has been, in fact, as we've been saying about it again and again, a new doctrine has been imposed as far as India-Pakistan engagement is concerned. Masula, thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have, on one hand, the propaganda of Pakistan, and on the other hand, the clearest satellite imagery released so far of Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. The Indian strikes on Pakistani air bases, which show the extent of the damage caused by relentless Indian precision strikes. These images that you are seeing, in fact, include the air bases in Suku, the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in South Punjab, and many others. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details. All right, well, let's first start looking at the map and then we bring in the images. I'm just pointing out all of the air bases which we are looking at. Noor Khan right next to Islamabad itself, Sargodha, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur, Jacobabad, and Bholari over here. But let's bring up the first set of images which we have of Jacobabad. And what we are doing is showing you this particular area. We marked it out. This is a before image where you can see this hangar entirely intact, the image from the 30th of April, this image from the 11th of April, which, as you can see over here, shows this hangar completely destroyed. But let's bring you more details, a full close-up of that image. And here you can see the hangar destroyed and debris as well. This would likely be a BrahMos or a Scalp missile which took this out. Remember, these are some of Pakistan's main air bases. Essentially, all of them have been hit. Let's move now to an image from Bholari. Again, this is a before image from the 27th of April 2025. Look at the hangar, it is intact over here. On the next image, on the 11th of May 2025, the hangar is completely destroyed. Let's move to a full frame image of this and describe the damage. And this is perhaps the most vivid image, high resolution satellite imagery that NDTV has acquired of this particular hangar. It shows that the entire part of this roof has been destroyed. There is debris on all sides. If there are aircraft inside this, and at this juncture we don't know if there were, then those would most certainly have been destroyed. This is a major strike. Let's go to Sukur at this stage. This is believed to be a UAV site. This is an image from the 3rd of May. This particular structure intact, but over here, this structure has been attacked. So the image from the 10th of May shows it being attacked. Let's bring you details of that. Let's zoom in now to the next image. This is that same structure which shows severe structural damage, possible burn and strike scars in this particular area. And then look at the vegetation over here. This is all black. This entire area is all black because there has been a substantial fire in this area and debris all across. So this has been entirely leveled. It has been completely flattened, this particular area. Let's now go to Noor Khan Air Force Base. This is one of the primary Air Force Base, April 25th, 2025. Focus on this box over here. And I'll take a look at what's happened on the 10th of May over here when you see this several buildings, in fact, 2 of them have been destroyed. I'll come back over here for a moment. If you see these 2 buildings over here, right? Zoom into this image over here. These 2 buildings right over here, 1 and 2. This is the before image, and they are completely gone in this after image, right? In this after image over here, they are completely destroyed. Now let's bring up the full frame image, and you'll see multiple buildings destroyed in this particular area. Let's move to a couple of runway strikes, which are the next set of images. This from the Musharraf Air Base in Sargodha. This is the before image on the 30th of April. And here India has cratered that runway. By cratering a runway, you're making it inoperational for use. The Pakistan Air Force at some stage realized that they would be grounded. They came to the ceasefire table. Let's bring you another image of this runway, which has been cratered over here. This is in Musharraf in Sargodha. But there is another very important Air Force base. That's the Rahim Yar Khan Air Force Base, which has also had a very, very precise hit. We'll come to that in a moment. But before that, one more image over here in Musharraf in this cross taxiway that you can see. So by actually getting a strike into this area, you're preventing aircraft from moving all across the Air Force Base. And finally, let's move across, as I mentioned, to the Rahim Yar Khan base. This is a before image on the 10th of May. On the same day, before the strikes took place, this is one image, and this is after the strike took place. This has been cratered, and now we've actually got video of this particular area. Let's play out that video showing the strike over there, because you get a clear idea of just how deep it is. The satellite imagery doesn't show the depth, but that is what has taken place at Rahim Yar.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
Now from Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes in to NDTV.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for fast, clear and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Some news, in fact, coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where security forces neutralized 3 terrorists in Shopian. These are the visuals of earlier when the operation started, and of course the end result that you see here, these terrorists have been neutralized. It is believed that 2 of them are also foreign terrorists. In fact, let me bring in at this moment to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is joining us with more details on this entire operation. Nazir, this also comes at a time when, of course, the Operation Sindoor at this moment is still on. And, you know, it has significance. While we are dealing with the enemy across the border, there are still these elements within Jammu and Kashmir trying to create disturbances.
Operation is on, but encounter is over. And all the 3 who have been killed are locals. And we could see in the weapon recovery, among them was 2 AK rifles, grenades, etc. So it is an operation. After a long time, they have killed 3 militants in Kashmir Valley, but they are all local. The actual challenge who are posing are foreign terrorists, Pakistanis, who are well trained in jungle warfare. Like these 3, they have not gone across the border to get arms training. So these are ragtag, essentially, if we call them. So they are not trained enough to, and what the bigger challenge, for example, those terrorists who are behind Pahalgam massacre. They're Pakistani terrorists. They're well trained in jungle warfare, and they have been involved in the previous attacks also on the army, in particularly in Jammu region, also in Gulmarg. Also, so that while this is an operation which has been completed, there was initially it was thought 2 of them may be foreigners or Pakistani terrorists, but they appear to be local recruits who have joined militancy over the last 1 year or so, or 2 years. That is that. But reportedly, they have been involved in recent killings. At least one of them, killings of innocent people here, attack on one BJ Sarpanch also. And other activities, terror activities in the area. So their killing in itself is seen as a major operation by the security forces in Shopian today. But a real challenge for the security forces remain how to deal with Pakistani terrorists who are involved and well trained in jungle warfare. For example, those 3 terrorists who are behind killing and massacre of innocent civilian tourists in Pahalgam 3 weeks ago on April 22nd.
Moving on from these operations to, like I said, as the there is silence on the border, the strikes across the border have stopped, but the fireworks in the politics of the country has now begun on Operation Sindoor. Though, of course, all the rights of the opposition now to question the government, they have now demanded a special parliamentary session over Operation Sindoor, demanding opposition has also asked for clarity on United States' claim of having mediated the ceasefire. The Congress has put up posters of late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi as well, lauding her role for the 1971 war of India and Pakistan, somewhere insinuating that she withstood the pressure of United States. Has the government done so at this moment is the big question that the opposition is asking. Let's listen into some reactions.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप खुद चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है जहाँ से कोई विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का, हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने 140 करोड़ आवाम को संबोधित करते हुए सीधा और कड़ा संदेश दिया है। इसमें साफ कह दिया है कि टेररिज्म पर कोई समझौता होने वाला नहीं, युद्ध स्थगित हुआ है, रुका नहीं है। जैसी भाषा में पाकिस्तान समझेगा उसको जवाब मिलेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेलिंग नहीं चलेगी।
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because we put the poster, why the POK came after the war, why we are not acquire the POK. What about the Bombay incident, our more than 300 people dead in the Bombay incident.
Meanwhile, now, Ministry of External Affairs in its press conference has clarified, or at least has tried to present some clarity as far as this whole question about whether Donald Trump mediated these talks or who approached America, whether it was India or Pakistan. The Ministry of External Affairs has also spoken about the trade deal as far as ceasefire is concerned. They have said that there has been no talks on trade with United States. Talks with the United States was only on the military situation which the country was at that moment facing.
From the time of Operation Sindoor, commenced on 7th May, till the understanding on cessation of firing and military action on 10th May, there were conversations between Indian and US leaders on the evolving military situation. The issue of trade did not come up in any of these discussions. Time and wording of the understanding was worked out between the DGMOs of the two countries at their phone call on 10th May 2025, commencing at 15:35 hours. The Foreign Secretary had made a statement in this regard, as you would be aware. The request for this call was received by MEA from the Pakistani High Commission at 12:37 hours. The Pakistani side had initial difficulties connecting the hotline due to connecting to the Indian side due to technical difficulties. The timing was then decided based on the availability of the Indian DGMO at 15:35 hours. You will of course appreciate that early on 10th morning, we had mounted an extremely effective attack on key Pakistani Air Force bases. That was the reason they were now willing to stop firing and military action. Let me be clear, it was the force of Indian arms that compelled Pakistan to stop its firing.
Let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu to try and understand, the murmurs that we are hearing. Sunil, opposition has all the right to know exactly what had happened, and that's what they are trying to, in fact, put through the message at this moment after supporting the government in its endeavors. What are you picking up on this demand? Because there are also these divisions that we are seeing on the whole demand of a special parliamentary session in the opposition camp.
That's right. As you rightly pointed out, Sharad Pawar himself saying that this can be, because it's sensitive in nature, and he's been the defense minister, so you understand the implications of this. It can be on, a one-to-one basis with a select group of opposition leaders and not necessarily to discuss in parliament. As you're well aware, even in the wake of the Indo-China fracas that took place in Ladakh, we haven't had a single discussion in parliament, despite the fact that Nehru in 1961 did have a discussion during the time when there was, a war that was taking place. Be that as it may, I think everybody wants greater accountability, greater transparency. The question of internationalizing Kashmir, as has been alleged by President Trump, who's talking about trade and various other aspects and claiming credit for brokering this ceasefire, are some things which are a huge concern, not only to the opposition party, but to all Indians in particular. And it's in that backdrop, even though the Ministry of External Affairs, as well as the government, is trying to give that narrative, it would be in the fitness of things that everybody is taken into confidence, be it Parliament, despite the differences within the opposition. As I said, not only Sharad Pawar, the other political parties who are not clear about whether, a special session will help them or not. But the Congress is determined on that. Okay. And we'll wait and see how things play out in the next few days, and if not months, in the run-up to the BR elections.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. As I said, the things may be quiet at the LOC, but the fireworks in the polity of this country has already begun. With that, we are slipping into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back with much more. There are other stories from across the country which need your attention. We'll be bringing them to you after a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been speaking about India and Pakistan and the fallout of this entire skirmish that took place in the last few days. But remember, sitting in Delhi or anywhere else in the country, while you talk about this and you are cheering or not, for what is happening on the borders, there are people, those who are right on the line of control in the international border, apart from the soldiers, those who bear the maximum burden of such skirmishes. What is the life on the border in Punjab after the ceasefire? My colleague Gurpreet with this report.
NDTV team has been traveling from district Firozpur to Fazilka and then Muxar, and finally it has come to Moga. We are showing all these pictures that how the life has already turned back to normal. We can see the whole market is open at this point of time. The people are doing their routine work, and we have some of our residents from Moga. We will talk to them to understand what is the real situation here. First of all, we will talk to this little kid who has just joined the school after 4 days leave. We will talk to her. What is your name?
My name is Peher Kargil.
In which class do you read?
I study in 2nd grade.
After how many days you have gone to school?
After 4 days I have gone to school.
And did you enjoy your school today?
Yes, I enjoyed it very much.
And did you get scared when there was war-like situation between India and Pakistan?
Yes, I got scared when the blackout practice was going to happen.
Okay, well, we can see this girl who was saying, no, everything is normal and peaceful in your school, in your house, in the market.
Yes, it is very peaceful.
So, well, we can see, and here everything is very peaceful, and we will talk to another person who also from Moga. तो मोगा में बिल्कुल पीसफुल हो चुका है. पहले ब्लैकआउट भी हुआ, काफ़ी टेंस सिचुएशन भी रही यहाँ पे.
हाँ जी, अब बिल्कुल पीस है. आगे वॉर लाइक सिचुएशन के लिए ब्लैकआउट के पहले वो था, अब बिल्कुल शांति है.
तो पहले लोगों की स्ट्रेस थी, लोग यहाँ से बाहर जा रहे थे, कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को अपना बेस शिफ्ट कर रहे, लेकिन अब बिल्कुल कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ ब्लैकआउट नहीं है, कोई बाहर निकलने की कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है.
नहीं, अभी बिल्कुल ठीक है. पहले तो ब्लैकआउट करके ये लाइटें भी बंद करवा रहा था एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, पर अब बिल्कुल कोई सकता ही नहीं, बिल्कुल ओके है, शांति है.
तो बिल्कुल लाइफ इज़ वेरी नॉर्मल हियर. सो वी हैव मोर पीपल. तो अभी बिल्कुल लाइफ है, क्योंकि देख रहे हैं मार्केट खुली हुई है, नॉर्मल लोग अपना रूटीन में काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि पहले काफ़ी स्ट्रेसफुल दिन रहे हैं. जब यहाँ पे सिचुएशन थोड़ी सी इंडिया और पाकिस्तान में वॉर लाइक हुई थी, तब लोगों को कई रिस्ट्रिक्शन.
हाँ जी सर, अब सब कुछ ठीक है, नॉर्मल है.
तो आप अपना काम कर रहे हैं रूटीन में?
हाँ जी, रूटीन में हो रहा है.
कोई बाहर जाने की, कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ ब्लैकआउट या रात को लाइटें बंद करने की कोई ऐसी इंस्ट्रक्शन तो नहीं है?
नहीं सर, अब तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
तो आप भी so well, we can see these are the residents of Moga who have already explained that everything is normal and peaceful here in the city, and administration has not imposed any restriction on the resident, whether they are going out of their houses, whether they are doing their job. But overall, we have seen on the ground the situation is quite normal here in Moga.
Meanwhile, some sad story coming in from Punjab, where 17 people died after consuming spurious liquor in 4 villages of Amritsar district. The deceased include 3 youth, each from the villages in Amritsar. The kingpin among the 10 people have been arrested. In fact, DSP and SHO of the area have been suspended by the government for negligence. The probe reveals that methanol was mixed in this spurious liquor. It was procured from online and then it was mixed in this liquor. This is what the DGP of Punjab, Gaurav Yadav, has said. Further investigation at this moment is going on.
ਮਜੀਠਾ ਤੇ ਥਾਣਾ ਕੱਥੂ ਨੰਗਲ ਦੇ ਕਈ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੰਦਭਾਗੀ ਦੁਖਦਾਇਕ ਘਟਨਾ ਘਟੀ ਕਿ ਜ਼ਹਿਰੀਲੀ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀਣ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਜੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ 17 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਅਣਹੋਈਆਂ ਮੌਤਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਤਲ ਹੀ ਨੇ ਅਸਲ 'ਚ ਮੌਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ 10 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਚੇਨ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕੌਣ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਤਾਰ ਜੁੜੇ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਗਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ
Meanwhile, a day after announcing his retirement from Test cricket, India's star batsman, former captain Virat Kohli, is on a spiritual journey. He reached Vrindavan with his wife Anushka Sharma. The couple called on renowned spiritual leader Premanand Maharaj at Vrindavan Dham to seek their blessings.
विराज बैठ प्रसन्न हो हाँ नहीं ठीक ही रहना चाहिए हम आपको अपने प्रभु का विधान बताते हैं थोड़ा सा जब प्रभु किसी पर कृपा करते हैं ये वैभव मिलना कृपा नहीं है ये पुण्य है
It is once again that time of the year where at least I remember when I was in school, it used to give me jitters. The board examination results are out for the class 10th and 12th of the CBSE. 88% students have passed the class 12th examination of the CBSE. And girls, as always, at least for the last many years, have been outshining the boys. That was the case this time as well. My colleagues caught up with some of the toppers just to get you a sense of how they've been preparing or the kind of work that they put in to, in fact, grab one of the top honors of one's educational career.
Well, the CBSE results are out and I'm currently joined by one of the toppers, one of those overachievers, Naisha Manchanda from ITL Public School, Dwarka. Thank you, Naisha, for speaking to NDTV, and congratulations to all the students who have passed the exam. Even if you have not aced it, if you've just gone through it, hats off to you guys. But Naisha, my first question to you is, of course, you've scored 99.75% with a perfect score in all 3 subjects. Which one is your favorite?
Psychology. That is
why is psychology your favorite?
I think I really like learning about how people's minds work and, you know, all of the things that go into human behavior, and that has always fascinated me. So getting to, you know, learn about it in real time, it's the best thing ever.
So did you fall in love with this subject in your +2?
Yeah, I did actually. I think I fell in love with it in 11th only. And I think I fell in love with it even more while I was learning it in class 12th.
Right. So what interested in you in psychology? Is it the teacher who taught you, or it is the concepts, the theories? What exactly, you know, helped you fall in love with the subject?
Actually, it was both the theory and as well as our teacher. She used to, you know, make us read all these case studies. She used to discuss them in classes, and I think that was really interesting, and that, you know, developed my interest more in the subject. So it was both.
All right, that was one of the toppers of the CBSE. All the best to all those who have succeeded. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is just one step in a very long life for all of you, those who have, in fact, given 10th and 12th exam. So whether you have done very, very well over your expectations or not, life will give you many, many more chances. Just work hard towards them. Thank you so much for being with us.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story,
Now from Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We are sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes
mostly
in to
terms of the information
NDTV.
we put on air.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
For
not only
fast,
reporting what's
clear
happening
and
authentically,
credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off in the
NDTV,
sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound like
first.
blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV, first, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Moths lined up on the show this evening, including a special focus on justice delivered in the Pollachi sex case of 2019 in Tamil Nadu. But first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. Prime Minister sends out a strong strategic message from the Adampur base, tells the forces they've created history. Ministry of External Affairs categorically request for the ceasefire came from Pakistan and there is no change in India's Kashmir. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor tells NDTV he welcomes the Prime Minister's speech, says it's crucial at a time of disinformation. Congress keeps the demand for a special session of Parliament and clarity on the US role. Posters taking a jibe at the BJP come up in Bengaluru and other cities. US President Donald Trump lands in Saudi Arabia, meets the Crown Prince, offers to join the Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. Well, first up this evening, a quick check of that top national story. The Prime Minister today visited the Adampur Air Base in Punjab and sent out a strong message, both in terms of symbolism and strategic messaging. Strategically important, as the Adampur base is one that was under attack from Pakistan and there were claims that it was affected, and the Prime Minister's visit a categorical demonstration that the base was intact and the Indian defense systems repelled any attack. He praised the IAF personnel and declared that we have crushed terrorists in their home. With an S-400 missile defense system intact in the background as the Prime Minister posed for cameras, his visit to the airbase aimed at reiterating a victory for India. Let's listen in to excerpts from his speech there.
इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है। आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
Well, NDTV's Shiv Arur, who's been tracking this very closely, joins me live. Shiv, an important visit by the Prime Minister in terms of the optics, no doubt. Could you put the strategic messaging and significance of this in context, please?
Veera Raghav, thank you very much for having me on your show. And I just wanted to, before I answer your question, since your show is called The Southern View, the Indian military is not parochial or represented by one region, but a fun fact about Operation Sindoor is that one of the squadrons that actually delivered the BrahMos missiles that hit many of those Pakistani bases is based in Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu. So that's just an interesting piece of information that I'm able to share with our viewers, and we have the permission to do that since the BrahMos has become a big talking point as far as the weaponry used. But as far as the strategic messaging was concerned, it hit many different levels in my view. You had the Prime Minister, first of all, being in Adampur, which is a base that Pakistan had seemed to be fixated upon, with wave after wave of misinformation about damage caused there, aircraft burning, rubble actually taking place, etc. And therefore, it was important, I think, for the Prime Minister that he personally chose to actually be in Adampur because he knew about how Pakistan had used a lot of propaganda to put the spotlight on Adampur. Adampur, Veera Raghav, also has a great deal of history. This has been the base that has been a staging ground for precision strikes inside Pakistan, not just now during Operation Sindoor, but in the 65 and 1971 wars as well. So there's a great deal of symbolism, and it was also a platform, I think, for the Prime Minister to go beyond the optics, because remember, he wasn't just there sending out a message to Pakistan. He was literally there 72 hours after that very base and a few others had conducted precision strikes, the most ambitious, perhaps audacious strikes in a non-war scenario with Pakistan that has ever happened by the Indian military. So I think there was, of course, optics, there was a lot of strategic messaging, but it was all in the wake of literal missiles landing in those bases. So this was big.
Right, this was big, and thanks, Shiv, for putting that Tanjavur connection as well. I'm sure, as you point out rightly, there is no southern view which is different from the rest of the views from this country on this issue. But yes, Tanjavur, an interesting snippet of information from you. Thanks very much for those details there. Meanwhile, as the BJP prepares for the Triranga Yatra across the country, the opposition led by the Congress has been demanding answers to some key questions, including the claimed involvement of the US in brokering peace in the ongoing situation, and has asked for a special session of Parliament. Congress posters taking a jibe at the BJP and pointing into the victory in 1971 under Indira Gandhi have come up in many parts of the country, including in Bengaluru. Listen in to some of the opposition reactions, but before that, my colleague Deepak Bupanna puts the issue in perspective.
The Congress party has put up posters in different parts of Bengaluru. They are talking about how, there's no longer need of lip service. The walk the talk attitude of Indira Gandhi is required. No hashtags are required. These kind of messaging and posters are being put up in different parts of Bengaluru. What do you make of it, sir?
No, not. This is not time for that. For the poster for Indira Gandhi. So some questions rise because you put the poster. Why the POK came after the war? Why we are not acquire the POK? What about the in Bombay incident? Our more than 300 people dead in the PO, Bombay incident. Why there is no action? Modi taking immediate action. So this question will be raised. Many questions regarding that Indira Gandhi period and Sindhu water dispute. Why that continuing same thing? After Modi, it stopped now. So all the questions are with the Congress also. But this is the not time. This is the not time. We have only time is support to our armed force.
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से विशेष पार्लियामेंट का हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है, इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में लेना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक है, सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, मगर सेशन से ज़्यादा लाभ हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
Well, multiple different points of view there. We'll keep a close watch on how the political reactions develop over the next coming days. But now to the top story from Tamil Nadu. Justice delivered finally in the Pollachi sexual assault case of 2019. A sessions court in Coimbatore handed multiple life sentences till death for 9 convicts. At least 8 women, including a college student, were sexually assaulted, gang raped, and then blackmailed for sexual favors and money by the convicts. And the case had hit the headlines in 2019 after the alleged involvement of an AIADMK functionary as well. The case had shocked the state, and the verdict is a huge success for the prosecution, which provided the court with extensive digital evidence and even convinced the women to depose before the court and protected their identities after the case was taken over by the CBI. While the involvement of the AIADMK functionary did lead to a political exchange, the case is being seen as a landmark case in the state in terms of addressing women's safety and also how to go about prosecution. Listen into some of the reactions.
சிபிஐ விசாரணை வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் எந்த விதமான பெண்களோட பாதிக்கப்பட்ட பெண்களோட விவரங்கள் வெளியே வராம ரகசியமான முறையில் நடைபெற்று இந்த வழக்கு வந்து சாட்சி கொடுக்கிற வரைக்கும் அவங்க சுதந்திரமா வந்திருக்காங்கன்றது சிபிஐயோட இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் வந்து ஒரு ப்ளஸ் பாயிண்ட்.
எப்படி நடந்துது சார்? ஏன்னா இவ்வளவு அவங்க ஃபேமிலிக்கே தெரியாத அளவுக்கு நீங்க கொண்டு வந்து
அதுதான் வந்து சிபிஐ வந்து ரகசிய குழுக்கள் அமைத்து அவங்க குடும்ப நபர்களுக்கு தெரியாம ரகசியமா அவங்கள பர்சியூட் பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு கவுன்சிலிங் கொடுக்குறவங்களுக்கு கவுன்சிலிங் கொடுத்து அவங்களை சமாதானப்படுத்தி அவங்க ரகசியங்கள் காக்கப்படும் என்ற உறுதிமொழியை கொடுத்து அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பலவிதமான ஒரு தைரியமும் கொடுத்து தான் இந்த வழக்குல வந்து நாங்க கொண்டு வந்திருக்க பாதுகாப்பு. இந்த வழக்கு வந்து எப்படின்னா ஒரு 8 வழக்க ஒண்ணா விசாரிச்ச வழக்கு இது. ஏன்னா ஒவ்வொரு பெண்களும் ஒவ்வொரு பாதிக்கப்பட்ட பெண்களும் தனித்தனி இன்சிடென்ட் தனி இது வந்து உயர்நீதிமன்ற உத்தரவின்படி இது வந்து 8 வழக்குல ஒண்ணாக ட்ரையல் ஒரு 8 கேஸ் ஒண்ணா நடந்திருக்கு. ட்ரையல் வந்து 2.5 வருஷத்துல.
Has been put to shame because they tried to protect these people who committed these crimes against women. They refused to, even accept a complaint against these people. Their intention was to protect. It was the DMK, it was the opposition parties and the press which fought for justice for these affected women, and today justice is prevailed.
சட்டத்தின் முன், அதாவது சட்டம் தன்னுடைய கடமையை செய்திருக்கிறது. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அந்த குற்றவாளிகள் யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் மேலே கடுமையான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும் என்பது இதை காட்டுகிறது. இந்த குறிப்பாக சகோதரிகளுக்கு எதிரான குற்றங்கள் அதை 0 டாலரன்ஸ் ஆக தான் நாம் பார்க்க முடியும். அந்த குற்றவாளிகளுக்கு தண்டனை கொடுப்பதை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
An extremely important case there in Tamil Nadu. Now, to understand the importance of this verdict from several different aspects, joining me this evening, my colleague Sam Daniels, noted actor Kutti Padmini, who has followed the case very, very closely, like advocate Swapna Sundar and activist Brinda Adige. Thanks to all four of you for joining me here this evening. Before I get to the guests on the panel, Sam, put this in perspective, because on the one hand is the gravity of the crime and the case, which had really shaken up the state and perhaps the rest of the country as well. But in terms of the prosecution too, there are snippets and important aspects of information that needs to be shared in terms of how it was dealt with.
That's right, Virirago. Initially, no survivor was willing to report or come forward to put things on record. And only one college student had come forward. Only after the CBI took over, they had to persuade the survivors to come forward and give complaints. And totally 8 survivors, including a college student, had given their statement. But to get them to come to the court and depose was a challenge. And it was here the CBI ensured that the Witness Protection Act would be followed in letter and spirit. They formed secret groups, persuaded the survivors that their identity will not be revealed, their safety would be ensured, and then they gained confidence to come to the special court and depose. And that was a major, major challenge which the CBI ensured would happen smoothly. And more than 40 witnesses were examined, not one turned hostile. That was another major achievement by the CBI. And when it comes to the evidences, they had to rely on the video evidences, the video of the sexual assault the perpetrators had recorded. And that was the challenge, to get them authenticated, to be validated forensically, and then 200 other digital documents. So this case strongly relied on digital evidence, and 8 cases were tried together, as the Madras High Court ordered that way, because there were 8 survivors and they were tried together. And this had paved way for all 9 accused to be granted life sentence, and A2, the second accused, got 5 life terms and A1 got 4 life terms. And in this case, with this judgment, in a sense, this gives a great confidence and hope for other survivors that the prosecution is quite serious in terms of protecting their identity, to take the job of prosecution seriously, to ensure that every piece of evidence would be presented in a watertight way so that the perpetrators could be brought to justice. And this could, in a sense, motivate other survivors in several other cases too to come forward to report boldly. Although in this case, the suspicion is that there could be more than 100 survivors. Although only 8 had come forward, they have made sure that the perpetrators will not go scot-free.
Right, important point that you're making there. Yes, in terms of protecting identity, getting survivors to come forward to be able to give statements is a very, very important process in the process of justice. Ms. Padmini, ma'am, you followed this case very closely. First of all, your initial reactions. Do you believe finally justice has been delivered in the case, and is there a sense of closure?
Yes, I'm very happy. A big salute to the CBI and a very big namaskar to the Judge Nandini Devi, because not only following it closely, I was praying also. Because only such things happen, the girls can be saved. Day by day, everywhere, these kind of things are occurring. And these guys not only stopped with Pollachi, it was happening, and they actually went up to Pondicherry, E Road, even other places. So there are more than 150 to 200 girls who have been, betrayed by these guys. But fortunately, at least these 8 girls came forward, thanks to CBI and thanks to the parents of the girls to give them the courage. So unless you come out and you give your verdict, how can they be punished? So I'm extremely happy about it. And I want more and more girls to come out when they get cheated. Okay, for some reason you get lured, you get cheated. But don't sit back. Please come forward. Punish them so that other girls can be saved. Otherwise, they are not going to stop. It's going to continue. So at least save the other girls. You have lost it, but save the other girls. This is what I wanted to always, tell the public. In my channel also, I keep motivating women. Don't sit back. Please come forward and go and, find a solution. So I'm extremely happy, sir.
Right. Important point that you're making there, a sort of a campaign to encourage victims to speak out, survivors to speak out, not just in the interest of justice, but also in terms of preventing it, ensuring that others don't fall prey to a similar kind of incident. Swapna Sundar,
Yes.
when you see it from a lawyer's point of view, in terms of the key focus areas that you pick up in the case, both in terms of the arguments that were presented, but also more importantly in terms of evidence and the and bringing the ability to convince the girls, hide their identity, because we believe in some of their cases the women, the families were not very keen on them going before the court, but to convince them to come before a court of law is a critical challenge. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, it is indeed a critical challenge and an extremely important one. In fact, I'm dealing with a couple of cases, one dealing with POXO currently, and also other cases that I'm dealing with. One of the very crucial principles of sexual harassment and other kinds of violence against women and victims, I think confidentiality is very important. The second important aspect here that I see is that IT was extensively used, information technology, cybersecurity was extensively used in order to make sure that these videos did not find their way to the media. In some sense, I think the media has also been supportive of the case because not many things came out. It was done in a way that it was kept in the background until the final decision was made. I also have the way that the prosecutors have taken forward this case is to ensure that the justice was done from both sides. So I'm sure that there was a lot of evidence also presented on behalf of the victims, but also on behalf of the perpetrators. So there was justice and fairness that was done. I feel that that is equally important in ensuring that there is credibility created and that the prosecution and the government have received the accolades that they deserve. I've also seen how in the early part of this case there was a lot of support from IDWA that was provided to the families and the survivors, also from PUCL. I think women's organizations have stood up for them. 6 women actually in the early part of the case also approached the Madras High Court, which ensured confidentiality. So I think the way women's organizations have come together, empowered these women, and also, as Madam Kuti Padmini was earlier mentioning, is an empowering statement for all women who undergo this kind of pain at some point in their lives. It is important that women's organizations like IDWA and PUCL be highlighted, or their role in this case be highlighted, because we need organizations like these to support women when they are in trouble. I know that parents often find it very difficult to support their daughters when they come forward. But I think education has helped. The policies which are there in Tamil Nadu has helped girls to come forward. And yes, while parents and family members might feel embarrassed or even humiliated, socially judged by these cases that they are getting involved in, I'm happy that they came forward. As I was saying, the other case that I am dealing with deals with younger aged women, and I'm seeing how the parents are coming forward to support them in this matter. So I think it's a huge victory, and I do thank the government for their support.
Okay. Absolutely, absolutely. An important point that you're making there. In fact, multiple points that you've made there. I'm going to take one across to you, Brinda, which is, and I think Advocate Sundar was making a very, very important point, that is, in a case of this nature, ensuring that the videos never went out, ensuring that it did not get publicized and it was taken down right in time to ensure the identity of the victims, the survivors, was protected. That's a crucial aspect, apart from the other point that she was making about giving that emotional, psychological support to families and to survivors to be able to speak up when they are guaranteed that their identity will be protected.
Absolutely. The entire case almost hinged on that confidentiality. Because we know that in a country like ours, the woman is always blamed. We are a patriarchal society. And that being the case, parents as well as survivors always find it very difficult. But here, I think, like Madam pointed out, PUCL and IDA, as well as the support that they got from their own communities. I'm sure there was some support that was extended also from their families and extended families. That is just to show that if all of us come together, then we will be able to counter these kind of people. But that said, let us place on record that it is a long time. 2019 to 2025 is a very long time for individual survivors to actually be waiting for a verdict. Of course, they may not have gone many times to the court, but their lives also have come to a standstill. How many of them were able to go on, move on, go forward? Very many times there was also at one point there was a geo issued where one survivor's name as well as the college name was also put out. Now no action has been taken on those people. So that is a government order. So this is something that we want to ask, is saying what you are doing is as per law and policy, and no charity that is being done to survivors. And if any agency, the state agency, violates any of these clauses in the law, those state agency functionaries must be pulled up. So this case is a fantastic trailblazer. It is an example to show that when the state agencies come together, they can deliver, bring these people to justice. But we also want to talk about fast tracking these cases. It is not important that you have to prolong it and give date after date all the time. You are looking at victim survivors. We are looking at young girls, and they have lives to move on, to take it forward. And there is a lot of mental trauma that they are going through. So their mental health is also at stake. And I think it is time now, in this age and time when we have technology, circumstantial evidence, that fast track of such cases is very, very serious issue. That said, I do hope that these girls, the victims, will be able to move on strongly because of the strength they get from their families.
Right. Important points that all of you have made there. Unfortunately, I've run out of time. I wish we could have heard from you more in terms of what the survivors have had to share in terms of their reactions, but unfortunately we've run completely out of time. But thanks to all four of you for joining us here on the Southern View this evening on an extremely important judgment in an extremely important case from Tamil Nadu. That's all we have time for on the show this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Adampur Air Force Station in Punjab today morning, marking his first public interaction with armed forces personnel after the recent ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan. Now, Operation Sindoor wasn't just an ordinary move by the Indian Armed Forces. It was through Operation Sindoor that the whole world got to see India's resolve turn into action. That's what the Prime Minister said today. But Operation Sindoor has also sparked a fierce political debate in India. The BJP praises it as a bold move under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Armed forces have also presented evidence of how superior India's military efforts were compared to Pakistan, not just targeting and successfully blowing up 9 terror bases, but also inflicting significant damage to Pakistan's air bases. Now, Congress, on the other hand, has accused the BJP for taking credit for Operation Sindoor, saying that nationalism is the need of the hour, not politics. It's also flagged the diplomatic fallout of Donald Trump seeking to mediate on Kashmir. Now, the Congress has also demanded a special session of the Parliament to discuss Operation Sindoor, but the opposition is divided on this, as leaders such as Sharad Pawar of the NCP, led by Sharad Pawar, have said that an all-party meeting would be enough, as security details of Operation Sindoor should not be discussed in open. Now, how is Operation Sindoor influencing discourse in the country is what we discuss tonight. Before I get in my guest, let's take a look at what the Prime Minister said today and how politics has started playing out around Operation Sindoor.
आतंक के विरुद्ध भारत की लक्ष्मण रेखा अब एकदम स्पष्ट है। अब फिर कोई टेरर अटैक हुआ तो भारत जवाब देगा, पक्का जवाब देगा। ये हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, एयर स्ट्राइक के समय देखा है, और अब तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है। और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। दुनिया भी भारत के इस नए रूप को इस नई व्यवस्था को समझते हुए ही आगे बढ़ रही है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन के दौरान हर भारतीय आपके साथ खड़ा रहा। हर भारतीय की प्रार्थना आप सभी के साथ रही। आज हर देशवासी अपने सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों के प्रति कृतज्ञ है, उनका ऋणी है।
ये समझ के पर है कि देश का पूरा विपक्ष एक सुर में मांग कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है आपको, साथ में मांग कर रहा है। मांग क्या कर रहा है? पब्लिक डोमेन में सब बातें आ जानी चाहिए। अगर पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, आपकी नीति क्या है, जो आप कल बोले हो, ये अगर रिकॉर्ड में आती है, पूरा देश सुनता है। ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में कई सुझाव आते रहते हैं। 2 मीटिंग आप की है, आप खुद नहीं गए, अब तीसरी मीटिंग में आप कुछ चले जाइएगा मान लीजिए, और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
बात ऐसी है, जहाँ से कोई विशेष सत्र पार्लियामेंट का, हम तो इसके खिलाफ नहीं, मगर ये सेंसिटिव इशू है। इस बारे में डेप्थ डिस्कशन, सीरियस इशू है, तो सदन में देना मुश्किल होता है। मगर इसमें कुछ बातें ऐसी होती है कि वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखने की आवश्यकता होती है नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए। इसीलिए हमने कहा कि ठीक से सेशन बुलाना हो तो बुलाइए, और सेशन बुलाना हम आपस में बैठेंगे तो होगा।
Shazia Elmi of the BJP joins us now, also Colonel Rohit Chaudhary of the Congress Party. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, author and political analyst, joining us. Thank you all of you for being here. Shazia, to you first. BJP has praised Operation Sindoor as a bold move undertaken by our armed forces under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. But the Congress has lauded the armed forces but accused the BJP of politicizing military action. How would you look at this?
I think the very fact that they are kind of targeting BJP at this point of time, that it amounts to attacking BJP, and that is being done at this point. So that indeed is politicization. If this is not politicization, what else is? And the fact of the matter is, everything is out there for everybody to see. There are regular briefings from DGMO, the Foreign Secretary, Prime Minister has spoken, and of course a foreign spokesperson for Minister for MEA. So it's all out there for everybody to know and see, to create some kind of a controversy, or to, muddy the waters and to talk about the unknown and some random factor, and to bring that in is just a dire need to be critical, and only because they feel this FOMO, fear of missing out. So they need to be a party of this whole thing, and they're clearly not. Their own matter. It is BJP in which the country has reposed the faith. It is the armed forces to which we are eternally grateful. Congress need not do silly things to get attention. And I think the warning given to Pakistan has been very clear and ambiguously stern. Operation Sindoor continues. It is ongoing. It is just being suspended for the time being. And we have seen what we are capable of. And it's for the whole world to know. So to make up issues and to drag in issues that do not matter and are completely clear is clearly an attempt to kind of get some kind of brownie points and make the government look weak at some level. And that doesn't go very well. That doesn't run very well, I think.
Colonel Chaudhary, this is not the time to make the government look weak, because this is the time for India to stay united, is what Shazia is also saying. But, there's one point that she's made which is very important. There have been 2 all-party meetings. The Prime Minister spoke about Operation Sindoor only yesterday. That's almost 6 days after the operation was launched. The faces of communication of Operation Sindoor were also people from the armed forces. Why then do you think that there is politicization of this by the BJP? Because even in his first speech, the Prime Minister talked about all parties being united.
Look, for our country's national security, integrity, and sovereignty. The country is united. After the Pahalgam attack, the terrorist attack where we lost 26 innocent lives, after that, Congress Working Committee meeting was immediately called, whereas the Prime Minister went to Bihar. See, the issue is that we are unanimous. We are throwing our entire weight. Our entire leadership has conveyed it to the government that we are with the government. We want strong, decisive, and punitive action against the perpetrators of this heinous crime against the humanity. And it is not acceptable at all. Now we welcome that when the entire nation, all 146 crore people, the defense forces, the government, the opposition, Congress party, everybody is united. And we welcome the Operation Sindoor, which was launched on the night or intervening night of 6th and 7th May. And our defense forces have delivered their military objective. There are in any action, military action, there are two objectives. One is military objective, and the other one is political objective. Military was given task. Our military was capable. Today it is capable, and in 1971 also it was capable, and we bifurcated the Pakistan and created two nations out of one. Today, after 54 years, we are much stronger in terms of technology, capabilities, our air defense system, our satellite system, communication systems, our gun power, our tank power, our air power, everything we outfield the Pakistanis. From 2006 onwards, when the UPA government, we started Look East policy. We did not go for Pakistan. We never compared them or taken them as our adversaries. They are no
you also give a lot of credit to Indira Gandhi. Without political will, there is not any action that is possible. Shazia, would you like to respond to that?
I just want to complete within 30
okay,
seconds.
let Shazia finish. I'll come to you, Colonel Chaudhary. Yeah, Colonel Chaudhary, I'll come to you. Let Shazia counter your point. Yeah.
So with your consent, I mean, I can go into details of what the situation in 71 was like, or even further down the road on 65. But as of now, when we do these big strikes on Pakistan air bases, we're looking at 9 of them. When you look at figures of more than 100 absolutely dreaded extremists and terrorists there. I mean, and we also look at the kind of support we have internationally as compared to where we were, even vis-a-vis United Nations Security Council and today. There are huge discrepancies and differences. So let's not compare only because we feel the need to compare. It's because Modi, Prime Minister Modi is being lauded that Congress must feel the need to somehow bring Indira Gandhi into the picture. There is no need to do this. It is not some competition going on. This is our own country. This is our Prime Minister. She was a prime minister then. He is a prime minister now.
It's important to also understand that the India of 1971 was also different from the India of 2025, isn't it?
Correct.
Colonel Chaudhary.
And this last point I want to make, something small. Sir,
okay, let Colonel Chaudhary respond. Shazia, I'll come back to you.
10 seconds.
Okay, I will come back to you, Shazia. Let him respond, yeah.
No, my last point is, and I will not speak any further, for the first time we're seeing, and the big takeaway for me and for most of us is, if there are talks and terror will not go together. It will only be POK and terror. Kashmir is off the mat. It is not even discussed. For the first time, Kashmir is not the issue. It is not the centerpiece. We have changed the narrative, and the Indo-Pak doctrine has been permanently transformed, changed. It's got another shape altogether.
So
I think the contours of this narrative are totally different than they've ever been.
How would you see this? This is a new normal, the new inflection point, the fact that our doctrine has only changed. How do you see this?
See, this shift of this doctrine, I told you that it started off from 2006 onwards, when we started saying that Pakistan is no more an adversary. Now, the doctrine shifted. Probably you may not be aware. Since I'm from the forces, I am aware, right? So now the next thing which I want to say, the entire forces were ready, country was ready, and now all of a sudden we find that a US-sponsored ceasefire is announced. First, it is announced by the US President Donald Trump, and it took all of us by surprise. And it was a surprise and a shocker to previous chiefs, shocker to the service people, shocker to the foreign secretary. See the body language. In the morning briefing of 10th May, the mood was upbeat. The two lady officers and foreign secretary, they were in upbeat mood, and we were going inside Pakistan, chasing them, and our air force, military, everybody was in the attacking mode. And suddenly, a US-sponsored terrorism, which has US-sponsored ceasefire, it was announced.
Valid point. Let me ask Shazia this before I come to Amitabh Tiwari. If you wait to get patiently.
I just want to say that in the tweet, and there are three reactions. There are three reactions by Donald Trump. First tweet,
Prime Minister
first
Modi
tweet,
is not
it was very
Jawaharlal
derogatory.
Nehru. Okay,
Second
let
tweet was
Shazia
even
respond
more
now, Shazia.
derogatory.
Yeah.
And the
No, it's a very important point,
third tweet
sir.
was,
Because
third tweet was,
sir,
Okay,
you're
let
from
me just get Shazia
armed
now,
forces.
please.
So, and you're not the only one, of
Donald
course.
Trump,
And
Donald Trump has
Can we just
so
decimated
one of
the
and
Indian
you also a Congress spokesperson. I want to tell
diplomacy.
you,
This is not
our Prime
acceptable to
Minister
us.
Modi,
This is not
he is
acceptable.
not
This is not
like
acceptable
Prime Minister
to
Nehru.
anyone in this
And there is
country.
no
That
need
how
for
the
any
way
third
how
party
this
mediation. So I don't know why you would call it US sponsored. You know, it is your leader Rahul Gandhi who goes and trashes India and undermines India in the US. We don't do it. So stop doing this on television also, and stop calling it a US sponsored ceasefire. Stop saying that, because you undermine your own country. I mean, you don't respect your own prime minister. You don't respect your own sovereignty when you say that. So it is quite sad that you will undermine Indian sovereignty only to make Modi look bad. I think that is crossing a line, sir, and I forbid you to go there.
Tiwari, thank you for waiting patiently. How do you see Operation Sindoor influencing national political discourse? Because just 2 weeks ago, we were discussing caste census, but with Pahalgam terror attack, the sentiment of the country is different now. Operation Sindoor has also taken this to a very different level, because we are seeking accountability for terror, national security, nationalism is back being our focus areas. How do you see this changing our political discourse?
We clearly see the Operation Sindoor has been a huge success. And in any conflict or war, there are two aspects. One is political will, and the other is the capability of the armed forces. That was never in question. From 1971, India has never lost a war. So the only thing which has changed, perhaps compared to the last regime, is the political will. Even after 2611, we had not given such a strong response to Pakistan, and that is a clear shift of strategy and the political will which people see. Now, the Congress, of course, is trying to compare this with 1971, wherein, of course, the military response was much stronger. However, the issue is that the 1971 happened 55 years ago, and that moment was witnessed only probably by the senior citizens of India now. So most of the young populace, or majority of the populace today, is not able to relate to that aspect. Now, all the political parties were supporting the government in its military endeavor. Now, what has happened is that there is only one problem. The problem is, or the opposition is harping on the issue of the ceasefire. Now, whether ceasefire should have happened, not happened, again is a political decision which the government took, because it did not want to be sucked into a war with a rogue nation, because India has bigger goals to achieve, correct? And we had achieved most of the military objectives. Now the question is how this ceasefire was announced, and the handling of the announcement of the ceasefire perhaps is the bone of contention as to how the US president announced this earlier. The opposition is asking for a joint session of parliament, but there is division there, as you showed yourselves. Sharad Pawar perhaps is not agreeing to that, because a lot of secrets and confidential information need not be shared on the floor of the house. So the government needs to have a all party meeting wherein it should try to take the opposition into confidence and explain as to why the ceasefire was done and how.
Colonel Chaudhary, very quickly, closing remarks, sir.
Look, the only issue is that the defense forces were ready, nation was ready, the opposition was ready, government was ready, but how this ceasefire has come up. Now the thing is that Operation Sindoor, they say that it has been postponed. Initially they said it is finished, then they said it is postponed. I don't know, there is a state of confusion. All the chuttis and leave and everything of all the defense forces, it has already resumed, and there is no, the level of alertness, level of action has gone down.
Yeah, we have
that
to
is
wrap
fine.
the show.
That is fine.
Shazia,
That
yeah.
is fine. That
Yes.
is fine. But
Shazia.
that is fine.
So
but at
I
the
think,
same
sir,
time,
Yeah,
I
that
think,
is
sir, I
fine.
must repeat
At the
something
same time,
to you.
we
I
want
think
that we should
Let's
know
just have
that
Shazia,
why it
please.
has happened,
Operation
how it has happened,
Stagit means for the time being,
India and Pakistan.
for the time being, Operation Sindoor is not operational, but they have tasted our retaliation, and they have an idea about what it tastes like and what it feels like, and will come back to haunt them if they were to indulge in another act of terror, which has been, and that is the new normal. This is exactly what Prime Minister said. This is what I'm repeating to you, sir. So do not get Indira Gandhi now to compete with our Prime Minister. It's all right. So give it to the Prime Minister. He's your Prime Minister too, you know that? So just to remind you, sir. And I think it's really unfair to say, oh, my Prime Minister was better than your Prime Minister, and this is US sponsored. I think that is we do not ever undermine the sovereignty.
Okay,
You
completely
let
out
Donald
of
Trump say
time,
whatever he
Shazia.
wants
Thank
to
you,
say.
Shazia.
You let
Thank you,
Pakistan
Colonel
say
Chaudhary.
whatever he wants to say. Why do you want to say it?
Right. Thank you, all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Yes, completely out of time, Colonel Chaudhary. We'll have to take this debate forward.
Last line.
Okay. Okay, we'll have,
as it was told as it was told in one of the bhashans of Pradhan Mantri. But at the same time, Pakistan is boiling. Pakistan can be dismantled. There could have been a chance that Pakistan could have been disintegrated.
Okay, completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. The question here is, to what extent is it appropriate for political parties to frame military actions within electoral narratives? But is it also inevitable, because this is politics, we are a democracy, and credit will always be taken by political parties, especially when they accomplish something? But what are the implications of opposition's skepticism on national unity during times of military engagement? These are the larger questions that would need a lot of thought. But one thing is clear, Pahalgam terror attack and the subsequent Operation Sindoor have united the country and nothing before. And it is also the collective moral strength that is driving the world to push for accountability on terror. Also joining us now is former Ambassador Manjeev Puri. Thank you, Ambassador Puri, for joining us on this broadcast. Always a pleasure to have you on the show, sir. My first question, how do you see the Prime Minister's visit to Adampur Air Base today and his emphasis on the fact that Operation Sindoor is not just ordinary military operation, it's a reflection of India's collective sentiment for justice after Pahalgam? He calls it a new normal, a new deterrent. How do you see this?
Vasudha, thank you very much. Look, I want to make 2 or 3 points. First, the Honorable Prime Minister addressed the nation yesterday. He made it very clear that India had done what it had to do, but with precision and in a manner that was not escalating, but made the point very clear. You trifle with India, you do it at your own peril. And that was made very clear also in the DGMO's briefings, etc. Now, why did the Prime Minister go to Adampur immediately thereafter? Many reasons, but let me mention 2 or 3. One, it was absolutely important that he went and was between those who did everything for the nation, the armed forces. After all, it was they who took the action, who took not only defensive action, but took the action to the other side, hitting them where it pains, where it hurts, etc. He had to go and visit. Secondly, Adampur. You remember those stories that the base had been hit. So it was very important to go to Adampur. Thirdly, and I want to make this point, this is a bit of a political point. It was very good to go into the soil of Jammu and Kashmir. That's where it all began. So there's lots of all of this. It's all part of messaging, but your points are extremely important.
But Ambassador Puri, also let me ask you this one question that everyone wants to ask experts like you. There is a sense that this ceasefire between India and Pakistan is very fragile. And while India has managed to strike terror bases, military bases, air bases, inflicting a lot of damage, there's also this larger question of conventional deterrence, the fact that this keeps happening with Pakistan. How can India manage to keep its growth story alive? Because we need jobs, we need opportunities. How can India be on guard all the time while focusing on its own aspirations?
So, Vasudha, this is obviously, as they say, the million-dollar question. Look, Pakistan should also have had the same aspirations, isn't it? But it's a very peculiar country in the global context, where if I use this cliched expression, an army as a country, and it's not a small country. It's a country of nearly 200 million people, geographically, very strategically situated, and a country which has positioned itself as a client state for doing so many things. You know, their minister who made those statements, he may have made it in his own way. But the fact is that they have been offering themselves right for 75 years as a client state. So let's leave that aside. Let's remember, India is today the 4th largest economy in the world, not 5th largest. The IMF's latest World Economic Outlook has upgraded us from 5 to 4. We are the largest country in the world.
Right.
We are a country of consequence, and everybody knows that. Also, we are a country which is very large and which is contributing hugely to the world.
Right.
So I just want to make the point to you. Look, we have challenges. We have challenges to the north. We have challenges to the west. And it's not as if the maritime domain is absolutely quiet and so on and so forth. But this is the geography in which we are. Within this geography, we are the fastest growing economy in the south. We are doing well, and we need to remain focused on it while remaining completely, as they say in Hindi, statar to the national security challenge.
Right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Puri, for joining us with those excellent lines. We are a country who also understands consequences. With that, Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister has said that was never just about retribution. It was about redrawing the lines of tolerance that India will no longer allow to be crossed. And that is what the Prime Minister repeated today. With that, it's time for a short break for news and updates on the other side.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins. These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
From Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India
right
tunes in to NDTV.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for fast, clear, and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me. Hello and a very warm welcome to another episode of India Matters. This is a special broadcast as part of our continuing coverage from here in Jammu and Kashmir. And what a week it has been. It is 1 week today since Operation Sindoor began. The Indian Air Force's targeted strikes on terrorist camps in Pakistan, followed by targeted strikes, long-range offensive strikes using missiles against Pakistani military targets. It is being seen as the biggest non-war military action in India's history. And Prime Minister Modi today marked this huge milestone by landing in a surprise visit to Punjab's Adampur Air Force Base. This is a base very close to the international border in Air Force terms, and this is a base that was right on the front lines of Operation Sindoor. Its personnel flying missions, dropping bombs, firing missiles, and guiding the entire war as it played out. But there's another reason why the Prime Minister chose to go to Adampur, and that is because Pakistan has been fixated with Adampur. It has been peddling misinformation after misinformation, suggesting to its domestic public that Adampur has been destroyed, its aircraft are burning, that 60 personnel in Adampur have been killed in drone strikes, that S-400 missile systems have been targeted and disabled by Pakistani missiles. All of this completely demolished with a 1-hour visit by Prime Minister Modi to Adampur today. Why is Adampur so important? Why is Pakistan obsessed with Adampur? And why did Modi choose Adampur? Those questions will be answered today on India Matters. But first, listen to what the Prime Minister said.
साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ-साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार-बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ-साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार-बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
And I have an absolutely terrific panel of experts on this show that I was really looking forward to putting together to get some real perspective on why Adampur, the efficacy of the Indian strikes, and the symbolism of the Prime Minister visiting a forward base just a few days after those long-range strikes. Welcoming onto the show, Lieutenant General KJS, or Tiny Dhillon as he's better known. He's a former chief of India's Defence Intelligence Agency. He's also been a corps commander of the Srinagar Corps, where I'm broadcasting from tonight, and also a best-selling author and commentator. Welcome, General Dhillon. Thank you very much for being with us. Anshit Gupta is a well-known Indian Air Force historian. He runs a popular website and documents in amazing detail the track record of the Indian Air Force, and his voice is going to be crucial and valuable to what we're discussing today. Angad Singh is my favorite air power expert. You've seen him often on my show as well, and he's going to offer his perspective on the strikes and the symbolism of Adampur. Gentlemen, good to have you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it here on India Matters. General Dhillon, I'll kick it off with you. You're the senior most among us, so we would love your view on the symbolism of Adampur. The Prime Minister choosing to land there. It was a hush-hush visit, obviously for security reasons, because Operation Sindoor is still very much on. What did you think of it, General?
Thank you, Shiv, and good evening to you and our fellow panelists and to your viewers. To start off a very serious subject on a lighter note, I am the most experienced out of you all, not senior. So Adampur, why Adampur is chosen is very, very symbolic and very important for the audience to know. Before getting into the tactical and the strategic aspects, Adampur, a prime minister of a country visiting a forward air base when the Operation Sindoor is still going on. This shows our capability and ability to defend that air base where a person as senior as Prime Minister of the country is there when the operation is still going on. This shows our military's capabilities in the air defense as also their power to dominate the enemy in all domains. Now, Prime Minister visiting Adampur Air Base is very relevant because Pakistan, as you told in your commentary, Pakistan has been claiming that it has downed Adampur Air Base. It has taken so many casualties of the aircrafts. It has also hit the S-400 in this area and taken so many physical casualties of airmen. And the smiles on the faces of the airmen, which were being telecast live in the afternoon, and now it has been shown on your screen, it only shows that not a single bird has been hit in this airbase. And this is the airbase which was doing the maximum damage to Pakistan. And Pakistan did not want this airbase to be up and about. So it's we have two Air Force experts on the panel, but from the point of view of the centrality of the Adampur Air Base to the whole area of operations, starting from Jammu and Kashmir, going right up to Run of Kutch and the area opposite. And the damage which has been done on the 10th morning on the most of air bases of Pakistan, this air base played a very pivotal role without going into details. So this is the opening comment. Very important for a Prime Minister to go to a forward air base when the operations are still on. Op Sindoor is still on. This is a very, very strong military message.
Angad, why is Pakistan fixated with Adampur? You know, I'm not being facetious, but the sheer volume of misinformation that was particular to Adampur was something that one did notice. Is there any reason for that, this obsession with Adampur?
I think, Shiv, in the modern era, let's start with the obvious. It's close to the border. It's a forward airbase of the Indian Air Force. And in the modern era, Adampur has been pretty central to the Indian Air Force's posture, in particular the Indian Air Force's posture against Pakistan. It houses MiG-29s, as we see on your visuals, which at induction and even today is one of the most formidable interceptor aircraft of the Indian Air Force, and now upgraded to a fully multi-role aircraft. It is also now hosting an S-400 unit, which is India's sort of crown jewel as far as air defense is concerned. But I think going back within the modern era, within the 21st or late 20th century, this is the base that has already once broken Pakistan's back in living memory. And that was, of course, during the 1999 Kargil conflict. This base hosted MiG-29s and most importantly Mirage 2000s, which were the sort of central to the precision strike capability of the Indian Air Force at the time. So, this base in living memory already is a bit of a thorn in Pakistan's side.
Okay, so it is a thorn in Pakistan's side. That is a phrase that did come to mind as well. Anchit, goes back a little backward beyond just living memory to a time before many of us were born. General Dhillon must have been a very young man at that time. But the 65 and 71 wars as well, Anchit, could you throw some light on that? That also holds some answers as to why we're talking about Adampur today, why Pakistan has, considers it a thorn in their flesh, as Angad said, and why the Prime Minister chose to go there today.
Absolutely, Shiv. And before I answer that, I must compliment you and Vishnu and NDTV for an absolutely wonderful coverage, unbiased and beautifully managed. Coming to this point, actually,
thank you.
It is 75 years of Adampur that is important. Just to give viewers a context, before 1947, air wars were fought on the Afghan border. So when the partition boundaries were drawn, there were hardly any air bases on the Indian side. We had Pahalgam, we had Agra, and we had Ambala.
Yeah.
And in 1950, we set up Adampur and Halwara as the two primary bases to fight everything on the other side of Punjab. That was the strategic beauty of this particular base. And since that time, since 1950, Adampur and Halwara, and Adampur more so, has been at the center of the storm for Pakistan. In 65 war, we have already seen in recent memory Sky Force, the movie, come up. That was 1 squadron, 8 squadron, 32 squadron. The 3 Mistake squadrons were based out of Adampur at that time. They made sorties deep into Pakistan. They also did counter-air missions in support of the army. And they were attacked on the ground. We lost aircraft in Adampur in 65 war because Pakistan tried their hardest to break Adampur, but they could not. In moving forward, actually, 1971 is even more interesting. Adampur was given a nickname. It was called Randheer's Air Force. During the 1971 war, the entire western border was on fire. There was one particular base that was never hit. Pakis could not hit that base, and it was Adampur. Air Commodore Randheer Singh, later Air Marshal, was commanding Adampur at that time. The kind of preparation he did was so stringent that no one could break it. There's a very interesting story. There was a spy, Pakistani spy, who was caught just before the December 1971 war. He was sent back with an idea to Pakistan that Adampur is heavily protected by surface-to-air missiles. In addition, No. 1 Squadron MiG-21s did caps dawn and dusk for the entire duration of the war. Not a single aircraft came near Adampur. Randheer Singh was given PVSM in 1971. Amazing. For a base commander to get PVSM is amazing. And that is the history of Adampur. Adampur has forever been in the storm. Defense ministers have visited Adampur before. And as Angad said, that continued with 1999, and 2025 has been similar.
This is incredible. I mean, this kind of detail as to why Adampur is so important and evokes so much from a historical perspective is the reason why I'm so happy that, Anchit, you were able to join us. Before I head into a break, and I have more questions for all three of you, General Dhillon, I want to come to you about those smiling, happy faces of the air warriors at Adampur. They are in the middle of an operation, sir. They have just conducted Operation Sindoor. Aircraft from that base had probably fired some of those missiles, and the Prime Minister is there. What must have that felt like for the personnel there? It's important for Indians to be able to understand that from a soldier. Explain that to us,
sir. Thank you, Shiv. Before I come to the question, amount of information about Adampur Air Base I've just gained in last about 7-8 minutes is incredible, because I have gone past Adampur Air Base. I've visited Adampur Air Base. I don't know how many times, maybe hundreds of times. And coming to know of that place from your channel, through you and the fellow panelists, Angad and Anchit, I think very, very informative show is going on. Now, coming to your question. the smiles on the faces of the airmen who are surrounding the Prime Minister and who are interacting with him. And mind you, the operation is going on. There are people who are manning the system, the people who are manning the air defense, and all the systems are in position, even when this visit was going on. And all those people who are supposed to be off duty at that time, those are the faces you are seeing. And they would have just come back from their duty, night shift or whatever, and see the smiles on their face. This is what a leadership can do. This is what the morale raising can happen when you see your leader amongst you. And when you are winning, nothing succeeds like success. When you are on the winning side, these are the smiles which you see. And Adampur Air Base today is on the winning side after what we did to Pakistan in last 1 week.
I can only imagine what the levels of morale must be. You've just come out of a combat operation. The Prime Minister has visited you. There is no downplaying the strength and the symbolism of what we're seeing. But on the other side of this very short break, Angad, Achint and General Dillon will join me on looking forward. What next? What's going to happen next as far as Operation Sindoor is going to be? We'll talk about that after this break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. Welcome back to India Matters, and we are having a fantastic time discussing the Prime Minister's decision to visit the Adampur base, a base that has been on the front line of Operation Sindoor. General Dhillon, Anchit Gupta and Angad Singh continue to be with me. Angad, I'm going to come to you now. Operational details, the specifics of what the Adampur base may have done in Operation Sindoor is obviously classified at this point of time. The operation is still on, and even beyond those details may never actually come out in any great granularity. But as an air power observer, as an expert and a lover of all things that fly, what kind of role in your view would the Adampur base have played? Be as specific as possible, because we're talking theoretics now.
Right, Shiv. So broadly, Adampur would have served as a launch pad for strike aircraft. That is aircraft that would be being for the various strikes conducted across the past week. Offensive counter-air missions, that is aircraft given the air-to-air role to ward off Pakistani fighters. And of course, the air defense role, which I think the air defense systems of India have really become the stars of this past week. Adampur is home, will have been home to a set of air defense systems, ranging from the ultra long range S-400, all the way down to short range local area air defenses like your Akash surface to air missiles, your Iglas air defense guns, soft kill counter drone systems, and things like that. So really, the full spectrum of air operations would have been conducted from Adampur.
Okay, very interesting. So, we've spoken about the geography and a little bit of the history as well, Anchit. Could you weigh in on that? Has Adampur in the new era, as it were, post-Kargil and especially in the last few years, become even more important to the missions that India wants to conduct against Pakistan, and especially in this last week, Anchit?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it has continued to be very critical, Shiv. If I could use a boxing analogy, a lot of the bouts are about glove to glove. When you have to give a haymaker to the jaw, Adampur serves that purpose for the Indian Air Force. There are in fact 5 bases in that region that are mecca of combat flying and have saved India for the last 75 years. In fact, all citizens should be grateful to those 5 bases: Pathankot, Ambala, Amritsar, Halwara, and Adampur. It has always served as both as an offensive and an air defense base for that very reason. In 1971, the 101 Squadron got a MVC there. The CO got an MVC there for the action they did in Champ, which was critical to the army. That was taken out of Adampur. The roles may have changed slightly today because of the nature of weapons and systems at play. But its importance has not.
Its importance has not. The roles have changed just slightly. General Dhillon, the symbolism is there, and obviously it was no coincidence that the Prime Minister decided to go to Adampur at this point of time. How do you see things going forward? We talk about deterrence a great deal, and this week, the Indian Air Force has done something, including from Adampur, but also obviously from other bases, that can only be described as military history from any perspective. And there are people all around the world acknowledging that and validating that and endorsing that. But what do you see next, sir? Do you think these punitive actions from Adampur and elsewhere have taught the adversary a lesson? It will deter it from trying anything funny in the future?
Shiv, 2 things have happened in the last 1 week. One is Indian military's capability. When I say Indian military, Army, Navy, Air Force, capabilities to strike at will inside enemy territory. It started with hitting the terror camps and terror headquarters, starting from Bahawalpur in Punjab, Murid Ke, Raiwind, Chak Kamru, going right up to POJK, Muzaffarabad and Kotli. Pakistan's air defense could not stop or intercept our projectiles, which were designed to go and hit them in a very, very precise manner. And the way those projectiles have taken out the desired effect is indicative of our precision weapon systems and precise intelligence. Precise intelligence of the non-military targets also. And what happened on the 10th morning again, again our missiles could hit the air bases inside Pakistan with the same precision and same military intelligence. And again, Pakistan's air defense could not do anything. Whereas all the projectiles coming from Pakistani side, made with drones or missiles or whatever, none of them could hit the intended target. As was being talked about Iglas and SAMs and Akashes and all that, our air defense system is a combination of vintage or legacy systems, in-service systems, make in India systems, joint venture manufactured systems, as also some imported systems. And this has been enmeshed so well. Legacy systems are as old as 25, 30 years old, although some of them have been upgraded to various versions. All the enmeshing of such systems and giving such a formidable air defense, where Indian systems are there, joint venture systems are there, imported systems are there, and Pakistan could not breach it. Whereas we could breach Pakistani airspace at will. The two things have emerged from this. One is Pakistan's offensive capabilities have not done any damage. Pakistan's defensive capabilities were exposed. And the game was not being played on India-Pakistan border. Game was being played between Chinese and Turkish weapon systems and Indian and Russian weapon systems. And the whole world was watching it. The outcome of this skirmish, if I may use the word, is being watched by all the people who are experts on aviation and ground forces offensive and defensive actions. And this will go down, and I am telling you this now, Russia will go to the bank smiling after this skirmish, because the number of orders which are going to come for S-400 system and others. And similarly, the way Chinese and Turkish systems have been exposed, the vulnerability has been exposed, is another game. We have experts here, they may be able to throw better light, but this is what I read out of the whole thing. And going forward, Prime Minister today did not only speak to the men for... just give me 30 more seconds. Prime Minister today did not only speak to the men to do a shabash and raise the morale. He actually laid a counter-terror doctrine for us. In the simplest of terms, he laid out what we'll do in case any terror act happens again on the soil of India. What will be our level and scope of retaliation? And that is, in the simplest of terms, I've ever seen a doctrine being initiated. Thank you.
Very, very interesting, and I share your assessment. I'm almost out of time, but I'd like to end with Anchit once again. Anchit, you're a student of history, so you're rooted in facts and verifiable information and timelines and sequences. I'm curious to know what you thought, of the wave after wave of misinformation that Pakistan mounted specific to Adampur. Did that come as a surprise to you, or knowing the kind of thorn that Adampur has been in Pakistan's flesh, you weren't really that surprised? Anchit.
No, not surprised at all, Shiv. And I would say this particular 72-hour conflict has been amazing to see what air power can do. It has shown to the Indian citizen what air power can do. Pakistan has tried its best to try and focus on individual skirmishes, on our losses. What is important are what is important are two things. One, we stuck 10 bases. For a period of time, Pakistan Air Force was grounded. That is huge. Within 3 days, that is huge. The second very important thing is they escalated. We did not. But they failed because our air defenses held. Just put these two things together. This is an amazing thumping air power win. It shows what strategic air power can do. It shows what we have delivered as outcomes, and they want to distract us from that. Whether it is Adampur, whether it is saying we have lost aircraft, they want us to want this country to be distracted from the bigger picture. But the bigger picture is strike plus air defense in 3 days, the outcome is here for all of us to see.
It's truly incredible, and the significance of the images that we saw today at Adampur, the Prime Minister in front of a MiG-29, the Prime Minister very prominently, perhaps today's most viral image is of the Prime Minister saluting, with a blurry image of a S-400 in the background behind him. This was actually the first time, many people don't know, that the S-400 had been seen in public. So for many of us who track defense and the Air Force, it was our first public view. Maybe my good friends Anchit and Angad have already seen it, but I certainly have not, and I know most Indians have not, but that was a nice nugget from the Adampur Air Force Station. But I'd like to thank General Dhillon, Anchit and Angad for this. As always, when I have gentlemen like you on my show, I learn more than a thing or two, and I'm very, very grateful for that. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining me on this edition of India Matters, and I look forward to having you back very soon here on the show. It's a wrap on today's broadcast. Thank you so much from wherever you've been joining me from. And it's now over to my good friend Maria, who is continuing to put the spotlight on something we did pick up on, but it's her big focus. Maria, the misinformation wave, or should I say tsunami, from Pakistan.
And you managed to, nullify a lot of that misinformation through your X handle rather effectively, Shiv. So thank you so much. Hope to see you in Delhi soon. Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. India's recent military engagement, though undeclared as a formal war, showcased the strength and precision of our armed forces, achieving tactical objectives with remarkable efficiency. However, the absence of an unofficial declaration left room for narrative manipulation despite military success. Prime Minister Modi's first address to the nation and then his meeting with the soldiers today perhaps sent a direct message that there has been a success and the operations against Pakistan have only been kept in abeyance and the future will depend on their behavior. Prime Minister Modi was at Punjab's Adampur Air Base and he interacted with the soldiers. Remember, Adampur was among the Air Force stations that Pakistan attempted to attack on the intervening night of May 9th and 10th after India's Operation Sindoor. Pakistan also claimed that its hypersonic missiles fired from JF-17 fighter jets destroyed India's S-400 air defense system in Adampur, and you saw that clearly being displayed in that image of the Prime Minister himself. Here's how Prime Minister Modi actually punctured Pakistan's baseless allegations while boosting the morale of our air warriors.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking the How's the Josh question to the airmen and women at the Adampur Air Force Base days after India brought Pakistan to its knees. The symbolism not lost on anyone.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए।
While Pakistan's defense minister peddles misinformation about India's second largest airbase in the Western Command, one that formed a key hub of Operation Sindoor without any quantifiable proof. India hit not only 9 terror hubs and numerous military installations in the heart of Pakistan, but also busted Pakistan's false propaganda with Prime Minister Modi's visit to Adampur IAF base, reiterating India's red line on terror.
भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
On display at the base were a MiG-29 and a S-400 missile system, and of course, the valor and high spirits of our brave warriors.
भारत माता की! भारत माता की! नेवी ने समुद्र पर अपना दबदबा बनाया। सेना ने बॉर्डर पर मजबूती दी और भारतीय वायुसेना ने अटैक भी किया और डिफेंड भी किया। बीएसएफ और दूसरे बलों ने भी अद्भुत क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन किया है। इंटीग्रेटेड एयर एंड लैंड कॉम्बैट सिस्टम ने शानदार काम किया है। और यही तो है jointness.
Unlike Pakistan, India has provided proof of every move it has made. Transparency and zero tolerance have been the hallmark of India's stand on terror. Pakistan, on the other hand, has played the night rider in the subcontinent, not only sponsoring terror, but also standing by it. The question is, has the Operation Sindoor driven the point home, or will the pause need to be lifted to root out terrorism? Bureau Report, NDTV.
And the Minister of External Affairs today came on record. It perhaps clearly set the record straight on US intervention on mediation, as well as calling out Pakistan's nuclear blackmail.
Pakistan position changed on 10th May morning after its air bases were effectively put out of action. All you have to do is to look at who called who to negotiate the terms of the cessation of firing. By the way, we are living in a day and age where you have satellite pictures available commercially. I urge you to look at the satellite pictures of the sites which Pakistan says or claims to have attacked in India. Contrast it with the sites and places which we successfully targeted and destroyed. That will give you a clear answer. Claiming victory is an old habit. The military action from our side was entirely in the conventional domain. This was also made very clear in the defense briefing yesterday. There were some questions also which were asked. There were some reports, however, that Pakistan National Command Authority will meet on 10th May, which we saw, but this was later denied by them. Pakistan FM has himself denied the nuclear angle on record. So, Rishabh, that also answers your question. As you know, India has a firm stance that it will not give in to nuclear blackmail or allow cross-border terrorism to be conducted invoking it. In conversations with various countries, we have also cautioned that their subscribing to such scenarios could hurt them in their own region.
And joining us now is a former ambassador, Kaval Sibal. We also have Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar, who is a geopolitics expert, and Jonah Blank is author and served as policy director for South and Southeast Asia
on the US Senate for Foreign Relations Committee. Ambassador Sibbal, beginning with you, sir. India has effectively put out proofs for the world. There are imageries that have been put out. There is enough indication as to what has been the outcome, the new red line, as we keep talking about. Then why is Pakistan continuing with its lies and bluster?
Well, the interesting thing is that we've had to defend ourselves in terms of the media coverage that we have in the Western world about the outcome of the military exchanges between India and Pakistan, by our spokesman very rightly saying that now everything is available commercially with satellite imagery, and the people can themselves see whether Pakistani's claims of attacking our air bases have any merit, and compare that with the evidence we have put out, and then use the same imagery to arrive at the right conclusion. But the unfortunate part is that, barring some voices here and there, the Western media is buying the Pakistani initiative. Somehow they don't want the story to come out that in these exchanges, Pakistan got the worst end of this stick, and that Pakistan was pushed into a situation where it had to appeal to the United States of America to intervene and persuade India to declare a ceasefire. Now, this is unfortunate for a variety of reasons. One, that our expectation, and legitimate expectation, that Pakistan would draw the right conclusions from this may actually not prove right, in the sense that the mood in Pakistan, the kind of story that they're telling themselves, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the army chief, the street, all of them, and the social media that emanates from Pakistani sources in Pakistan and abroad, all seem to claim that either Pakistan got the upper hand or it was a draw. And the attention of the global media is only on whether India lost a Rafale to a Chinese missile or the performance of the JC-10, as if that was the crux of the entire confrontation between India and Pakistan. Somehow there is this, one gets the feeling that the Western media is absolutely reluctant to recognize that Pakistan got a beating. Why this is so, how deeply this is ingrained into the long-standing negative feelings about India, the narratives that we have seen in recent years about India, especially the present government, they just don't want to give the impression that the current government, which has changed, as Prime Minister rightly said, the paradigm of dealing with Pakistan can be acknowledged positively. They don't want to acknowledge it. Somehow they want to protect Pakistan. The consequence of this is whether Pakistan would have learned the right lesson and whether they would actually abjure using terrorism as an instrument of state policy, which they have done for almost 3 decades.
Yes.
I am a bit concerned that this will not happen, because if Pakistan were to give up this instrument and all that goes along with it, which means going to the UN General Assembly and abusing India, using the OIC to give the confrontation with India religious cover, on Kashmir Day, the Pakistani politicians engaging in unhinged rhetoric, about talking about Kashmir as the jugular vein of Pakistan. And so long as this Pakistan army chief, who's a mullah in Pakistani uniform, I don't think there will be a change in the mindset of the Pakistani army. And finally, if it was acknowledged that the Pakistan army was not able to defend Pakistan sufficiently, it will have serious repercussions domestically in Pakistan with regard to the role of the Pakistani army in the Pakistani state. And that itself can give rise to a lot of internal tensions, which could actually start pulling Pakistan apart.
But why is, the fact is that, Jonah Blank, that Pakistan here sought ceasefire. That's the truth of the matter. It's a statement of fact. then why are they shying away from accepting that they were on the back foot, that India first struck terror camps inside Pakistan, then went ahead and pushed and targeted their air bases, and they were completely, they were completely damaged, and they had no other option but to go ahead and seek ceasefire. Why is Pakistan denying it, and why is the world, several sections, particularly in the Western media, not able to accept truth?
Well, Pakistan's goal for decades has been the same, to internationalize the Kashmir conflict. They've been utterly unable to achieve their ends by war. India has beaten Pakistan in every military engagement so far, so they're trying to win in the negotiating table what they can't win on the battlefield. And you're quite right. I think the international media has not really looked at the details very carefully. One of the things that concerns me the most is the US administration's handling of this has unwittingly helped the Pakistani narrative without even realizing what they've done.
Why use fabricated videos to claim that India was hit, Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar? I mean, the aim was to incite communal tensions in India, and that is the reason why when we look at Pahalgam and the brutal killing of 25 of our citizens on that day, it was, there was a degree of religious profiling which happened that day. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar. Okay, we'll try and connect with him. Ambassador Sibal, will you take that question?
Say it again. Can you repeat it?
Pakistan indulged in nuclear blackmail. They weaponized the civil aviation. That's the fact. They deny aggression. They play victim. How long will this continue?
I think this will continue because that is the raison d'etre of Pakistan. I mean, if they give up hostility to India, then how do they keep united as a country? You've seen what's happening on the Balochistan front. You've seen what's happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Look at the massive strategic setback that they received in Afghanistan, where the Taliban, whom they had put in power there, or facilitated their accession to power there, has turned against them, and they are fighting each other. And Sindh also is restive. The economic situation is very poor. For the 24th time, they've gone to the IMF for a bailout. And yes, the Pakistani military seems to have resources to be able to boost their military arsenal and have that confidence that they can trigger somehow a conflict with India or take the risk of triggering a conflict with India by continuing to support terrorism, despite the messages that had been sent to them when we had our precision strikes as well as the Barakot operation. But this time, of course, the message has been driven home very, very strongly. But I'd like to add what was just said about the American position. It's very unfortunate that that Trump has totally messed up the U.S. diplomacy in this regard by the equivalence that he has created between India and Pakistan politically, militarily, morally, and in fact talking about how important it is the U.S. relationship with both countries and using trade as a weapon, saying that if the two sides didn't agree, he would cease to trade with them. And as a reward, he will now trade with them even more. But look at Pakistan. U.S. trade with Pakistan is only $7-some billion. With the United States is $200 billion. With India is $200 billion, plus everything else in terms of services and what the role that the Indian diaspora is playing in the American economy and in the American political system. So why is he? And then of course he's embarrassing India by making it appear that India has been compelled to agree to a ceasefire because President Trump desired it. He wanted it. I mean, this is diminishing India's status. If we are partners, then we should be treated as partners, and our sensitivities and our concerns should be taken into account. And he has enough. Trump and the Americans have enough experience of Pakistan's resort to terrorism against them, not to give them a pass like that. And in his current statement, he has said nothing about Pakistan's role in terrorism. If he had said in his statement which is unsatisfactory in so many ways, that he's also called upon Pakistan to deal with the terrorism issue forcefully and credibly, then there would have been some internal balance in his statement. But he's talking about friendship with both countries, talking to leaders with both countries, teaching them at the same level, and not giving us the agency to decide when we should stop and when we should not stop. When our entire approach right from the start was that we did not want to escalate. We limited our strikes only to the terrorist hubs. We made it clear we are not attacking the Pakistan military. But when they started attacking our military bases and civilians, then we had to react. But right from the start, we have been saying that our reaction has been proportional, carefully calibrated, and that we're not interested in de-escalation. So we would have agreed to a ceasefire if Pakistan had demanded it, and indirectly the Prime Minister has made it very clear that this ceasefire has not taken place because of any American intervention. It's because Pakistan drew the right. They were
Pakistan sorted. That is the truth of it. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, welcome to NDTV. We are discussing how Pakistan's dirty tricks department, is on an overdrive, and they are trying to project a completely different picture, far removed from the truth.
Yeah, Maria, Jai Hind, Maria, and Jai Hind to all the fellow panelists on the show. Maria, if you understand the very psyche of Pakistan, it was created on a bedrock of lies. It said, we could not live as a civilization with the majority Hindus in the erstwhile Indian state. And if you look from 1947, then they started that they were not it was not their soldiers which attacked Kashmir at that point of time. And since then, they have won every war with India. And so wonderfully well, they are cheating their own people. The army tell lies to the public of Pakistan. The Prime Minister speaks more lies to its own set of people. The largest parties, the elected Prime Minister is in the jail. So what narrative do you think they would be building? They have to, otherwise there's no survival. If you see the victory parade that came out in Lahore and Karachi and Islamabad after the announcement of so-called ceasefire, not from our side, we said stoppage of fire, and they called it ceasefire. I mean, it appeared as if they're so relieved. And if you look into the entire 5-6 days of narrative on their televisions, on their YouTube channels, onto Twitter, it appeared that they've really won the world war. Fact of the matter is, if they don't do that, and if they don't say that, how will this nation survive? And that's the fact.
Thank you so much for joining us on this discussion, gentlemen. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, Kanwal Sibal, and Jonah Blank. Shifting focus now to someone who has felt it very, very closely. Nimrat Kaur is an actor and a daughter who lost her father, a man in uniform, to Pakistan-sponsored terrorism 3 decades ago in Kashmir. She is joining us live. Nimrat, I'm speaking to you at a time when Prime Minister Modi has addressed the nation. He has spoken to the soldiers, in fact, the warriors who fought for India during Operation Sindoor. As someone who is from the Fauji family, what are your thoughts on the wars, and particularly about this latest conflict between India and Pakistan?
Well, Maria, I am a daughter of a martyr, actually, and that is something that I walk with a lot of awareness regarding. Because the life that I have led, not just being an army daughter, but also being the daughter of a soldier who lost his life to terrorism in Kashmir in the year 1994. This is an ongoing problem for just too many years now. And it is a kind of a disease that has gripped our country every now and then, whether it's attacks on civilians or on our armed forces or on our on our army facilities. It's something that, it pains me from the deepest level of my heart, where innocent lives are lost, our brave soldiers are lost. So I feel like terrorism, firstly, has no place in this world. And when it becomes a question of our country, it feels much more personal. And every loss and every life that is lost feels personal. And Operation Sindoor, which was led by the government of India, by our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, along with our armed forces, I feel like it was a befitting reply and a response to something that needs to be nipped in the bud. It's a problem that goes so deep that the enablers of that problem and the people who back that kind of a mindset, whether it's the schooling, whether it's the grounds which are fertile enough for such heinous activities to take place, all of that needs to be uprooted in a manner that it never, never, ever sees the day of light again.
Nimrat, you spoke
light
about...
of day again, I'm sorry.
Nimrat, you spoke about your personal loss, having lost your father to Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. How do you look at Operation Sindoor? Will it really act as a deterrent, as the government certainly is hoping it would? You're a martyr's daughter. Will it really act as a deterrent, and will it perhaps begin the end of terrorism?
I feel like it's the strongest start we could have had. And there is nothing more important than letting them know that this simply cannot go on. See, I'm not an expert on military strategies or warfare, politics, or any of that stuff. I am a citizen of this country. I am an affected party in a way where my family and I have dealt with this loss for more than 3 decades now. We lost my father in 1994 in Verinag in Kashmir, whilst he was in service. So we lost him there to an act of calculated terrorism. It was very much, something that just wasn't a freak occurrence. It was something that was planned and executed in the most, I would say, in the most ghastly way. And, if not today, then when? If not now, then when? These are the kind of operations and these are the kind of moves and a hard sort of a stand that needs to be taken against terrorism. Who am I to say, how this is going to pan out or not? But I feel like there's nothing better and nothing more important that can and should have been done in the way that it was carried out. And they are going for where terrorism exists and for where the bedrock of such activities is somewhere set. And I feel like there is nothing more important than that as a nation, as an army daughter, as the daughter of a martyr who lost his life in action.
Nimrat, in Operation Sindoor, India actually struck 9 terror bases inside Pakistan. These were seen as launch pads, almost like factories from where the entire terror operation, ran. India carried out this operation against inside Bahawalpur and Muridke as well. What are your thoughts with regards to this name, Operation Sindoor, the code name which Prime Minister himself gave and led from the front?
It really tugged at the strings of my heart, to be very honest. It was something that felt so personal because this is no coincidence. The loss feels personal. He has gone on to say that, this is not just a name for him. It is a choice because something so symbolic of a woman's marital bliss and her identity being married to somebody has been robbed from her in broad daylight. And the life that she's going to lead from here on is going to be devoid of that, just the presence of her loved one, the man that she was married to. And we all know what a sindoor symbolizes. It's very personal. It's extremely hard-hitting. And somewhere, all of us knew why this is a choice. This is not something that is a secret or in any way a mystery.
To you, and particularly, when the communication was happening during the entire operation, one thing that stood out for me personally was those 2 women officers, and of course with the Foreign Secretary, Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika. Did it actually play out on your mind as well, that how effective it was and how high on symbolism and messaging as well?
Oh, 100%. It was no coincidence again. And I feel like we aren't the only ones, Maria. It's not just you and me. I think that the whole nation stood up and, we all had that moment of pride that, you wanted to break us on our unity. You wanted to break us. You wanted to hit us below the belt in a way, figuratively speaking. And you have somewhere hit us where it hurts the most, and nothing and no one can come in the way of us as a nation. And for that communication to go through via 2 strong women who belong to different, social backgrounds, and they represent different parts of a society and parts of our country. This is India, and this is what I feel so proud of. 2 women in uniform leading the way, telling the enemy and telling, the perpetrators of the peace of our country, really, what is absolutely not going to happen here on.
Nimrat Kaur, thank you for joining us on NDTV. That's all from me on this edition of The Last Word, and Vishnu is right here in the studio for taking the story forward.
Thanks very much indeed. We are taking the story forward. We've got some fantastic guests. We're also looking at the entire issue of whether Pakistan is waging a grey war, somewhere between peace and war. Why? Because of all these ceasefire violations. That's one of the themes that we are looking at this evening on Left, Right and Centre. Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I am Vishnu Shom. We've got a lot coming up on this program. Today we'll be bringing you satellite imagery as well of the hits that India has conducted on the bases in Pakistan. And we're also diving into escalating India-Pakistan tensions. Are drone intrusions and ceasefire violations signaling Pakistan's military losing control? Despite a Director General of Military Operations ceasefire, Pakistan's grey zone tactics, drones along the line of control and the international border have triggered Indian airport alerts and flight cancellations. Are rogue commanders defying General Asim Munir, risking the stability of the line of control? Meanwhile, earlier today, Prime Minister Modi's Adampur visit showcased India's intact S-400 surface-to-air missile system unit, countering Pakistan's claims of successful attacks on Adampur. We'll also bring you the sharpest high-resolution satellite imagery to be released from Maxar, which reveals India's Operation Sindoor strikes, damaging Pakistan's bases in Mushav, Bholari, Jacobabad and Noor Khan, among other areas. Later on the program, at about 1:30, Tom Cooper, one of the finest aviation experts in the world, in a very special conversation with my colleague Shiv Arur. But let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Relief for flyers in the aviation sector. Normal flight operations will hopefully resume from the 15th of May. The aviation minister has taken a review meeting today and asked airlines to start normal flights. The Prime Minister sends out a strong strategic message from the Adampur base, tells the forces they've created history. The External Affairs Ministry categorically states that requests for a ceasefire came from Pakistan and that there is no change in India's Kashmir policy. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has told NDTV that he welcomes the Prime Minister's speech and says that it's crucial at a time of disinformation. The Congress keeps up their demand for a special session and clarity on the role of the United States. The US President Donald Trump lands in Saudi Arabia, meets the Crown Prince, offers to join in the Russia-Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. Saudi Arabia and the US have a $600 billion defense and business deals on the cards which are going to go through. But let's listen into what the Prime Minister said earlier today when he visited the Indian Air Force base at Adhampur, the same Adhampur base which Pakistan claimed to say that it struck successfully. In fact, they did nothing of the sort.
साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से बौखलाए दुश्मन ने इस एयरबेस के साथ साथ हमारे अनेक एयरबेस पर हमला करने की कई बार कोशिश की। बार बार उसने हमें टारगेट किया, लेकिन पाक के नापाक इरादे हर बार नाकाम हो गए। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत का न्यू नॉर्मल है, और जैसा मैंने कल भी कहा, भारत ने अब 3 सूत्र तय कर दिए हैं। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ, हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर, अपने समय पर जवाब देंगे। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
All right, the Prime Minister in Adhampur earlier on in the day, but what we can bring you on this program are the highest resolution satellite images which have been released, which go to show the strikes in all of these areas. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, right close to the heart of the Pakistani military center, Sargodha as well. There have also been images which we're going to show you of strikes in Jacobabad further south, Rahim Yar Khan as well we're going to be looking at very closely, Sukur and Bholari further south. So let's bring out the first set of images of Jacobabad. We're going to show you before and after images. This is a before image from the 30th of April 2025 of a large hangar. On the right-hand side, you can see that this hangar has been destroyed completely. But let's give you a close-up image to give you an idea of the extent of the damage. This is that same hangar. It's been destroyed. There is debris all around. This is what India was able to do in one of its strikes. The next image is of Bholari, what I believe to be one of the most striking pictures. This is an image from the 27th of April 2025. This entire green hangar completely intact. They're believed to house AWACS aircraft, possibly fighter aircraft. They keep revolving them. But this is the image of the 11th of May after India's strikes went through. Let me now show you a close-up. This is the destroyed hangar. There could be aircraft inside. It's unclear at this stage whether that is the case. But there is debris all around as this destroyer completely destroyed. Let's move to the Sukur Air Force Base. The Sukur base, an image from the 3rd of May shows this structure entirely intact. It's a hangar, it's a building of sorts. On the 10th of May, post-India strikes, it's been completely destroyed. Now let's move to a close-up of this particular base, this particular building. For starters, there is a lot of vegetation burn in this area. There seems to have been a fire which went off as a result of the explosion which brought down this particular building. There is severe structural damage, as you can see, all across, debris littered all around. There are also possible burn or strike scars in this particular area, which I'm pointing out over here. Let's move to the next one. The next one is the Noor Khan Air Force Base. This is strategically very, very important. Look over here, and I'd like our camera person to actually zoom into this particular area where I've got my pointer. What you actually see over here are not buildings. These are, in fact, 2 large trucks. These are trucks which appear to be special purpose vehicles. Could these be command and control centers for particular Pakistani weaponry? This is what was targeted in the image over here on the 10th of May. That in those 2 trucks were entirely destroyed, right? These are large trucks which were destroyed. They appear to be some sort of a command and control center or a military purpose. Bringing you a close-up of that image while there were buildings which were struck. As you can see, those trucks over here, you can see the debris of the remains of that one truck over here, right? This is the cab in the front, this is the trailer in the back, that has been destroyed. Let's go to the next one now of the Mushak Air Force Base in Sargodha. We're talking now about an image from the 30th of April, the runway entirely intact. Over here, this runway has been cratered. We did some analysis with the expert Damien Simon, who helped me indicate or find out that this was approximately 8 to 9 meters wide. 8 to 9 meters wide. That means it is very substantial. You can't exactly get a very clear idea of the depth, but 8 to 9 meters gives you an idea of how major it was. We've got another image as well of a cratered runway. Again, this is 8 to 9 meters in width. This particular part also of the Mushaf Air Base in Sargodha, an image of the 10th of May after India attacked. The next image is of Rahim Yar Khan, another Air Force base. This is the 10th of May, and interestingly, the following picture is also of the 10th of May. The first image, you can see the runway over here. There are no images of any strikes. The image over here is of a clear strike which has taken place in Rahim Yar Khan. In fact, we've got video of that as well. This is the crater that you're going to see over here, which we pointed out in the satellite imagery. It's a very, very deep crater. It's approximately 8 to 9 meters, as I mentioned, perhaps a little less than that, but very deep, as you could see over there. But what we'd like to also do on this particular program is focus on this entire concern about ceasefire violations, because they've been happening despite Pakistan agreeing to a ceasefire with India. Now, Pakistan's drone incursions have violated the ceasefire for the last few days. The big question, why exactly are they doing this? It's clearly escalated tensions. It's prompted Indian security measures. India is retaliating with ack fire, as you can see, and perhaps other weaponry as well. The big question, is there insubordination in Pakistan's army which undermines the enforcement of the ceasefire? Why exactly is this taking place? Who are the military leaders who are in charge of this? Pakistan, at the end of this, appears to be employing a grey zone warfare tactic to provoke India. What is a grey zone warfare tactic? A neither war nor peace scenario. And that's a cause of major concern. Is Pakistan trying to normalize, for example, the late night incursion of drones? Is there Pakistani military indiscipline which is threatening the stability of the international border and the line of control? We are clear, India will consider strikes and kinetic actions if provocations persist. In other words, continued violations may force India into military responses. All right, well, we've got some fantastic guests on this program looking at all of this. Lieutenant General D.S. Hooda, the former Northern Army commander, with me at this stage. General Hooda, thanks very much for being with us. Pakistan agrees to a ceasefire. That ceasefire has come at their request, and yet we see these ceasefire violations happening for the last couple of nights. Is this an attempt to create a new normal by Pakistan?
So thank you, Vishnu, for inviting me once again. I think there are two reasons for this. Vishnu, one is there some apparent insubordination in the Pakistan military? Frustration with the army chief because they have actually suffered, and as you showed in your images, suffered a lot of damage. And then is it that they are thinking that at a time like this, when we've suffered a setback, why was a ceasefire called? So could be some local commanders who are frustrated. The other reason, Vishnu, I think is there is still some panic in the Pak military. Today, Prime Minister Modi said that, this conflict with Pakistan is not over. There are fundamental issues that need to be addressed. And therefore, if there's some panic on the other side, sending up drones, trying to make sure that, any military movements on the Indian side are detected. So I think one of these two reasons could be why we are seeing, these drones flying up in the air, despite the fact that, the ceasefire has been announced.
The possibility of insubordination in the ranks of the Pakistan army is particularly worrying. We always felt that General Asim Munir, the Pakistani army chief, was the rogue element. But if there are others, then it doesn't augur well for us, does it?
No, it doesn't. But look, Vishnu, after the fact that there has been an element of radicalization in the Pak military, it's not as if it's the first time that we are seeing this. I mean, even during Musharraf's tenure, we had Pakistan military officers, who were actively sort of conniving against him. So this is a reality. If you radicalize elements, you give them this, false narrative of how superior we are to the Indian military. We can do anything, and the Indian military will not respond well. Then there will obviously be frustration among these radical elements who will try and sabotage whatever sort of peace initiatives are taken by the leadership.
So what does India do? Because I know our stated position is that if you do this, then we will engage you militarily and with force. But then is there a threshold beyond which India will respond? Because these drone incursions can be at a fairly low level as well, in an attempt to create a new normal.
So Vishnu, I think we also shouldn't sort of overstress, what's happening. These are fairly low-level actions. I think what we have clearly indicated with Operation Sindoor is that there is a new paradigm in our strategy to deal with our neighbor. And I think today the Prime Minister very, very clearly outlined those, that we will respond to terror attacks, that nuclear blackmail will not be accepted, and that, governments which sponsor terrorism and terrorist leaders are equally responsible for what happens with regard to terrorist incidents in India. That message, I think, is very clearly out, and I would hope and I would think that this would impose greater caution on Pakistan, particularly after the manner in which the Indian Air Force has carried out these strikes, and you showed those images. Literally, I mean, most of the air bases have been sort of put out of action. And if they had continued this and not agreed to the ceasefire, it would have very, very directly impacted air operations in Pakistan. So I think all this, they will take heed to. I don't think they are completely crazy, Vishnu.
Right.
I think they will take heed to it. Although, these minor provocations of sending drones, etc., I would think is more a sort of a panic reaction from their side, more than any provocation.
Huda, great speaking to you. Thank you very much for speaking with me. Ambassador Venu Rajamoni, the former Indian ambassador, joins us. Thanks, Ambassador, for joining us on this program. At the end of the day, it seems quite clear that Pakistan has been hit very hard militarily. And according to the sequence of events, and this has been repeatedly stated publicly and to me separately, that it was the Pakistanis who came to the table and said, look, let's get into a ceasefire situation. But they aren't willing to accept that. It is a very difficult situation for India at this stage. How should we respond?
Well, I would say that the first and foremost task at this point of time is to consolidate the ceasefire and make sure that it holds for a certain amount of time at least. It remains a very, very fragile peace at this point of time. We have just concluded the ceasefire. You have been reporting about the number of violations which has been happening, the drones which are still flying, and the rhetoric on the two sides is still very, very strong. Prime Minister made a very strong speech in which he conveyed very clearly that Operation Sindoor is not over. We are watching you. And if there is any indication of you taking an aggressive step, we will come back and hit you. Similarly, Pakistan has responded to the Prime Minister's speech, describing it as inflammatory and provocative. Pakistani minister, I think the defense minister said, Prime Minister is a failed gambler. So there is a lot of intense rhetoric going on. And it was quite possible that the Pakistanis are also trying to keep us on our toes through the drones and through whatever other activity there is on the LAC. So for us right now, what we need is to keep patience, hold our restraint, and try and consolidate what we have achieved so far in terms of the ceasefire and quiet on the LOC, civilian life coming back to normal. What is good in this regard is that after the DGMO's meeting, there was an announcement that they could even look at withdrawing troops a little more. Also, there are some statements. I saw the Pakistani foreign minister talking to CNN and saying that we want to work for regional stability. We want the ceasefire to hold. So we will not do anything provocative. So let us hope it is true. Consolidating the ceasefire will be the first and foremost task. And then we have to think in terms of the long term. The Prime Minister has very clearly ruled out talks. But when we say talks, what I'm sure he means is open, formal, diplomatic talks.
Right.
It is always useful to have back-channel talks. At the beginning of this crisis, there were some news reports which said that our NSA had spoken to the Pakistani NSA. The Pakistani NSA today is in two different capacities. He's DGISI from the army as well as he's a civilian appointee. So it gives us an opening to speak to someone who represents both the army and the civilian government. I hope we can initiate some back-channel contacts through which we can explore long-term solutions to many issues, issues which we cannot discuss publicly or debate publicly, but yet needs to be addressed. Most important of all, from India's perspective, is putting an end to terrorism. We have done these strikes. We have gone in and destroyed camps, but we all know that camps can come up again in other places. One set of terrorists are eliminated, another set of terrorists will arise. So we need a permanent solution to this problem, and we need to try and talk with Pakistan about this.
For a long, long time, General Asim Munir, how stable a factor is he? In terms of optics, Pakistan has very little to show for itself. They failed in their strikes in hitting our military bases. The satellite imagery, other imagery of our strikes on their bases is very, very clear. Our strikes on their terror centers has gone through as well. Does Asim Munir find himself in a great deal of pressure as the head of the Pakistan army?
Well, it is difficult to gauge what is the state of internal politics within Pakistan at this point of time, and it is just too early. What normally happens, as you would well know, whenever there's a war, whenever a foreign country invades, the country tends to rally together. Politicians rally together, the army rallies together. So it is very difficult to figure out what is happening internally within Pakistan and how stable Asim Munir is. I would say that we must keep focusing on the long term. We must keep focusing on our priority. We must create a system, or we must create mechanisms whereby, irrespective of who's in power, we can ensure that there are no terrorist attacks emanating out of Pakistan targeting India. That should be our primary goal. And going on from there, we should be able to address our various bilateral issues one by one and bring normalcy to that relationship. Immediately, that doesn't seem anywhere in sight. We are going through, we continue to go through an intense phase of hostilities, but we can never afford to lose sight of the long term. And we must have informal talks in my view.
Right. Ambassador, great speaking to you. Thanks very much. Joining us now, Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. Air Vice Marshal, let's talk a little bit about the images of the hits themselves. Firstly, in terms of the success of India's operations against Pakistani hangars and Pakistani runways, do you believe that the argument which has been made that, look, ultimately the Pakistan military came onto the ceasefire table because they realized if India was doing this once, we could do it many more times, which is why the Pakistan Air Force could potentially have been destroyed on the ground. Is that perhaps, in your opinion, also the decisive factor why they decided to talk?
Thank you, Vishnu, for getting me in. Yes, that's a fact. And if you notice that this whole exercise or the engagements have been driven through the medium of air. And actually, it's air power which has moved the negotiations towards the ceasefire. So having seen the impact of air and our weapons and a very selective targeting which has been done. At places we have hit the runway, at places the runways have been left, like in Bholari, but that hangar has been hit. So it's a very selective targeting. Our intelligence has been hot. And accordingly, this would have conveyed the message that if it extends any further, with the type of weapons we have, with the type of the targeting philosophy we are following, they were in for a tough time. And that is why air power drove them to the negotiating table. So this is what it is, and that's what I feel, and the strikes have been wonderful. You talked about 7 to 8 meters, that's absolutely correct. Our runway is 150 feet, half is 75, and that crater is covering half of that. And that's roughly 8 to 9 meters actually. So those craters are wonderful to look at for a person who's worn the blue.
Air Marshal, let me ask you one question. Pakistan continues with the ceasefire violations. Hopefully there won't be any tonight. It's obviously an effort at a no war, no peace kind of scenario, making drone incursions into a regular phenomena. How does India respond?
It's trying to tempt us. It's trying to tempt us by sort of escalating, with these pinpricks that are happening. But this has happened for the last 2 nights. We have responded in a very, very calibrated manner with small arms fire and anti-aircraft fire. And that is how I think it would be. We must not take the bait. And as the previous speakers were speaking, it could be a rogue commander, but I don't think it's a rogue commander at that sense, because there is a certain discipline to an organized military. So these would be emanating with a bigger plan in mind. We should not take the bait and go on depending on what type of violations these are.
All right, Air Vice Marshal, thank you very much for being with us. The image on your left, on your right is the Prime Minister. Standing in front, and this is very significant, I should talk a little bit about it, an S-400 surface-to-air missile system. This is one of the longest range surface-to-air missile systems that India occupies. It can strike targets in the air 400 kilometers away, including ballistic missiles. The Pakistanis claim that they were targeting this hard. In fact, my information suggests that they had launched a weapon which flew at a near hypersonic speed to try and knock out our S-400 launchers and the system itself, which is composed of several radars. But that weapon system failed. It fell short of Adhampur. The Prime Minister was there today and saluting the brave soldiers, air warriors of the Indian Air Force for helping defend our skies. We're going to take a short break at this stage. After that, a very special interview. My colleague Shiv Arur speaks with Tom Cooper. He's one of the foremost aviation experts in the world, and his views on the air battle that we've seen over the last few days is important. Listen in to what he says.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins. These are the visuals that are coming in. Let's go full frame with it.
For every big news story.
From Jammu.
You can't defend the indefensible Ruchira Kamboj, but that's what Pakistan has been doing for a very, very long time.
We're sifting through a lot of information. Some is right, some is not right. But I think we are
India tunes in to NDTV.
In fact, on NDTV, like we've been doing for the last few hours, we've been
for fast, clear, and credible news.
We've also been, busting a lot of misinformation that's been coming in.
When I was standing on the road, I saw these lights going off
NDTV,
in the sky, and I could hear
where credibility
sounds of like
comes
what sound
first.
like blasts happening.
When Pakistan started shelling and first shell landed here, you can see this.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is
NDTV. First, fast, factual.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
A week after Operation Sindoor, when the Indian Air Force conducted long-range offensive airstrikes on military targets inside Pakistan, one of the first voices to offer a full endorsement as far as the success of these strikes was military historian and air power expert Tom Cooper. He's from Austria, and a blog post written by him has gone incredibly viral here in India for understandable reasons, but also all over the world. And we're very happy and privileged that Tom has given us some of his time to discuss some of his findings in that blog post, which we're very interested in hearing about. Tom, welcome. Thank you for giving us your time here on NDTV. Your blog post, like I said, is something that a lot of people in their millions have read here in India. I have a feeling that given the experience in 2019 when many of the successes were up for dispute, reading a full validation by you where you've called it a clear-cut success, a clear-cut victory for India. Can you start, Tom, by telling us why you think so?
Thank you very much for invitation, and very nice to be with you here. Why this clear-cut victory? When you follow the evidence that is available, and there is evidence, of course, it takes a lot of time to sift through it and to find out what is true, what is not true, and one is making mistakes in the process as well, no doubt about this.
Yeah.
But overall, when you have you follow the entire developments, the grand picture, you have the situation where India started with an airstrike on 9 terror camps, which is the crucial point about this entire situation. India didn't want to do anything more. India wanted to hit these 9 terror camps. India knew they are related to the Pakistani government, to the Pakistani armed forces, but it limited its operation to striking 9 terror camps. And had Pakistan been sane enough to to accept this fact and go over it, the entire situation would have ended at that point. Excuse me. However, what happened next? Pakistan attempted to retaliate. It launched a massive missile and UAV strike. What happened with this strike? It was obvious that it is unsuccessful. There were hundreds of intercepts of Pakistani missiles, of Pakistani UAVs, and no serious damage was caused to India. Why was this obvious? Because there was no evidence in confirmation of Pakistani strikes causing some kind of evidence, some kind of damage to India. What happened as next? On the contrary, India hit back and started knocking out Pakistani air defense systems. What happened in that case? There was evidence that Pakistani air defense systems were hit, and not only a few of them, but in Gujarat, in Lahore, in Karachi. So 3 major centers, 3 major air defense systems hit. What degree of damage unknown, but obviously enough for Pakistan to then attempt retaliating with its air force the next day. What was the result of that airstrike remains unclear, but obviously no serious damage was caused to India again. On the contrary, Indian air defenses remained active, vivid, shooting down additional UAVs, shooting down additional missiles, claiming to have shot down additional Pakistani aircraft. Evidence might be, forthcoming or not, we are going to see. But the point is, Pakistani second attempt to retaliate was unsuccessful. And then you have, all of a sudden, India striking Pakistani air bases, and there is clear evidence that it was striking also nuclear weapons facilities, storage facilities. And when somebody is striking nuclear weapon storage facilities, this is really, there is nothing more serious in warfare than such operation. And knowing how conservative, how reluctant, how cautious Indian top generals in particular, they do not take such decisions easily. Which means by that point in time, they were already certain enough to have damaged Pakistani capability to defend itself so much, degraded it to such a degree that they could dare, so to say, striking nuclear weapon storage facilities. Now, by all respect, whatever the politicians say, whatever this prime minister says, or that prime minister says, whatever whoever else says, at that point in time, it is a clear-cut victory because India is free to strike nuclear weapon storage facilities, and Pakistan is hitting back, but it's not effective. Which means Pakistan has no means left to hit back on India, not even with nuclear weapons. And with this, I said, clear-cut victory,
Tom,
game over.
I did want to dig a little deeper into that last bit for just a minute. Apologies for interrupting you, but I just wanted to get under the layers of that answer because the Indian Air Force, on the record in their press conference had said that, there was no targeting of nuclear facilities. But let's move beyond that point to what you were talking about in terms of the actual strikes themselves. Why do you think these strikes were successful? And specifically, Tom, what did you think of the battle damage imagery that the Indian Armed Forces have put out? The reason I ask this is because only a few years ago during Balakot, India found itself in a mess of claims and counterclaims. This time it seems to be more decisive, and your word on it, believe me, counts for a lot.
I don't know how much is my word counting or not. There are also people who do not like me in India.
Believe me.
But the point is this: after the Balakot strike, the evidence provided by India was not conclusive, not enabling definite confirmation or negation of the damage caused. And in this case, it was, right from the start, I could follow in Pakistani social media that out of 9 terror camps attacked by India, Pakistani social media was confirming multiple hits on at least 6 of them. I mean, this is, okay, not 100% success, but 70 or 60% success, definite success. And I mean, if you have 2 hits on a madrasa here and 5 hits on a madrasa there, this is confirmed by the locals. There's no different locals, not by just 1 or 2 or 5 the locals, but several of them. It is obvious that something was hit and severely at that. So, conclusion: the strike was largely successful. What I didn't like at that point in time was that India fell again for its usual behavior, pattern of behavior, which is, oh, dear Pakistanis, excuse us, we are hitting a little bit terror camps in your country, but we are not shooting at your armed forces. Everybody in our branch, in this military security analysis, knows that Pakistan is harboring, not only harboring, it is organizing, indoctrinating, financing, training, equipping, and commanding jihadist terror organizations, and not only 2 or 3, but several of them for 60 years already. sending them. They are running outright jihad import-export business over there. So when you hit these jihadist training camps in Pakistan, you are hitting the Pakistani armed forces as well. Therefore, this is why I didn't like and what I criticized in my earlier post as well. Expecting the Pakistanis are going to stop and say, oh gosh, this was very impressive what India did. You're not going to shoot back over the border. This is naive and leading nowhere. Therefore, I was kind of relieved when I saw on 8th of May that that Indian Air Force and actually ground forces have started to target Pakistani air defense systems, because that meant, okay, now New Delhi really means business. And it's not going to stop at that.
No, you and I share that view, Tom. I completely share that assessment of yours, which is, that India, I think, has drawn a red line now. It no longer distinguishes between, terror camps and the military. The Prime Minister also said that today. My third question to you now is, right, absolutely. And my third question to you, Tom, is that with all this, very, very clear battle damage imagery, we've seen the satellite images, someone as respected as you, and the reason why you're respected, Tom, even though many people may not like you here in India, is because you're fair. You're not on anyone's side. You have criticized India during the Balakot time. This time you've called it a clear-cut victory. So you're someone who, one can trust, because you're clearly not partisan in this case. So my question to you then is, a lot of Indians will be wondering, and are wondering, and I myself have wondered, about the narrative in the Western media. With so much clear-cut data, imagery, the word of people like yourself, there still seems to be a slant in the Western press, which you have called PR efforts. Can you tell us what you mean by that, and why is it so? Why is it so difficult, for India's word to carry in the Western press?
The Western press in particular, and the Western public additionally, have very, I always say, a memory of the fish. They remember the last 5 minutes, and then perhaps 1 or 3 points from the last 40 or 50 years. And one of these points is, back then, the glorious days of the Reagan administration, Pakistani F-16s were shooting down. They weren't, but that's what the Americans recall, is that they were shooting down Soviet MiG-23s over Afghanistan, and Pakistan was helping, arrange the payback for Vietnam in Afghanistan, and so on and so on. And this is what they are recalling. When you talk with Americans, on average, nowadays they do not even recall that Osama bin Laden was found and killed inside Pakistan, where he was hiding for years. Even less so, when you talk, even less so, it's actually so. When you talk with US Army officers that used to serve in Afghanistan of 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, that were fighting Al-Qaeda along the border to Pakistan, they are going to tell you Pakistani army was sitting up there on the hill in its positions and drinking chai by watching the Al-Qaeda run around them, cross the border and hide inside Pakistan, and where the US Army couldn't follow them, of course. So why is this not penetrating the wider public? I don't know. I'm not the wider public. What I know is that this is not unknown, and there is always this, for example, after Balakot, there was this, no way, this Indian trash, which means Russian and French-made aircraft of Indian Air Force could shut down our holy F-16s. That was the summary of the reaction, particularly from the United States. Indians claiming here widely how they have shot down our F-16, which is not true. Although there was clear evidence. I mean, MiG-21 has just, at least Wing Commander Abhihandan's MiG-21 has just one seat, but there were two parachutes clearly to be seen in the sky, and Pakistani civilians on the site are talking about two people coming down on the parachutes, and one of them badly injured. So, and this second pilot never emerged, at least not out of the cloak of the ISIS. So, the West is always taking sides. It's always considering this as sort of a football match, so to say, at least the public. You have also, there are enough well-informed people who understand what is actually going on, who are even mad about this false narrative spread by the media, but they do not have the influence, contacts, and so on in order to change it. It is exactly like what Israel is doing in Palestine. There is a genocide going on, and governments are simply ignoring it and supporting it, actually, but the media is still reporting in favor of Israel. So how do you change that? I don't know how.
It's something for India to definitely think about, and I'm sure as far as narrative and the Western press is concerned, it's something that the system will be thinking about, especially since this time things have been significantly different from Balakot. My fourth question to you, Tom, is when those missiles were hitting their targets in Pakistan, a lot of people want to understand it because, for those who are, consuming this story from a distance or through the media, all of it seems like a video game. But from an air power perspective, can you explain to us how effective these strikes were, the Indian strikes were on those military bases, and why is it that Pakistan was unable to mount a retaliation using its air force as a result of these strikes?
This is an excellent question, even more so because we all know, you and me, and probably, the Indian military top, Indian intelligence, and people worldwide who are busying themselves with military affairs knew the Pakistani integrated air defense system was a very powerful system. They have only recently received additional very advanced radars from the United States. They have got such advanced air defense missiles like HQ-9 and HQ-16 from China and so on. So how it was clear that something is happening. When you see that things are blowing up, and there are several videos showing this HQ-9 system in Lahore, in Walton, in suburb of Lahore, it's hit. You see the Harop coming down from the skies and hitting something, and there is an oily explosion.
Yeah,
that is one evidence. Then there is another video showing something similar from some other, I think it is from Gujarat, showing a similar scene. You see that something is happening, and then you see the Pakistani missiles and UAVs coming in huge waves, and shot down by dozens. Okay, some have gone through the Indian air defenses. There is no dispute about this. There is no wonder weapon solving all the problems and defeating everything coming its way. So also not the Indian air defense system.
Yeah.
But Pakistani air defense system was taken by surprise and badly damaged. So much is clear. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Indian Air Force to strike air bases as heavily as it has hit them, at least on the 9th of May, if not earlier. You could see, we are talking here not about complete destruction of entire bases. To destroy a single air bases are very heavily fortified. They are very big facilities. They're stretching for 2 or 3 kilometers. You do not destroy this with 2 or 3 hits. You need 50, 60, 90, 100 hits on such a base to completely demolish it. But when you see single missiles coming in and striking, for example, a selected major hangar, maintenance hangar, or control tower or underground facilities, then it's clear that the air defense is not working. And that was the case with the Pakistani air defenses. So what is then the logical conclusion is Indians have attacked. You know that earlier Indians have attacked this air defense system. Day later, it's not working. That means that this air defense system is not destroyed, but not neutralized, but suppressed enough for the Indian Air Force to strike its targets, and that at will by the morning of 10th of May. And then it is not surprised to hear that at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Director General of Military Operations from Islamabad called New Delhi on the hotline and said, okay, let's sound it a ceasefire. So this is, serious logical conclusions on the basis of available evidence. It is a process which is taking several hours a day to sift through all of this, through all the reporting, social media, mainstream media, contacts. What do they say? What have they heard? What kind of videos are they publishing, and so on? But eventually, you're doing this carefully enough, at least a big picture is coming into being. And the big picture is, by 10th of May, the Indian Air Force was definitely in position to strike whatever targets in Pakistan it wanted to strike. Whether it is or not, we don't know. We are going to find out. But it was striking precisely. It was hitting, the major base of Pakistani AWACS. It was hitting one of the F-16, or actually two of F-16 bases, one of G-10 bases, JF-17 bases, and so on and so on. So that means it could hit what it wanted. And rather than the politicians or air marshals or whoever else are explaining, no, we didn't know there is a nuclear weapon storage facility over there. Excuse me, that is irrelevant. Because if I know that there was a nuclear weapon storage facility, then I expect Honorable Air Marshal to know it as well. And therefore, and I dubbed that he is so irresponsible, like shooting missiles in all the possible directions. And then all of us, sudden and by pure accidents, two of them hit exactly the entrance into this underground facility. What an accident. This would be, like lottery. And Indian armed forces are not commanded by people who are gambling. They're commanded by people who are overcautious, who are indoctrinated to be overcautious, who are experts in being solidly conservative in their approach to how they're conducting military operations. So therefore, sorry, by all respect for Air Marshal and his statements, he knew what was there and he targeted precisely, or at least his airmen targeted very precisely.
Yeah. No, I agree with you about the wordplay and the things that are left unsaid in these conversations. Let's, I think, acknowledge that we still are in either a full fog of war situation or a semi-fog of war. This is still playing out. The operations in some way or the other are still continuing. My final question to you, Tom, is, the word deterrence is used very often when it comes to India and Pakistan. And deterrence, is the overall intention of these operations. India says, this should make sure that something like Pahalgam never happens again and no provocations should ever happen again from Pakistan's side. Do you believe what the Indian Air Force achieved by striking those bases has sent out a deterrent message to the Pakistan military?
Well, I'm not in the boots of Pakistani generals, and even less so in the sandals of their political masters. But the point is this: their deterrence didn't work. They were threatening to, strike wherever and whatever in India they want to strike, in the case India hits back up on them. And they have ordered this terror attack of in April on account of being sure that India isn't going to dare challenging them. What happened? India not only dared striking terror targets, but in retaliation for Pakistani retaliation, dared hitting their air defense systems and neutralizing better part of that air defense system. Moreover, when they attempted to retaliate again, their own retaliation was ineffective. Their own missile and UAV strikes were ineffective. I do not say they were 100% ineffective. On the contrary, they're probably 10 or 15% effective, but the mass of them was ineffective. With this, the Pakistani deterrence collapsed like a house of cards. There was none of it left. And when then the Indian Air Force, probably on 9th of May, managed to push the Pakistani Air Force away from the international border, that means it has gained itself, or enabled itself to operate closer to the border, to launch even more airstrikes into Pakistan, and started hitting, which resulted in this operation to hit Pakistani air bases. Then there was absolutely nothing left of Pakistani deterrence, to a degree where these overcautious Indian generals, whether they admit it or not, have found themselves in a situation to start ordering strikes, not only one, but at least two known nuclear weapon storage facilities. So again, nobody gambles with such facilities. Nobody is playing with this. This is no accident. This is no, we didn't know. Fact is, you don't touch such facilities except you're absolutely sure the enemy cannot hit back. The enemy cannot pull out his nukes out of that underground facility, put them on some aircraft or on a missile and shoot them in direction of India. Nobody is so crazy as to do that, especially not Indian generals. So therefore, they were in a possession of total superiority in grand picture. Perhaps tactically in different sectors they haven't had a superiority or absolute certainty that they are going to be successful and suffer no losses and Pakistan cannot hit them. But the matter of fact is, in grand total, they have concluded Pakistan cannot hit back on India. And that's why this decision to strike such facilities. And eventually, promptly after that, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I said, Director General of Military Operations in Pakistan is on the phone, calling New Delhi. Well, how about we make a ceasefire because it's not working? This is also an act. Pakistan is not doing such things. I mean, talk with Pakistanis, whoever, talk with their retired military personnel, talk with their active military personnel, talk with average Pakistanis. Nobody there has anything that they do not know the word capitulation. They don't, so much so they wouldn't, until today, they wouldn't admit what happened in 1971, for example, or in 1999 in Kargil.
That is true.
There is absolutely, they do not have the concept of military defeat. They only know Pakistani Air Force is the best on the world and it's going to defeat India with ease and so on and so on. And now all of a sudden, well, we have seen something different.
Well, if that is the, the template that Pakistan has always lived on, well, boy, have things changed in the last few days. And Tom, I thank you for sharing your wisdom, your observations, your commentary with us. It is valuable, and the reason why it means a lot to us to get a voice like yours is because it's independent. And in a time of a fog of war, I think there are lots of partisan voices. Like you said, there are PR efforts, etc. But for someone who has criticized India in the past to now offer something that seems like a validation, which is rare, that's the reason why it is something that we will hold on to and respect, and I'm sure all Indians will as well. Tom Cooper, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for speaking to us on NDTV.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and really big pleasure to be with you today.
आपने पाकिस्तानी फौज को भी बता दिया है, पाकिस्तान में ऐसा कोई ठिकाना नहीं है जहां बैठकर आतंकवादी चैन की सांस ले सके। हम घर में घुसकर मारेंगे और बचने का एक मौका तक नहीं देंगे। और हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारी मिसाइलें, उनके बारे में तो सोचकर पाकिस्तान को कई दिन तक नींद नहीं आएगी।
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down.
भारत में निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाने का एक ही अंजाम होगा, विनाश और महाविनाश।
पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलेगा, उसमें बहस होगी, तो आपकी सोच क्या है, पाकिस्तान में एक्चुअल में क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया और मैसेज अच्छा जाएगा देश के लिए।
भारत माता की जय।
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. Operation Sindoor has hit a pause, but the Prime Minister is charging forward. He's rallied the troops earlier at the Adampur Air Base. We'll put out those images on your screens. This happened just earlier today. He's celebrating the historic strikes in Pakistan, much like the country. Going a step further, the Prime Minister has also warned Pakistan of annihilation. Annihilation, he's also used the Hindi word, he says Mahavinash. If it doesn't mend its ways, that is the warning to Pakistan. The BJP has been out on the streets, they're igniting the streets with the Tiranga Yatra. We'll see if we can put out also those images. They are flaunting this triumph. And what is the opposition doing? The opposition is firing back. The opposition is questioning the ceasefire's timing. And also, remember the US here claiming the sole credit because they used a particular word. What is that word? Mediation. After a brief lull as expected, it is back to domestic fireworks. And that is a story we are keeping our focus on. That on one side, you have the Prime Minister's warning of annihilation for Pakistan. And on the other side, you have a ceasefire versus this domestic crossfire. Without wasting time, I quickly want to introduce our panel of guests. As I will say good evening to Advocate Arshpreet Khadial, who's representing the Congress. If we can also have them on our screens. Charu Pragya is going to be representing the BJP. Sajjan Kumar, I see him there, is a political analyst, and also Major General R.C. Padhi, who's a defense expert, is with us. And we are just waiting for both our political experts to join us in just a moment. And as that happens, let's also put out our straight questions. These are questions we'll try to find an answer to during the course of the entire show. The first big question, as you have seen the entire conversation revolving around, what about the US? Is the US, ladies and gentlemen, right now overstating its role? Why the silence? The government directly hasn't addressed what the US has said, and that is why that question. This brings us to our second question. Is it a fragile ceasefire? For how long will it sustain? Can you trust Pakistan? These are again obvious questions. This brings us to our third question now that is up on your screens. Is the center guilty of avoiding opposition's questions? The opposition says this is a government not putting out the facts. Is that true? We'll ask the BJP and the Congress also in just a moment, for which you also have the fourth straight question. Is the Congress right in asking those questions, or is this plain, simple politics? Who's playing politics? Who's muddying the water? This brings us to our fifth and the final straight question. You have the BJP's Tiranga Yatra versus the Congress's Jai Hind Yatra. So ladies and gentlemen, think of this. Competitive nationalism. Both the parties doing this. when the country has achieved this feat? Is this the right time for competitive nationalism? That's got to be the question that's got to be asked. And because I do still see only Sajjan and Major General R.C. Padi with us and not our political representatives. I see Charu there, but we'll also wait for our Congress spokesperson to join us in just a moment. But Charu, tell me, is it the BJP running away from the questions that the opposition today is asking, or the Congress is guilty of playing politics, Charu?
Deepthi, good evening. And let me begin by saying Jai Hind Ki Sena.